Is going wild. You can see the excitement on her face as well.
This big ball section, incredible turn. Wow. World Para Surfing Championship live from Surf City, USA. It's day number 3. It's not Big Wednesday, but it is Wednesday, and Benway, we've got Santa Ana winds blowing. So fantastic conditions as we're going to be starting with the men's stand 1, round 1.
Yeah, we have some beautiful groomed conditions as we watch Shingo Kato. He'll be heading out.
That's Maxime, a fantastic young talent. Half Kiwi, half French, lives in France. His dad was a professional rugby player, moved to Bordeaux, and he is really hungry to go for gold this year. Nice looking twin fin there.
I was just going to say, we see such a diverse equipment, and there we had Camilo Abdullah heading out for Portugal. Man, what an amazing morning.
Thanks for tuning in. We've got a great day ahead. Day number 3, we're going to be moving through to some of the knockout stages. We'll be having some of those second qualifying rounds. Something I'm really looking forward to later today is that men's prone quarterfinals. That's going to be exciting. But Ben, Santa Ana winds forecast to pick up through the day. Slightly smaller, but we should have a lot of good shape today.
Yeah, this will keep things really groomed. And then as we get into those lower tide conditions where it gets a little more shallow, you have those stiff offshores, it creates barrels, so that's going to be a lot of fun.
We got high tide coming at 11:04 local time there, so we've got a good day ahead. Smallest day yet, but a lot of good shape. And like you said, Ben, those open face, that light Santa Ana offshore wind is going to give the opportunity maybe for a little bit of tube time, but tunnel vision.
We'd love to see that.
We would love to see that. We're going to be kicking things off with men, stand 1, round 1. Then we'll shift into women's, stand 1, round 1. Both of these will be qualifying heats. They're essentially the 4 surfers that will compete for gold, silvers, bronze and coppers. But what this allows is a chance to get the seeding for that grand final. So the top 2 scores combined will put that surfer in the red singlet for the final. As we can see, it's one of our 9 different classifications. We have stand 1 coming up, surfers riding waves in a standing position with an upper body impairment. 2 more stand classifications. We have kneel, we have sit, prone 1 and prone 2. Prone 2 different to prone 1, primarily in the fact that it's an assist division, and then the 2 vision impairment classifications, 1 and 2. Ben, we've seen some great performances so far. Across those classifications, what are you most looking forward to today, bearing in mind we have over 151 athletes to celebrate?
Wow, it's really hard. There's so many different divisions that I love. I love watching the kneel guys, especially if there's some barrels they can sneak in really well as the prone athletes, which I'm always really excited because that's the side of equipment that I'm most attached to.
Yeah, well, Jesse Balawa, he is going for multiple gold medals. He was riding a little collab equipment that you did with Bob Hurley for him recently.
Yeah, I was really excited to see him use that and see all those little elements that are design elements going into action to really kind of bring him through some certain maneuvers yesterday on that high-scoring wave.
Yeah, and talking of high-scoring waves, as we set the scene there, Maxime Clarkine, Shingo Kato, Japan, Suguru Nara, Japan, Camille Abdullah, Portugal, a multiple medalist. It's going to be a fantastic 20-minute exchange, top 2 waves combined, and those lists of surfers will have all been inspired by the late, great Phyllis O'Donnell. So big shout out to Phyllis, who passed away yesterday, age 87. She was our first surfing world champion back in 1964. Of course, this year, the International Surfing Association celebrating 60 years, and it began with that competition won by Phyllis O'Donnell and Midget Farrelly in Manly on the Northern Beaches. And Phyllis, big shout out to all of the brilliant work you have done over the decades. 3 times Australian champion, 1-time world champion, the inaugural world champion. Puts my hair on end to celebrate the impact she's had for the world of surfing.
Yeah, it's unbelievable, and she'll be so happy to know how far women's surfing has come, and as far as all of this equal participation, especially in the Olympic surfing.
Absolutely, and Ben, look at those conditions. I mean, talk about positioning lineup. You've got a lot of history having surfed here, having worked here. Where will the surfers be looking to take off today?
It's interesting because we do have 2 semi-primary takeoff zones that we saw in action yesterday, where surfers would get those long rights or kind of a shorter, punchier left in the morning tides. As it drains out, we're going to see them kind of shifting around, but live action.
Camillo Abdullah, straight up. He's our bronze medalist from 2023. He won gold in 2022 in this category, stand 1. Surfers riding waves in a standing position with an upper body impairment, and he is going to get a score on the board. It's not a significant score, just a 0.37. Definitely those Santa Ana winds are going to hold up those faces. We'll see some late takeoffs.
Yeah, that's one thing we definitely noticed. He got a little bit hung up on the top in the drop, and especially when a lot of these surfers don't have all of that upper body paddle propulsion to get themselves down the wave. It's going to make things a little bit trickier, especially in this class. Maxime
Clarkine, the 14-year-old, the youngest here in this heat. He is a fantastic talent based down in Anglet. His parents from New Zealand. His dad was a professional rugby player and moved to southwest France to play professional rugby, and that's where Maxime has grown up in the Pays Basque region, originally Bordeaux, and now down in Anglet. You can learn more about all of these athletes at ISAsurf.org online, or follow us at ISAsurf on social media. Maxime got copper last year. Camillo Abdullah, he got bronze, but watch out because Shingo Kato, he got silver in 2023. And Suguru Nara, the 40-year-old, he did compete in Pismo in 2022, but he wasn't here last year. Often rides a longboard, doesn't look to be on a bigger board today. But as we can see on the screen, this is surfers riding waves in a standing position with an upper body impairment. A little bit about Shingo, Ben. I mean, he's a fantastic talent, multiple national champion.
Yeah, so from Hamamatsu, which is part of Shizuoka, that's about 3 or 4 hours south of Tokyo. And that's where they have the new wave pool, where we also held the first Japanese adaptive tour.
Wow.
And great waves there as we watch.
He's on his longboard. I'm stoked to see that. It was a darker colored board. He's attacking this progressive style, top to bottom, really banking that lightweight board. Looks to be more of a mid-length, and it is actually
that's that
too
twin
thin
fin that we saw, yeah.
Mid-length looks like a 7.6, I would say. Kind of could be a little bit taller.
So I'd say 7.2, 7.6, but wow, it looks really light and lively.
Yeah.
And one thing with these offshores, whenever you have a round nose or something longer, that can actually kind of inhibit your speed with that offshore catching under it, like an airplane wing.
Yep.
But wow, he was motoring across that one.
Yeah,
I really like that ride.
Yeah, I mean, I felt like the twin fin there was beneficial. There was a real lack of friction in the back of the board, and you could just see that lift, and it looked lively. Couple of pumps, drove down the line. Nothing really extremely dynamic with one significant maneuver, but good speed, good ground covered. It's going to be the best score so far, but watch out because our Portuguese surfer is out on the open face. Really nice cut back into the section, and then completes that maneuver. As we can see Maxine on the pier bowl left, up and down. I can hear the French team behind us. They've been pretty vocal, the French team this week, Ben. They're going for defending their team gold medal as well.
Yep, the team decibel level for sure.
Well, they happen to be positioned right behind the broadcast booth, so we notice when Team France are in action. But at the same time, anywhere you go on the beach, you can hear them. They're here in force, and if you're in the neighborhood, come on down, watch the action. It's going to be a fantastic day. A lot of good athletes to come and meet, and also a lot of good energy to experience. The camaraderie, the cultural exchange is really positive. What about this, Ben?
I love this. So much zip in this one. Gets that real quick stab there. Comes off the bottom and banks it off the section, but just really light and lively surfing. As we have blue, Shingo Kato had a nice carve on that beginning section. And you see, as this higher tide starts to fill up, here we go, Camila's puts it on rail, holds that rail through the turn. And as I was going to mention, the end of these two rides between Shingo and...
oh, that was nice from Maxime.
Yeah, we hadn't seen that first turn.
I really like this. I mean, I think that's got to get the best of the exchange, Ben.
Yes. No, definitely hitting higher in the lip line. Those other waves are a little bit more open-faced. And so this is exciting. This is a really, really close heat.
Yeah, well, great that all of the surfers have had a wave. I love what I saw from Maxine, top to bottom, using all of the wave.
Yes. No, and the judges love to see you really coming off the bottom and attacking that lip line, where everyone else had a little bit slower speed, not as much of a critical wave with scoring potential. But we're going to see those scores pop in, and anyone at the moment could pop up top.
Yeah, I think Maxine's wave as well, it was real pocket surfing. It was top to bottom, 3 very significant maneuvers. I think that he's going to set the scale, and then the judges are going to have a benchmark of his ride, and everything, I think, will come out slightly lower than Maxime's.
Yeah, you're completely right. 5.67, they rewarded him for that. So the other thing about the first heat of the day, the judges are really kind of setting the scale for not only the division, but what's possible in these conditions. And they don't really know what's going to happen yet because we're only early into the heat. So we don't know if there's bigger sets that are going to be sneaking through. Perhaps if there's less, they might bump up the scale for the maneuvers done on smaller, more difficult conditions.
Yeah, well, Shingo drops in at a 3.17, so it comes out lower than Maxine Clarkin's 5.67. So Maxine so far got the best of the exchange, but we're waiting for Camilo Abdullah's opening score. Well, he did get that low 0.37, so this will be his second wave, and we're also waiting for Suguru Nara's score. Now, Suguru's surfing approach there was interesting because it was almost like a potential disadvantaged in the sense that not able to project so vertically on that bigger board, but an advantage if the waves get smaller. As we can see, Maxine top to bottom, the Santa Ana wind starting to blow harder there, unable to ride it out of that first turn. But Suguru does get that 4.83. So the judges recognizing the speed, the control, and the dynamic approach, riding that mid-length and looking lively.
Yeah, definitely Maxime and Suguru judged in a combination of maneuvers rather than just one single turn, as we saw in the others.
And then Camilo drops a 2.33. Nice cut back. That wave died on him. So even playing field. Shingo with a 3.17. So out front, as it stands right now, it's Maxine, and it looks like Shingo's having a look. 12 minutes, 50 seconds, up and riding on the front side. Beautiful top turn, hooks it back into the pocket. Second turn, throwing spray, right in the pocket, active, just pumping now, staying low, squatting down, just eyeing up the opportunity, maybe just to connect through to the inside. Already 3 super nice, smooth, radical turns as he goes into the very shallows and ends that ride, and I think the judges are going to reward that pretty high, Ben.
Looking very stylish, and I love how he crept to the center of the board, got that low center of gravity to connect over those deep spots. Very classic style there, but also got fit in some really nice turns.
So that comes in at a 4.5. So recognizing that Maxine's opening 5.67, for me, it just had more vertical projection. It was in the pocket, higher degree of difficulty, top to bottom turns, particularly his first turn. As we can see, an absolute icon coming up. Chikeko, she was fantastic last year. Really talented surfer. Could this be her year to go for gold? Portugal, having a look. Up and riding, right-hander, climbs, drops, that wave just dies, perhaps a little bit flustered there, choosing that wave. Not a massive amount of scoring potential, but all of these surfers will get to the final. This is a seeding opportunity really to determine who will be the top seed going into the final, and also a little chance to flex the muscles, you know, to show who's in charge, who's boss.
Yeah, I love that. Yeah, that wave that Camilo chose, you could see the backwash kind of just came up and over and pushed him out the back. So that with that offshore wind.
Maxine, beautiful turn there. Really stylish and controlled and back in the pocket. This wave dying in size, but Maxime is going to get a significant backup score to add to his 5.67. And this is going to be such a hotly contested final, Ben. When these four surfers do go into the position next time they meet to go for gold, I think this is going to be anybody's final. All four of them look like they could be contenders for gold.
Definitely. This is a very balanced playing field that we see in this heat, and everyone's just answering back to each other. Camilo yet to get a really fun wave. This one looks good. Oh.
Late drop there, so unable to make that takeoff for Camilo. He's not going to replace that backup score. Two Japanese surfers in the final. What do you think their strategy will be?
Wow. It's one thing about the Japanese surfers, it's kind of like East Coast surfers on the from the U.S. They're used to small conditions. They know how to generate speed.
Yep.
And they're not dependent of the wave's power.
Sure.
And so if it's smaller conditions, they do have that just extra bit of motor.
Yep.
To create speed out of nothing.
So I'm quite curious to know if Maxine is going to be on a Mark Phipps board. Last year he traveled with a Wive board built in Anglet, and he also had a Mark Phipps board. So we'll keep an eye on that. I'd expect he's on Mark Phipps this year, as we can see Team Japan there. Some big names in the prone division, Ben.
Yeah, and that our buddy with the dreadlocks unfortunately lost out yesterday, Ryoma Jolly, and just here cheering on the team.
So
Everyone
coming up,
looks pretty chilly out there.
Yeah, with that wind blowing. So Chikeko got copper in the stand one last year in the final. Her teammate took gold. The 43-year-old from the southeast coast, she is going to be riding her 5.8, and she's going to be really eyeing up the opportunity to take gold for Team Japan. And disappointment, you know, already some elimination for Team Japan, but they still got some big names left in the draw.
Definitely. Yeah, and as you were mentioning that 5.8, that's a sequence surfboards, and that's the factory that I used to shape, I think even my first adaptive boards years ago when I lived in Chiba, Japan.
Fantastic. And of course, Japan have been thoroughly behind the parasurf movement since its beginning days of competition. And, you know, what are some of the kind of big players and shakers in Japanese adaptive surfing that help fund and develop and train and coach the parasurfers?
You know what? Well, one person that really gave a big nudge is Ted Adegawa, which is really known for back in the 60s. He was one of the first people to have foreign surfers come to Japan. He would buy their boards, and that was how the first U.S.-made surfboards reached Japan. And later in life, he had a stroke, which put I think his right side to sleep.
Wow.
As we watch live action.
Maxine just getting a little bit hung up in the wind there, but he's got a 5.63 and a 3.33, so he won't replace that backup score, but we're just talking about one of the pioneer parasurfers in Japan.
Yeah, so Ted Adegawa, Ted's Surf is his surf shop right there in Chiba, right by Taito Beach where they used to have the World Longboard Championships. And he had me put a handle, I custom kind of made an ergonomic wood handle that I sunk into his softboard with epoxy, and that was I think that was my second adaptation. But he was responsible for holding some of the first adaptive contests.
Shingo Kato, beautiful first turn there. Great projection, good control. Drives out of that turn as that wave just starts to fade on him. So he could well replace that 3.17. He's carrying a 4.50. I don't feel it's going to go as high as the 4.50, but I think that 3.17 could be replaced.
Yeah, I like this. Quick up to his feet, gets that quick hit there, puts it on rail, keeps the speed, and I love his stylish kickouts. He's got that little foot twist off the back of the board that just looks so cool.
Live action for Portugal. Little top turn there. That wave just dying out, so not potentially going to rival that 2.33, but could replace that 0.83. All four surfers will move forward to the final. So this is a qualifying round to determine seeding. And as it stands right now, if the situation remains unchanged. It'll be the surfer currently in the red singlet, Maxime Clarkin, who will move into the final wearing the red singlet. Maxime, only age 14, so a fantastic opportunity for him. This is his second ISA World Parasurfing Championship. As we can see, Shingo up and riding. Nice crack of the lip there. Looks to have ridden out of that maneuver. He did get a 3.4 for his last wave, so it did go into his top 2, and I like the look of that turn as well. So that could also go back into the top 2, Ben.
Yeah, someone we've forgotten about is Suguru.
Yeah.
And he's got one of the top scores and no backup, but he's been sitting there with first priority, just keeping really quiet.
On his twin pin mid-length.
So he's probably just going to kind of wait for one of the better sets, as they aren't as plentiful as yesterday.
And what would you say would be the advantages of a twin pin on a day like this?
So that, I think the tail was more, it's slightly pinished, but a little more round.
Yep.
Had it been a pin, it probably wouldn't accelerate in this flat surf as much.
Really nice backhand turn from Camilo there as he just drives and pumps through the inside and puts that board on rail once again. So he's going to replace for sure his top score of a 2.33 with this, all the way through to the inside from Sin, just south of Lisbon in Portugal, and a regular at São Torpes, rides a 5.8 Des surfboards. He's on his 32-litre model there. Often likes to also ride a twin fin. Not sure if this is a twin fin. Could well be a thruster. Hard to tell from the way it performed then. But that was a great bit of surfing. Opening turn was strong. Worked that way through to the inside. He's certainly going to replace his low score of a 2.33. And he gets a 4.13 as we see Maxime up and riding. And on the inside there, just staying active, but the fact that he kicked things off with a 5.67, I think that can give a lot of confidence to Maxime. And when he gets the opportunity to come in and speak to the coaches, they're going to say, you got this, Maxime. You just got to be patient. You've got to be selective. Your surfing can do the talking. Don't need to be too rushed. You don't need to be too scrappy. Choose the sets and do what you do.
Also being the young, spry one out there, you could see how fast his paddle was.
Yeah.
And so he's going to be that much quicker getting into waves and probably get a lot more waves. That one just kind of fizzled out on him as he was going into the turn. But, yeah, he's put on a great performance out there. But as we speak about Suguru's board, I noticed that he's got kind of like a hybrid keel twin fin shape.
Yep.
And so no resistance on those turns, a lot of drive from each fin. And then he's got that little benefit of having a little bit more length.
Maxime, top to bottom, really nice turn, you know, really put that board on rail and then snaps it back again in the pier bowl left, heading right through to the inside and cutting back once more. Very talented young goofy footer representing Team France. Great to see him really coming alive. Feel like that's going to replace that backup score of a 3.33, Ben.
You can almost see it in his body language. See how he's kicking his feet and just
Fronting.
Really pepped up paddling. It's like, that's what happens when you feel like you did something good.
Yeah, Grom froth.
Full Grom froth.
100%. So we'll wait to see what the judges drop for that score. I think it's going to replace that backup 3.33. He's got a 5.67 for his top score. Moving down to the back half of the heat now. Not much time left, just 2 minutes, 50 seconds. Maxime out front, and he looks probably likely to improve his situation when that left score comes through. But we do have some scores coming through for our other surfers, Ben.
Yeah, as I noticed that the one next to Suguru's name has disappeared. Looks like he had gotten another wave. Here it is. So speeding across this, finds this end section hit. Reforms it backside on the inside, still keeping it going. And very longboard kick out on that last one, as we see Maxime. And just as you were saying, really off the bottom, finding all those spots, keeping that rhythm, and some good flow. And so, yeah, 5.33 as we just hear that from the beach announcer, Kevin Moore.
Yeah, nice. And Camilo nearly landed that turn there. So he's still looking to back up his 4.13 with a good score. Shingo out there in second. Maxine's improved his situation out there in front, as we've just shared. But we're waiting for that score for Suguru up and riding right now from Portugal. Takes a 4, so that's not going to be a big score, but Suguru waiting to see what he's going to drop. If he gets a 3.07, he will move up from 4th And we didn't get to see all of that ride, but we did get to see the energy of the kick out. He looked happy with it, Ben.
Yeah, and just the way you saw it, he kind of did like a slightly backward cross step, kicking the board out. So he definitely looks like he has a lot more longboard experience.
Yeah, absolutely. He is a longboarder, does often ride longboards, so opting for the mid-length today, as we can see a bit of hustle and tussle there. Our surfer in first priority is Shingo. He's looking to drop into this right hand up and riding. Here it is. Snaps it back, top turn. Things getting a little bit slow, gets low. That wave dies on him, so he's not going to probably replace that 3.40. It'd be close, but I don't think it's going to go into the top 2. Just 50 seconds remaining. I think Team France are going to be really proud of young Maxime. He's been busy, he's been active, and he's demonstrated that he's really got the muscle and the technique to go for gold this year.
He's got a commanding lead right now, so Shingo, if he wants to pop up in that spot, is needing a 6.50. There's not anything close to that on the board, so Maxime's highest score wouldn't make that requirement, so he'd have to do better surfing than Maxime's best wave to try and pop up on top.
Absolutely, and Maxime's choice of positioning as well, just sat there on the pier bowl left. You know, he'd obviously decided that's where he wanted to surf. He got his significant scores on the pier bowl left, and if there is not going to be a change of situation, he's going to be our #1 seed into the final. And Maxime's up and riding, as is Camilla, with a really nice right-hander. This is really good opportunity, but then you can just see that starting to die, Ben, and you get the feeling that the big scores are going to come on lefts this morning.
Yeah, I was just going to say, although the wind is offshore, we don't know quite which direction it's blowing. And there could be a chance that it's blowing a little bit offshore from the south, slowing down the people on the rise.
Well, it didn't slow down Maxime Clarkine. He's going to be our top seed going into the final in men's stand 1. We've got women's stand 1 coming up. Feast on Maxime. He's just 14 and he's ripping. Stay with us. We'll be right back.
Parasurfing has the power to bring us together. Together, we push the limits, further the sport, and go for gold. You've crossed countries to get to the World Championships. Let Access Tracks simplify crossing the sand. Access Tracks, the official beach access pathway of the ISA World Parasurfing Championships.
Hello and welcome to Huntington Beach, California. I'm Kelly Miller, President and CEO of Visit Huntington Beach.
Known as Surf City, USA, Huntington Beach boasts 10 miles of coastline and the most consistent waves on the West Coast. Huntington Beach has it all, with endless summer weather, year-round events, outdoor activities, and oceanfront resorts and spas. So get ready to be inspired, be connected, and be here, Huntington Beach. Plan your visit at surfcityusa.com.
Welcome back. It's not Big Wednesday, but it is Wednesday, and it's day 3, and the Santa Ana winds are blowing, and we're moving into our second heat of the morning. It's women stand 1. It's a qualifying round. These 3 women will compete for gold, silver, and bronze in the grand final later in the week. This is an opportunity to see who's going to be #1 seed. Who we got, Benway?
So from Japan, Chikako Takao in red, Anne-Marie Paquet from Canada in blue, and for Chile, Catalina Castro.
Chikaka got a copper in this final last year here at Huntington Beach. Of course, this is the 9th edition of the ISA World Parasurfing Championship. The back-to-back second year we have been here in Huntington. Of course, Huntington have been host to so many iconic ISA events, World Surfing Games in the 80s, 90s, 2000s. I was having a little reminisce with Rachel about the 2006 edition when I watched Geordie Smith win the juniors with 2 Supermans in the final. That was incredible.
That was insane.
Up and riding right now, Catalina on the pier bowl left. She will get a score, look to get the best of that exchange versus our Canadian Anne-Marie Paquet, who lives in Montreal. Anne-Marie opting to ride her longboard, sometimes likes to ride the mid-length. She's often using her Torque 7.2. Look to be on the bigger board there, so we'll get to see if that's going to be an advantage for Anne-Marie Paquet, the 36-year-old from Canada, but Catalina Castro, the Chilean. She's a gold medalist from 2020, got silver in 2021, and the last 2 years she's finished bronze. So bronze in 2022 when we were still in Pismo, and last year here in Huntington she got bronze. So she'll be looking to move back up to gold as we get to appreciate the replays, Ben.
All right, let's see her. You can see her digging in, fights her way down in the face there, kind of resets her stance here. Looked like her front foot may have landed a little bit farther back than she wanted, and that one little hop kind of killed the speed, but we did get an opening ride.
Normally rides Weo Weiler boards, the Peruvian shaper. Not 100% certain that she's going to be on a Weo just now, so sometimes you know the boards they usually use, but the athletes might adapt on the conditions of the day. So I've been caught out a number of times where, you know, I've kind of talked about the relationship an athlete has with a particular shaper, but then it turned out in the heat of the moment, when the conditions changed, they diversified at the last moment. And with it being a smaller day, you will see a lot of athletes probably using different equipment than they would have used yesterday and on day one.
That's definitely true. As I was watching Sarah Betancourt, who won her heat on a 5.9, I believe it is, that I made for her. And this morning I saw her sneaking out on the 5.5, the one she won the gold medal on in Pismo, which she said that's when it gets small, that thing's all over it. When it gets bigger, she said it's a little bit harder to control and drive around sections.
Yep. So she's in prone 1. We're going to have the opportunity to see our prone 2 surfers coming up later today. And with that, Rachel Tilley is on the glass with the 14-year-old absolutely ripping, representing France, Maxime.
Thanks so much, Sam. Absolutely ripping is right. Really tricky conditions with those offshore winds at the moment. Talk to me about how it felt out there.
Yeah, it was a bit tough, but it was actually all right, because once you were up, it was a bit hard because you had to stick to the bottom and then come up. And I stick a few times up to the top and I fell over because of the wind. But yeah, great waves, had fun. It was real nice.
Well, you're only 14 years old, as they were just talking about on the broadcast. Your second ISA World Parasurfing Championships, though. How does this compare to, you're coming to this event already having the knowledge of competing on the world stage. So how did it compare to last year when it was your first time?
Well, last year it was my first time, so I just came in and just tried and did my best and hoped for whatever I got. And this year I trained a lot last year, and I'm trying really hard to get gold this year.
Well, how did that intention of training look like for this past year? What are specific things that you were working through?
Just everything, bottom, tops, it turns, just trying hard.
Well, you're looking strong out there, starting your campaign off with a win, so congratulations to that and good luck for the next one.
Thank you very much.
Back to you guys.
Oh, what a young hero. And you'll hear from his accent the Kiwi twang there. His parents from New Zealand, his dad a professional rugby player, and moved to France for his rugby career, where Maxime has grown up, speaking English and French. So a man of the world and surfing like a champion. As we can see live action, Anne-Marie up and riding, looks to be on her mid-length. I think that's her Torque board, which is one of her favorites. She rode that board last year, little mini swallow tail at the back there. That Torque board is 7.2 if it's the one she normally uses. She's going to get a score, but it's not going to be as significant as Catalina's opening 1.50 that set a little bit of a scale here.
Yeah, I like what Chicago's doing here. She's kind of letting the rest of the field move around, which gave her that first priority position. No rides yet, and she's just holding out for something that definitely will have some scoring potential.
Yeah, being patient and recognizing that maybe the other surfer was a little bit rushed there, choosing waves that didn't have significant scoring potential. But it could be one of those days where we have busy heats and slow heats. They alternate, as we can see Chicago having a look. Is she going to be able to get this? She's up and riding. Here it is. A little bottom turn. Can she drive out of that bottom turn? unable to really ride out of that first turn, but it feels like it could be a low-scoring start for all three surfers. So now it's going to be about building on those first scores and getting something that really has a little bit more length of ride and potentially a little bit more size as well.
Yeah, I think I saw a little bit more redirection on that wave of Chicago rather than compared to Catalina's first one. And Catalina got a 1.50 for basically like making some speed down the line. Chicago with a little bit of a direction change on that one. She might get rewarded a little bit higher.
Catalina up and riding for her second ride. So Chicago comes in at a 1.27. So she'll be paddling out looking for her second wave. And we've already set the field ablaze with a great bit of surfing from Maxine. I can already see some of those turns going into the highlight reel. After this women's stand one qualifying round, we will be moving into the men's visually impaired one round two. So 3 qualifying heats, and from that we will determine our semi-finalists. So we already have the stats of the scores from the first round, and the standout was Francis Thomas de Silva getting a 6 and a 4. And Thomas de Silva, I'm really looking forward to watching him, and luckily for you and I, Ben, he's in the first heat. And Thomas de Silva was, for me, one of the most energized competitors I've seen all week when he surfed in his qualifying round one. So my money's on Thomas de Silva to go large pretty soon, because he's going to be the next heat after this one.
That's going to be exciting. So yeah, time's blowing by. We do have a little bit of a lull in the sets. And of course, that offshore Santa Ana definitely kind of sets down some of the ocean's power. And so kind of forcing those more powerful sets to be the ones that can make it through. And we see everyone keeping quite patient, possibly a little bit of nerves, hoping to get a score in this next half of the heat. Chicago Takao 1.27 for that one. So yeah, judges not really rewarding that direction change. I guess she kind of fell dead after that as far as the speed went.
Yep. So, of course, Huntington Beach has been so instrumental in surf culture, looking back to 1914 when George Freeth put on a demonstration here in June to promote the area for Henry Huntington, the developer. And then in 1925, Duke Hanamoko surfed here, of course. Ben, as a keen artist, you recreate Duke's face on a lot of your canvases and artwork, and you just gave the mighty Jay Johnson a piece of signed artwork this morning. Tell us about that, the inspiration of that Duke image, and why you like to make art out of it.
Well, all of the Dukes basically came from my first discussion of getting surfing into the Olympics. And of course, our president, Fernando Aguirre, loves Duke Hanamoko.
Yep.
And has followed that story and made that dream. There we have Team Canada.
Looking good.
Johnny Marinovich and their coach Shannon. But yeah, so Duke was a gold medalist.
Yep.
And on the podium in Stockholm, Sweden, I think it was.
Absolutely.
He told to the king that he would love to see his sport of kings one day on the world's biggest stage, the Olympics. And hundreds of years later, Fernando Aguirre made it happen right in the hometown of Chicago Takao, actually.
Yep. And you were there for that opening event?
Yeah, and the wild thing was it's at a beach that was a block away from where I had lived for 10 years.
Wow.
And I used to look at that across the jetty at the Olympics beach every morning, checking the waves. And there we were back right at my semi-home beach.
And of course, you repeated that as well, going to Teahupo'o, Paris, Tahiti Olympics. Of course, well, the Paris Olympics, the surfing in Tahiti. How special was that for you, Ben, as a member of the ISA team?
That was so unbelievable. And to have a two-peat doing the second beach announcing for the world's top surfers, men and women that were just completely charging in probably the biggest spectacle that you could have of a wave. And really being able to feel the energy and the danger as well as of that wave.
As we can see, a little peak there coming through. It looks to have good groomed shape. Chicago is in position for the left. She's up and riding, but that wave just dying out on her. So she's going to get a backup score to add to her 1.27, but it's Catalina out there in front with a 1.5 and a 1.40 as we get to see Team Canada communicating with Anne-Marie Paquet, who lives in Montreal, and she rides her 7'2" talk, a keen snowboarder, also a keen horse rider, passionate about music, also does a bit of river surfing in Montreal. You can follow her at ANNOUXX, or you can learn more about her on the ISA Surf biographies at ISAsurf.org, where you get to really get some insight on all of our athletes. Of course, Anne's impairment, she was born with cerebral palsy, so the impairment affects her upper body, which classifies her into this stand one, surfers riding waves in a standing position with an upper body impairment, and she's currently sitting there in third, but all of these women will get the opportunity to go to the grand final, Ben, and go for gold.
Yes, this is it's pretty exciting, pretty tense. You can see all of the coaches and the support on the beach just wishing waves to these surfers as we have green and red splitting the peak there. Catalina gets the better half as that right starts stretching. Able to make much more speed, come off that bottom, show some drive. I think she'll be rewarded for that one. As red got the lesser half of that peak.
Catalina's going to be hard to beat, Ben. I mean, she's a gold medalist from 2020. She looks like she's really got the momentum here. But I think we can expect more from Chicago. But I think that what Chicago really needs to do is not be too selective. You know, that's the key thing. I think her surfing can do the talking, but it seems like she's been a little bit too selective in this qualifying round. But I think the lack of pressure is really positive for all three of these women, because they know they're in the final, and this is almost like a warm-up for them. But like we talked about with the men's stand one category, also a chance to flex your muscles and show who's strong, who's going to put the pressure on, and who's going to bring the nerves out of the other competitors. Because when you start to see somebody going big on the scores, you start to think, I just can't beat them. And other athletes get inspired to think, wow, they're doing well, I want to raise my game and surf harder.
Yeah, it's great when they push each other that way. And as you were mentioning about Chicago, as we see her looking for one now.
Nice wave. Can she make the drop? She drops down into that wave there. So not out on the open face, but did get the takeoff there. Nice clean thruster. And you can just see that Santa Ana wind blowing. Anne-Marie Paquet takes a late drop, but deals with that takeoff. And can she get up to her feet? She can. She's in control. So that will be a scoring ride for our Canadian to add to her 0.63. May well replace that 0.43 as we see Catalina, our heat leader, on the inside. Again, a late takeoff. She's up and riding, locked into position, holds that control and just squats a little bit lower and just pumps her way through for one little direction change. Little swallowtail on the board. I like the look of that board. And it looks to be she's got a little grip aid there, which is obviously her technique with her upper body impairment on her right arm. She just obviously uses that grip deck to just control the board on pop-up for her left arm.
Yeah, I think it actually might just give her padding for the end of her amputation.
Just pushing down.
Just take that pressure that the hand would. Very interesting placement on that one. And yeah, it's unpredictable out there. You just have to you don't know what's going to happen. And also those winds come in gusts. It's not just one consistent flow of wind.
You can see that from the movement of the flags there, that it is quite gusty. But look at that, 10 kilometers of fantastic beach break coastline. Some of your favorite sections to surf if you're not surfing north or south side of the pier, Ben?
I love the whole strip, actually. And I've down in front of our hotel, down where we're at in the Pasea.
Yep.
Down there's some interesting sandbars when we have the right sand. Where I've gotten great days with absolutely no one out, and it's only a few blocks down from the south side.
Great stuff there as we move into the last 3 minutes. So Catalina Castro does extend her lead. She drops a 1.83. So that last ride that we saw went into her top two. You can see Anne-Marie Paquet on the inside from Montreal. She is just working her way out with 3 minutes remaining. She's currently in third there with a couple of low scores, so she'll look to improve on that backup score of a 0.57. But Chicago, you feel like that there's a lot of potential with the Japanese surfer there, but she hasn't quite found that kind of power drive that we've seen from Catalina, who's been the standout of this qualifying round, Ben.
Yeah, Catalina's really stayed consistent, And you also see how she's repositioned herself 3 or 4 times and really scoured the lineup to try out every different peak option.
We can see our visually impaired surfers paddling out. It will be coming up pretty soon. Our men's visually impaired round 2. There's going to be 3 qualifying heats. Of course, they have their guide. Their guide, of course, unable to actually influence them on the takeoff, no pushing, no touching, but able to communicate with them throughout the entire heat. And that level of communication is absolutely amazing. The different codes and the techniques that we see and that we hear about from the likes of Matt Formston.
Yeah, that's going to be a fun one to talk about. I really like that division.
So that'll be coming up next. We'll be moving into men's visually impaired 1 and then women's visually impaired 2. Of course, the different classifications. The visually impaired 2 does have partial vision, and the visually impaired 1 very much close to blind level of athlete participation there. As we can see, Catalina Castro, 2.67 to her name, looking to replace that 1.83. She's not going to do it on that, but I love the look of the tail on that board, Ben. That looks like a really, really fun board.
Yeah, what I really like about Catalina, we've seen 2 or 3 times where she's kind of taken late drops. She just sticks with it and ensures that that board keeps its speed and kind of waits for a chance to pop up to her feet. Doesn't have to be right off the takeoff, but she doesn't give up right away. I love that.
Absolutely. And you can see again another pier bowl left. I feel like a lot of the visually impaired surfers will recognize that there is good scoring potential on their lefts, but the danger of going near the pylons, high-risk surfing, and that's exactly what you don't want to be doing, is if you are a visually impaired surfer, is getting close to those pylons.
Or if you're the spotter and sending them into those lefts as well.
Yeah, and that's going to be an interesting decision for a lot of these surfers to make. But right now, obviously, they have to stay out of the way of the competitors still competing with 40 seconds remaining. Chicago goes for it. She's unable to just link in with that wave as Anne-Marie Paquet looks to lock herself into a second score here. She won't replace that backup 0.53. So as it stands, it'll be Catalina Castro who will take the red singlet for the final to go for gold. All 3 of these women will move forward into the final. Anne-Marie Paquet, she is stoked, and she may well get one more ride through to the inside, Ben, and she does. Team Canada cheering and hooting.
Yeah, I love that, how the you can see the water safety going, hey, everything okay? She's like, I'm going to take this wave. Just stay out of my way.
Yeah, she's like, I got this. 100%. Chicago may well get something on the inside. Doesn't look to have much of an open face on it, so probably won't have any significant scoring potential. And you can just see her popping up there. The heat has ended. Catalina Castro, she takes the win. She will be our top seed moving into the final. She was in green, but she's going to be wearing red for the final, and that is going to be a confidence booster for our Chilean surfer, Ben.
Yeah, and she's going to take a little victory paddle in. We just heard the horn, but someone who's really stuck to her game and just kept stacking scores.
Absolutely. We'll be moving on to the men's visually impaired round 2. We're going to have a quick break. Stay with us. We'll be right back.
Hello and welcome to Huntington Beach, California. I'm Kelly Miller, President and CEO of Visit Huntington Beach.
Known as Surf City, USA, Huntington Beach boasts 10 miles of coastline and the most consistent waves on the West Coast. Huntington Beach has it all, with endless summer weather, year-round events, outdoor activities, and oceanfront resorts and spas. So get ready to be inspired, be connected, and be here. Huntington Beach. Plan your visit at surfcityusa.com.
Parasurfing has the power to bring us together. Together, we push the limits, further the sport, and go for gold. You've crossed countries to get to the World Championships. Let Access Tracks simplify crossing the sand. Access Tracks, the official beach access pathway of the ISA World Parasurfing Championships.
Welcome back to the men's visually impaired 1, round 2. We got 3 qualifying heats. The first one has already kicked off. It's going to be 20 minutes. We've got 1 score already for Thomas De Silva, but up and riding right now, it's Ben Newman from Germany. In the last heat, I was bigging up Thomas De Silva, full on, charged up, fired up, French surfer looking really strong, and he's already got a score on the board. He's going to be surfing against Mario Rivoro from Italy, Ben Newman from Germany, and Thomas De Silva already with 3.5 on the board. Ben, great start, a good set on the horizon as well.
Yeah, it looks like we're having a good increase in conditions. Looks like night and day between our previous heat right now.
I did think it would be one of those days where you'd have like slow heats and busy heats. And the first heat was pretty active. Second heat was slow, but then there was a couple of sets at the end. And now it looks like we're into that cycle of a busy heat.
The other thing that we have working in our favor is we have that incoming tide. And even if we have a little reduction in swell or this opposing force of the offshores, you got that incoming surge of the tide helping whatever energy is out in the sea come and reach the beach.
Well, Tom Tom, as he's known, was our silver medalist in the men's visually impaired one category last year here at Huntington. Kirk Watson got the gold. These are surfers riding with a visual impairment defined by the IBSA sport class as B1. So these surfers are legally defined as blind. Partial vision is V2. Up and riding right now, Ben Newman locks it, cuts it back, turns it, hooks it, and stays trimming. And that wave just now dies on him, but he got a couple of really dynamic maneuvers in there, didn't he?
I really like that turn off the top. And it's just amazing because these surfers are completely working off of their senses, audio, feeling of the water pushing against their feet. And here we have Tomas, nice replay off the backhand, redirects it. He's just really feeling out that energy. You could feel that he wanted to reform that one and go on his front hand. But here's that quick down carve, throw some good spray, had great direction and drive on that.
I think that's going to be a big score because we've set the scale with Thomas's 3.5, and that was a great turn from Ben. Live action, Thomas up and riding on the pier ball left, gets nice and low there, just staying now at the top of the wave as it starts to die. Didn't really have much potential that wave, but he's got a second score on the board, Ben.
Oh, man, this is just, this is definitely one of my favorite divisions.
Check out how buzzing Thomas is. He's absolutely fired up. This is the performance we saw in the qualifying round one. A quick paddler, full of energy, full of stoke, known as Tom Tom. Got silver last year. He'll be going for gold this year. Mario, the Italian, on the foam board on the inside, looks to be locked into position there. A little bit of control, a little bit of a nice kind of solid stance there, so he will drop his first score.
That's great. One person I'm thinking is we haven't had Gallo, Aitor Francisena, used to be the leader of this V1 division from the north of Spain.
Yep.
Who's also a really, really fun friend. Lost his vision later in life after being a coach for some of the top big wavers of northern Spain.
Ben Newman having a look. It's going to be a difficult one to catch. Pops up, doesn't get that wave, and you can really see the technique between the spotter and the surfer. All communication, no physical contact. The surfers will be penalized if their guide spotter does touch them during the heat. But what you do see is that fantastic level of communication. And on your screen right now, Thomas De Silva looks to be lining up for this pier bowl left. It's going to be a difficult one to get. Unable to catch that, he's going to be paddling back out for more. He may well just about stay in first priority if he's first back out in the lineup, because it looks like Ben Newman may or may not be deemed to have been in the lineup there. What do you think, Ben? Do you think it's going to... Yeah, Thomas De Silva stays in first priority. Ben Newman wasn't close enough to the lineup. Talk about the priority system for people first learning about it.
So yeah, the priority system is... everyone starts with neutral priority. Anyone can have the choice. However, if you are on the shoulder and there's a clear primary takeoff zone, whoever's got the right of way, as you would in a normal free surfing session, has the right of way on that first wave. But if you catch your first wave, the first surfer to catch the first wave, as soon as they return to the lineup, the other 2 or 3 surfers will start to gain priority, and the first one to catch the waves receives the last priority card, and it just keeps going around.
That Santa Ana wind is really starting to blow. You can hear the shaking of the canvas edges of the judging tower, the broadcast booth, and you can definitely see visually that it is blowing a lot harder than it has done for the first 2 heats. So we're going to go down to a post-heat interview here. And Ben, you're going to do a little bit of our Spanish to Chilean translation. So with that, let's get down to the glass. The winner of our last heat is with Rachel Tilley.
Yeah, don't go to me, just a second.
Thanks so much, Sam. Congratulations for your heat win. Talk to me about how the conditions felt and how you're feeling in your surfing.
Bueno, estoy súper feliz de haber salido primero en el hit. Las condiciones están un poquito más pequeñas que ayer y los días anteriores. Un poquito de viento, pero la ola sigue, así que nada, súper feliz, contenta y agradecer a los que me están apoyando, a mi familia, a mis amigos y al Team Chile que está acá de afuera apoyando. Gracias.
Would you like to send any message back to your family and friends in Chile?
Sí, gracias a los que están ahí apoyándome. Ahora se viene la final, así que a darlo todo en el agüita y nos llevamos ojalá la medalla para la casa.
Gracias. Back to you guys. Back to you, Ben, to translate. Thanks.
Thanks so much, Rachel Tilley. So she was basically saying that she was really happy to win her heat. She said the conditions were smaller, a little more difficult, but basically really, really happy to have a good surf, and sent thanks to all the people at home in Chile, family and friends that are supporting her from home.
Brilliant stuff. Congratulations, Catalina, on fire, and some great intel from one of our team players, our fellow broadcaster, Anthony Vega there, has just shared that last Friday, Ben Newman was the first blind surfer to get tubed at the surf ranch, and that is absolutely fantastic. So Ben Newman having a look at this wave right now. Great timing, up and riding. Ben Newman off the bottom, off the top. He started surfing in 2018 in the City Wave in Germany, and he is out there in first position with a 4.83 and a 167. May well replace that 167 with that last ride.
Yeah, he's got a lot of speed off the takeoff. And Ben's also a really tall kid with long arms. When you're taller with long arms, you got that extra paddle power, that extra motor into the wave. And you just see how much speed he's getting as he gets up to his feet.
Fantastic. And great to hear from Catalina as well. Little recap of what she was feeling, who she was thanking, Ben?
Well, so she just thanked her friends and family that were supporting her. And she was mentioning that the conditions were smaller, a little bit more difficult, but she had a lot of fun, and she was really stoked to win her heat.
Absolutely. Ben Newman having another look here. So Thomas De Silva with a 3.5 and a 2.33. Ben Newman with that best exchange there. It was interesting because they set quite a good scale for Thomas's 3.5. And when we saw the replay of Ben's opening wave, I felt like it was stronger than what we saw from Thomas. So I was like, that's going to go higher. It did. So that's the scale set. But Thomas has definitely got a lot in the tank. And I think that it'll be interesting psychologically if Thomas doesn't take the win here. I'm expecting him to get through to the semi-finals to be one of our higher seeds. But I think this is going to really fire him up even more to perform in the final. As we can see live action, Thomas De Silva unable to catch that wave, or also feeling that it wasn't really a significant score, didn't have much face on it, as we can just see now the communication between the spotter and Thomas.
Yeah, one thing I wanted to point out is that when we get those drone shots, you watch the positioning as we'll have a ride by Team Italy.
Mario.
Up to his feet.
Nice.
Mario gets another one.
Fantastic.
But as we watch from the drone angle, you can see the difference in technique between the spotter for Thomas and the spotter for Ben. And you'll see that as Thomas takes off, his spotter literally is just about to take off on the wave together with him, keeping that communication all the way into the drop, whereas the spotter for Ben it looks like it's more verbal communication, and they have a lot more distance between each other.
Absolutely. Up and riding right now. Beautiful. Charging, carving turn off the bottom, and then really drives through that second section. Thomas De Silva, is that going to be the biggest score of the heat so far to push it back up into first, Ben?
I wouldn't be surprised. And I love how upright he comes out of each maneuver. It's almost like he's kind of picking up radar. And
Ben Newman just answering back, looking to replace that 1.67. So score will come in for Ben Newman, as we can see Kirk Watson coming up. There's Chuck, his guide. Kirk, of course, our reigning gold medalist. He's going to be coming up next. We're looking forward to seeing Kirk. What a gentleman, what a fantastic human being. And I think we were talking yesterday about how genuine he is, and he really recognizes your voice even though he's only met you a couple of times, and straight in there with a deep conversation, picking off where you may have left off last year.
Yeah, no, I really like this guy. And yeah, I'm really looking forward to see what Thomas gets for that. You can see judges are still thinking about the last of blue and last of red. At least we can. We have a little red circle, which means the judges are discussing. And about 80% of the time, the longer a score takes to come in, the better the score is going to be.
Yeah, well, here's our replay of Ben Newman. May well go into his top two, but I think it's Thomas De Silva's wave here. We're thinking this could be the best score of the heat so far, Ben.
Yeah, I love that, how he got that kind of mid-face turn under the lip and was able to project out of that, and looked really solid, really in control, well-balanced.
Yeah, comes in at a 5.83, so puts him back out into first. So this is an opportunity for surfers to qualify for the two semi-finals. Each semi-final will have 3 surfers. As it stands right now, Thomas is the top of our leaderboard as Kirk Watson, our reigning world champion gold medalist from last year. He's just feeling that Santa Ana wind on his back. He's just sensing his game plan. He's just ready to connect with the waves here at Huntington and repeat the performance that he did in the final last year.
I like that wing squash that he's riding right there.
Yeah.
Looks like a new board that D-Birds has made for him this year. I don't think he had a winged board last year, which in these smaller conditions, when you have a wing behind your fins, you got a break point.
Yep.
And it allows the board to tilt over without reduces the length of rail, so you don't have to engage the whole rail in a turn. So even if you don't have that much speed, you can still complete a full turn, which comes into play on small, kind of more open face days like this.
Absolutely. So we're looking forward to seeing that in action. We got 6 minutes remaining. We're going to have Anthony Vela and Roy Tuscany coming in to call the action for the next 2 visually impaired heats, and they will stay in the booth through to the women's visually impaired, which is just 1 qualifying heat for the round 2, and then Ben will be back in the booth for the women's prone 2 round 2, which is the last opportunity for the women prone 2 surfers to qualify for the semi-finals. So the stakes are going to get really, really high for the prone surfers this afternoon. And later in the day, something I'm really excited about as we move into our first elimination quarters for the men's prone 2. So some of the big names: Jose Martinez, Jesse Belauer, Freddy Maramon, Davi Teixeira, they're going to be battling it out. As we can see, Thomas De Silva, he doesn't make it down the drop of that wave. He's not going to replace his 3.5, but he's looking good with a 5.83 as his top score, Ben.
Yeah, I think he's just been building momentum, as you saw with his score line. Started with a 3.50, took a chance on a wave that didn't work out as well for a 2.33, but then got that 5.83, and I think he's just feeling the fire right now.
Yeah, and a big shout out to Ben Newman's spotter, Rosina Nerera, the 23-year-old, who is the first female high-performance coach in Germany. So she's sitting there on the left of your screen just communicating with Ben, and it really feels like when we move into that semi-final and potentially the final that both Thomas De Silva and Ben Newman are really going to give Kirk Watson a run for his money to take that gold. But there are other big names. Elias Ricardo DL, the Brazilian, fantastic. You did a great posted interview with DL on day 1, at the end of day 1, didn't you? He talked about his yoga center where he teaches, but he also just has this fantastic energy and spirit. What a real wonderful human being.
He's such a Brazilian Jerry Lopez in a way.
Love it, the Brazilian Jerry Lopez. Great stuff. Teaches yoga back home in Brazil. He's going to be coming up in heat number 3. As we can see on your screen there, Ben Newman in second with his spotter, Rosina, as I just shared, the first female high-performance coach in Germany. They've got 3 minutes 40 seconds remaining. They've got a 4.83 and a 2.73. It was a pretty low scoring affair for Ben Newman in the opening round, a 1.43 and a 0.7. So this 4.83 is going to be a very significant score for Ben, and the 2.73 currently would go into his top 2. So it's the top 6 surfers on the leaderboard who will qualify for the knockout semi-finals. 3 surfer in each semi-final. So this has been important for Ben Newman. Thomas De Silva has bettered his backup score, the 5.83, but he's not bettered the 6 that he scored in his qualifying round. So Thomas De Silva looking good as our number 1 seed still. He's having a charge at this one. He's up and riding, locked in, bottom turn, that wave dying, fades out. He won't replace the score, but he's in the driving seat.
Yeah, and you can really see the power of those offshore winds picking up. As you can see the spray coming off the lip, and it just kind of like picked up his board and just hooked him out of that wave. So definitely the wave selection, something bigger, something with more power that's going to be able to overcome that forward force of the wind.
Absolutely, and definitely gusty. You can see how it blows hard and then it backs off. So that's going to be a significant factor, but it's going to be advantageous for the surfers with a little bit more shelter surfing around the higher tide. High tide 11:04, smallest day of the window today, but we've been blessed with fantastic conditions. Day 1 and day 2. If you haven't seen the highlights reel, go and check it out. But watch out, Italy on the inside, going for the takeoff. Mario unable to get to his feet, and out back it looks like Thomas De Silva, Tom, our silver medalist, locks, bottom turns, and this little top turn redirection change there. You can see the energy and the control. He's stoked with that.
One thing that I did notice, you saw Ben Newman scrambling over. Ben actually had a higher priority there. So if his spotter was able to get him into position to get that wave, they could have forced an interference call on Thomas De Silva, or he would have just had to duck out and Ben would have gotten that wave, but they were just a little bit off to the shoulder.
Ben actually originally from Garmisch, which is an alpine ski town in Bavaria, southern Germany. Beautiful place, actually. I've been skiing. I went on a school ski trip there in the early 1990s in my youth. Fantastic area. So, of course, in those alpine countries of Germany, France, Italy, that, you know, skiing is a central part of their culture, in the way that surfing is a big part of Californian culture, and a lot of the para athletes have a close relationship with the alpine para sports as well. As we can see, Ben Newman, here he is, he's up and riding, nice bottom turn, cuts it back, good control, gets low, just feels out the line here as this wave fades, but he really elegantly works it through, and a couple of direction changes. My instinct says that's going to replace that 2.73.
I really like that one. That might have been his best wave of the heat. And so he's holding a 4.83. I wouldn't be surprised if he got something close to that for that ride.
Well, we're moving into the last 20 seconds, and Thomas De Silva is up with a really nice bottom turn on the backside there, opening into the right-hander, and he just hooks it back, and there's 20 seconds remaining, and he is just so fired up, Ben. He is so full of energy and beans, and if he does stay in the lead, that post-heat interview, he is going to be absolutely joyous to listen to.
The funny thing is there's 5 seconds on the clock, and he's motoring his way out there, wanting another one.
Great stuff.
Just misses the buzzer beater.
Well, congratulations for that performance. Thomas and Ben, well done, Mario. Mario hasn't got the scores he needs to get into the semi-finals, but let's feast on this from Thomas and stay with us, because coming up, we've got our reigning gold medalist, Kirk Watson, and Anthony and Roy coming into the booth to call the action.
This message is for all surfers in the world. The oceans need us today more than ever. This Sands of the World ceremony is our way of uniting the world in peace through surfing.
Now let's begin the Sands of the World ceremony.
It's the ISA symbol, and it symbolizes what we know: peace in the world through surfing. It's a meaningful ceremony in which you bring sand from your beach, you pour it there with your teammates. This ceremony stays with them for the rest of their life. When it came to Tahiti, Tahiti embraced the opening ceremony with the Sands of the World. And the beautiful box that we have today, it's staying in the Hupo.
To be a surfer is not only to go surfing. It is also to take care of the oceans, to be good people inside and outside of the water.
Hello and welcome to Huntington Beach, California. I'm Kelly Miller, President and CEO of Visit Huntington Beach.
Known as Surf City, USA, Huntington Beach boasts 10 miles of coastline and the most consistent waves on the West Coast. Huntington Beach has it all, with endless summer weather, year-round events, outdoor activities, and oceanfront resorts and spas. So get ready to be inspired, be connected, and be here. Huntington Beach. Plan your visit at surfcityusa.com.
And welcome back to the 2024 ISA World Parasurfing Championship. We have up and riding Pablo Martinez from Argentina in green. Kirk Watson, the reigning champion, up and riding. So this heat's starting off with a bang in the first 2 minutes. Roy, good morning.
Good morning, my man. Welcome back to the booth. You got educated yesterday, and now today we're going to be educating folks on parasurfing. Currently here in our men's V1 round 2. This is our completely blind division, and we've got one of the heavy hitters in the water, Mr. Kirk Watson, the reigning AASP world champion, representing Australia. And who else do we have in this heat, Anthony?
Kirk Watson in red, that red jersey. Andres Campo from Spain, and Pablo Martinez in green from Argentina. So 3 competitors in this heat. We're in the second round, so their scores from the first round will carry over, and we'll follow the leaderboard the best that we can. And these athletes are hoping to make it into the top 6 that will advance into the semifinals later this week.
You know, we were talking as we were waiting to jump in the booth after the awesome opening segment that our good friends Sam and Ben threw down to open up day 3 of competition here. You know, we're talking about the wind. I think the wind is going to play a factor. There's a lot of visually impaired divisions today, V1, V2 for the men's and the women's. And obviously, you know, they use heightened senses to better their ability in the water. And, you know, with gusts up to 35 miles an hour today, I think we're going to see a little bit of some challenging conditions and some challenging riding. But still, no one sends it harder than this group, as we were talking off screen a little while ago.
Yes, they just absolutely charge, and the wind's going to be charging throughout the day. Starting out, it was light at 6 a.m., blowing at about 1 mile per hour, and every 3 hours it's picking up, going up to 20 miles per hour as red. Kirk Watson from the northern beaches of Australia, just a quick up and out. His favorite break is Bungan Surf Beach on the northern beaches there. I spent a lot of time in Sydney, used to lifeguard in Manly Beach as Sam and Ben were talking about the first world championship in 1964 held in Manly Beach. And the women's champion that year, Phyllis O'Donnell, she passed yesterday. And so great shout out to her memory and the memory of Midget Farley as well, the first champion. He's actually from Manly Beach in Sydney in Australia. So a lot of surfing history. ISA celebrating 60 years this year.
Yeah, and, you know, a really nice post from ISA Surf this morning, you know, basically celebrating the life of the first ever female champion back in 1964. With that, 60 years as ISA, as you've mentioned, and really impressive what's been accomplished in the last 60 years, Anthony.
And we're lucky to have Rachel Tilley with us again here today. Rachel's down on the sound. Rachel, who do you have with you?
Thanks so much, Ben. I'm here with Thomas, representing Team France. Congratulations on your heat win. Talk to me about how the conditions are feeling out there today.
Yeah, the feeling was really hard today because waves were really buzzy. It was really smooth waves, so I didn't have lots of feeling under my board with my foot. It was a bit hard, but it's like that.
And it's really strong wind at the moment, which I know can make the conditions really cold out there. Did that have an effect on you at all?
Yeah, today it was really cold for sure. Yeah. It's not cool for that, but it's so cool to be here with all community parasurfers, with the French team. It's really nice. It's a really cool experience.
And talk to me about your equipment. This board is looking really nice under your feet and looks like a fun board under your arm right now. Talk to me about what you're riding.
Yeah, I love my board because it's perfect board for small waves, and actually I've got front pad for my foot, like that I can feel where I am, and for my feeling it's better. It's better to have wax, you know.
Yeah, that makes perfect sense. Well, thank you so much. Is there anything you'd like to say back to your friends and family watching in France?
Yeah, bisous Camille, Charlotte, je vous ai pas big up la dernière fois. Bliss Gang, Gangster Shit, Bliss on est là ou quoi? Représente!
Back to you guys.
The French gangster. I love it. What a great interview. It's one of my favorite parts about this event is hearing the athletes after they win their heat, you know, to get a chance to talk about their equipment, their family, their friends, their supporters. And Ben and Rachel doing an incredible job researching and helping us to get to know the competitors more.
You know, speaking of a competitor, there's one of our women's prone 2, a legacy within the parasurf community, and Coronado's unofficial mayor. That is Quinn Waitley, who will be competing later today in women's prone 2. Her teammate behind her, Ashley Bunting. I think all this new gear that Team USA has procured for their team today is going to be in full force with the winds. It just sounded like a flock of seagulls took off from the top of our tent in here, and I think we're going to have a very long day of interesting sounds from this gusting wind.
It's going to continue to pick up. We're looking at about noon to be the peak, and they're talking on Surfline 28 miles per hour with 49 miles per hour gusts. Oh, look at those wheelchair tricks right there. So showing off the water to prepare for on the water. And that last shot we saw some white water actually in the background from the wind.
Yeah, I mean, you can see just in each competitor's hair today blowing in different directions that wind is going to be a factor. But once again, there in that shot, Team France right out behind our booth. They are fully representing, and I also think, as I mentioned to you, I think they have someone in every heat.
They do have a full team of 17 competitors, so we have 9 different classifications, male and female, so there's 18 different divisions. So they have a competitor in each of the divisions, and as you just mentioned, they're crushing it in every heat. And up and riding, Kurt Watson, you can see him S-turning his way on a beautiful wave. How does he do it? We keep asking ourselves, and that's going to be a good score. Kurt currently sitting in second place overall, and that was a nugget of a wave.
Oh my God. I mean, he just absolutely surfed that wave to its maximum potential. He had the Huntington hop in there as he went to get down the line a little bit, and just beautiful S-turns, and what a takeoff. I mean, starting right in the peak of the wave, coming out in front of it, and really just staying right with the entire white ball, the power of the wave. A little Huntington hop in there just to get a little bit farther, and got to throw in one victory back off the back of it. And what a wave. This is going to be an exciting one to see. Kurt with a 2.77 and a 2.53. You know, Kurt is no stranger to winning. As I mentioned, he won the AASP Global Tour this past year. And here we go, surfer in blue, Anthony.
That's Andres Campo, and just not able to paddle into that wave. But on that last replay, you can see Kirk's spotter in the background excitedly paddling towards him to give him some congratulations. That was perfect positioning right there. And he did a great job on that first bottom turn to get out in front of the wave onto the green part of the wave and not get stuck behind it. Excellent surfing by the 51-year-old from Sydney, Australia.
And there we go. Score comes in, nearly doubled his best score to date right here, a 5.5 that he's now adding with a 2.77. The other day, Kirk's top waves in round 1 were a 2.6 and a 2.63, meaning that his 2 scores already are putting him ahead, which, you know, with Thomas Da Silva from France, he'll need another big score like he just got, as Thomas Da Silva has a 6 and a 5.85. And again, these are unofficial. This is us doing maths, and this is us doing our best to try to put these scores together for folks so we can keep you up to date. But just a reminder, Parasurfing Vision Impairment 1, surfers who have a visual impairment defined by IBSA Sports Class B1. And here's a little fun fact I just learned. ISA 60 years ago actually was ISF. It started as the International Surfing Federation, but now has adapted to the name of ISA, International Surfing Association. So in 60 years, they've kept the tradition of making sure that international surfing is at their highest level of what they do in stewarding the ocean as surfers, not just on the waves, but also ensuring that we always have waves.
Like we talked about, that first World Championship in Manly Beach, which is on the Sydney northern beaches. A lot of surfing history in Australia, of course. Duke Kahanamoku was the first surfer to surf there. Pablo Martinez from Argentina up and riding. Gets to his feet, stays nice and low to make it through that tricky section. He's angling right. Board comes off, remembering that hand helmet so the board doesn't hit you. And Kirk Watson, the reigning champ, up again. S-turning his way down the line, crouches low, using his hand to get out in front of the wave with a beautiful bottom turn there. And he's continuing on, and he's stoked. Gave the thumbs up. We see you, Kirk. We see you.
Oh, man. Cheers to him and the waves. Him and his spotter are putting him on. Not only is he choosing good waves, he's getting into the wave exactly at the point that the wave's perfectly breaking, staying in that pocket. I mean, you're talking about some world-class surfing from this world-class champion right here, and really demonstrating how well him and his spotter, his assistant, his water caddy, whatever you want to add that amazing title to his surfing buddy. But here we go again on the replay. Surfer in red just absolutely painting a perfect S with those initial turns, and then really going down the line, utilizing that Huntington hop to get himself out, and then the thumbs up cheers to celebrate it all.
You can see how stoked we were right there. Yeah, that was you going. That was unbelievable. It's really unbelievable how amazing these surfers are. And there you can see us, just a replay of us amazed by the athletes, and that's constant through the day. Oh, look at this set.
Wow, and look at the ones behind it coming with it. It's going to be a great morning until this wind maybe affects there. But I mean, I have coffee in hand, and the coffee is not doing the same justice that Kirk Watson in his surfing is. Look at that, a 7.0 for that next wave. Really liking that right that he's taking away from the pier.
I think that wave was a little bit bigger than the 5.5, and he had a little bit more speed. Some of his S turns were a little bit more critical, so the judges rewarding him a score in the good range. So well done. Moving into first place overall, going into the semifinal round. So Kirk Watson doing what he does, and that is win.
That's well put right there. Doing what he does, wins. I like the direct point to that.
Perfect Huntington Beach A-frame coming in, and this offshore is going to hold the waves up. Oh, this one's a little bit bigger for Kirk Watson. He's up with a critical bottom turn right in the pocket there. Crouches nice and low. Oh, I can see that stylish stand up there. That was a body claim.
Man, that was just incredible. And then as he gets to the top of the wave, even an able-bodied, fully visioned surfer would lose their balance, and he stays balanced and then drops back in with that body claim that you mentioned. He was right inside. That thing was barreling behind him and started to tube up, and he just sat in there as it started to push him forward. It looked a lot like a wave pool wave there. The way those wave pools generate these like ever-spinning tubes, and he was just sitting right in there. Here we go on the replay. Surfer in red gets a great drop, gets his balance, and then all of a sudden says, yeah, let's take this wave and just keep going and going. This is just exciting to see what Kirk Watson is putting on here from Australia. The Australian Ijikawaris, the sting is in the water right now.
So continuing to talk about Australia and the history of surfing there, and Duke Kahanamoku went to Australia on a swimming exhibition, and he wanted to go surf. Who wouldn't want to surf on Sydney's northern beaches? So he actually went and found some materials and built a board over there. That board is on display at the Freshwater Beach Surf Club there. Surf Club's huge in Australia. And he wanted to go surf, so he went and surfed, and everyone came down to Freshwater Beach. If you've ever been there, it's a very small kind of covey beach, and everyone's like, what's going on? Someone's surfing. And he came in after a few waves, and he grabbed a female. Her name was Margaret, blanking on her name, but brought her out and took her surfing. So the first ever Australian to surf was a female that Duke took out surfing. And of course, we have a statue of Duke Kahanamoku here in Huntington Beach. There's also one in Freshwater Beach, Australia. And the third one, trivia for you fans at home. Where is the third statue of Duke Kahanamoku? It's an easy one.
It's actually real easy. The only thing that's weird about it is he's not facing the water there. He has his back to the water, which is one thing Duke would never say, but it's in Waikiki. It's outside of the Queen's Break. It's where they host the Hawaiian Adaptive Surf Championships. We were there earlier this year in May and having an incredible time. That's part of the AASP four-stop tour this past year, where Kirk Watson was a champion and others that are here competing in the ISA. The amazing thing that I continually find is, like, it's very rare for a sport to have this icon that, you know, so many people relate to, that without this person there would be nothing, and it's sometimes lost in a lot of sports, you know, but in surfing it's a tradition that continues on and is something that, you know, everyone pays respect to.
Yep, agreed. And in response to Duke facing away from the waves, there is a great story written by Dave Parmenter in Surfer Magazine, and in this story, Dave Parmenter was telling the story of a local Hawaiian kid. It was a semi-fictitious story, and one of the reasons that he believes the statue is facing away from the water is because Duke represented aloha. Hawaii, if you think about Waikiki in Duke's lifetime, he was born in the late 1880s, you know, died somewhere in his 60s. Waikiki can never change as much as it changed throughout Duke's lifetime. And even through all of these changes, he's still welcomed visitors with open arms. And I think more than the surfing side, Duke also represents aloha. He went around the world spreading surfing, but more he went around the world and spread the values of aloha and the Hawaiian spirit. And I think that's what that statue represents as it was portrayed in this article by Dave Parmenter. And when I think about it in that sense, I'm like, okay, you've got a point there, but you're right, he would never turn his back on the water.
You know, it's an amazing history lesson that is happening here today, and I'm just taking every bit of knowledge that you are sharing. Aloha spirit, I think, is what you see amongst a lot of these teams, and lucky for me, Team USA's manager, Kevin Olnick, just came in and gifted me one of these USA Para Surf hoodies, which is just, again, just a testament to the Olnicks. I can't say enough great things about what Kevin and Samantha do, not just for Team USA, but just this entire para surf community. Their son Parker competing in Prone 1, a member of Team USA. And, you know, I've spent the last year traveling around, and we actually got to go to Australia this year. We got to surf shipwrecks out right there at the pass, and, you know, what Mark Mono Stewart, but again, the Olnicks were there helping everybody get in and out of the water. And that's the type of spirit that this surfing community exists. If it's adaptive, or if it's Duke, or it's anyone, it's all about the spirit. And you know, hopefully some of the incidences that have happened in the water that make up the news media will start to shudder out, because that's just not needed in this sport. It's all welcoming, and it's all, you know, the waves continue. They always do.
Waves will always come. The only thing about, I didn't see a double extra large sweatshirt come in. I'm not sure if he forgot it or if he went back out.
We'll work on it. I think he went to get it. I think that's what we're, you know, I think that's why he left so quickly.
So 1 minute left to go in this heat. Andres Campo from Spain, not able to get a ride. He's currently sitting in 5th place, so just sort of on the bubble there with 6 surfers advancing into the semifinals. Pablo Martinez, he's trying to get a score that's going to help him. He's got a 2.5 and a 2.17, which actually bumps him into advancement position for now. And Pablo Martinez, one more wave with just 20 seconds to go. We'll see if that's going to better his 2.17. So Pablo was in 8th, and we had Andre in 6th. And Pablo is going to bump above Andres in the overall after 2 rounds to advance him possibly. We still have one more heat to go, but we're going to do the maths.
Yeah, you know, unofficially, it looks like Pablo just put himself in a great place, as in after day 1, you know, Kirk Watson was in 2nd with a 2.6 and a 2.63, and 2.5 and a 2.17 is going to get him. It's going to be very close, put it that way. But we're going to send us out to break after this incredible wave from Kirk Watson from Australia in red.
We are Team USA. Welcome to this year's opening ceremony 2024. Let's go!
Welcome everybody to this beautiful get-together again of the para surfers of the world under the ISA. These are going to be amazing days of surfing in Surf City, USA, Huntington Beach. What a wonderful place full of history for the ISA, for World Championships, for US National Championships, for legends that's been surfing in Huntington Beach for decades and decades and decades. It's part of the history of surfing in the United States. So enjoy these days, enjoy your friends, your colleagues, your fellow competitors from around the world. Thank you very much. Muchas gracias to everybody from the bottom of my heart. Thank you.
Thank you once again, and I would now like to declare the ISA Parasurfing Championship open.
Hello and welcome to Huntington Beach, California. I'm Kelly Miller, President and CEO of Visit Huntington Beach.
Known as Surf City, USA, Huntington Beach boasts 10 miles of coastline and the most consistent waves on the West Coast. Huntington Beach has it all, with endless summer weather, year-round events, outdoor activities, and oceanfront resorts and spas. So get ready to be inspired, be connected, and be here, Huntington Beach. Plan your visit at surfcityusa.com.
He'll participate.
And welcome back to Huntington Beach, California, Surf City, USA. We're here at the 2024 edition of the ISA World Parasurfing Championships. Anthony Vela here with Roy Tuscany. Roy, we're in the final heat in this men's visually impaired 1 division. We have from Brazil in red, Elias Ricardo Diel. From Spain, Tomás Spetebrot. And in green from the USA, Joshua Loya, one of your favorites. And from Team Italy, Matteo Salandri in white.
You know, Josh the Jedi, as he's referred to on a regular basis, is just an incredible guy to get to spend some time with. You know, anybody that's participating in this is just world-class to spend with. But Josh is a member of our Parasurfing Vision Impairment 1 classification, which are surfers who have a visual impairment defined by IBSA Sport Class B1. You know, Josh is from a nunchuck from his practicing martial arts, caught him and split his eyesight. And Josh is so tuned with his other senses. I've spent time with Josh all previous of his accident, and he can describe me to a T, and he's never seen me. And that's what I think, you know, this is why this class is so incredible. The senses each of these surfers use to know when a wave's coming, how to get on a wave, and what waves to go after, and how to surf them is just, it's like that. They can paint a picture without ever seeing the picture.
Yeah, great story. I'm going to come back to that also. We see a couple of rides coming in for Elias Ricardo Diel from Brazil with a 2.5, and up and riding Matteo Salandri already has a 1.83. But you mentioned that yesterday in regards to Joshua Loya, where you asked him, hey, what do I look like? And that's a bold question. And he used his senses to describe you. And so talk about how these athletes are going to use their other senses in order to surf and catch these waves, but also how the wind will play a factor as well. Well, we'll come right back to that. I'm sorry. We're going to go down to Rachel. We have the winner from that last heat. Rachel, take it away.
Thank you so much, guys. Kirk, congratulations. What a dominant performance in that heat. Talk to me about those excellent scores you got.
It was really good fun out there. First wave I was a bit soft, and then Chook moved me, not Chock. He moved me over to another bank, and then we just sent a link up, and it was one after another. I was getting a little buggered out there.
Well, you were looking really strong, and you were looking to replace a couple of 2s that were in your scoreline from round 1. So how does your mental preparation look into going into round 2 when you're trying to improve upon your situation with this round-robin format?
Oh well, Australia, we're battlers, so so I don't want, it's just I really wanted to do it for the team. I really wanted to do it for all the people that supported us back home. Like, this is the first year we've done a fundraiser, and we've had massive support from back home, and and you can still buy merch. So jump onto my Instagram if you want to join the team.
Excellent plug. Congratulations. Is there anything you'd like to say back to everyone watching at home?
Big shout out to the girls. I got like two guide dogs back home, and a cat, and my wife and my daughter. So big shout out to them. And sorry, Sarah, happy birthday for the other day.
Oh. Happy birthday, Sarah. Congratulations. Back to you guys.
Thank you.
He's stoked. What an improvement. Yesterday he had a total heat score of 5.23. And today, with an excellent score and one in the good range for a total heat score of 15.17, jumping to the top of the leaderboard as we will close out this round with this third heat, moving into the semifinals for tomorrow, or for the rest later in the week, excuse me.
And what are we roughly calculating right now? Are you saying, Anthony, for the top 6, just so we know, like, kind of what is that benchmark that's on the bubble? It looks like obviously Pablo Martinez is up around a 4.67 now, but what are we thinking that kind of bubble line is? It's around a mid 7. Okay, so our friend Joshua Loya here is going to have to up some scores. I think all of these guys, Elias had some great scores from the opening day, but again, it looks like everybody in round 2 is where I'm going with this, has upped their scores. We saw Kirk Watson up his score. We saw Thomas Da Silva up his score. So it seems like everybody that's in this needs to know that round 2, more waves are being caught, better maneuvers are being performed, and higher scores are being awarded.
Yes, definitely. You've got to up your game, and that's what these surfers are going to look to do. So we see a set that's coming on the outside that they're just positioned a little too far inside. And it's hard with this offshore. Sometimes during a lull, you get pushed out a little too far, but they actually were a little bit too far in, because you've got to be in closer to catch those waves due to the offshore conditions. So as before the break, before the interview, I was asking you about how they use their senses in order to surf and catch the waves, but also how the wind is going to play a factor into that as well.
Yeah, today, obviously the wind, you're not going to hear as well. You're also going to have, the spray of the water coming off. You're also going to have, the additional just decibels that exist from the wind blowing at these upward gusts of 40 plus miles an hour today, and we're still picking up, we're still ramping up to these. The other things too is you've got to be able to hear your spotter. That spotter is really, it's your takeoff, it's your paddling, and that's going to create a harder time for them, depending on what types of commands that they use and what type of cues that are utilized. Surfers use whistles, surfers use words, but it's really coming down to that. And so, this is going to be an interesting day. We have a lot of visually impaired competitors. I'm excited to see my really good friend from Hawaii, from the island of Maui, Aaron Polk, in the men's VI2 happening later today. And then also, yesterday we got to check out that amazing book that Matt Fortsman has put together from Australia that's got written word and braille. But right here, surfer in blue, Thomas from France. Again, another competitor from France, just absolutely showing how dedicated France is to this competition and filling a lot of good surfers. And surfer in white, Anthony.
With an angling takeoff, gets up, stays nice and low, screaming down the line, tries to go off the top, but that was a great takeoff. His positioning was perfect on that wave, and I think had he not been angling on the takeoff, it would have been hard. But here you can see him trying to make his way out, can sense that wave's coming, and just dips the nose to get under that wave. And Joshua Loya just a little bit too far inside on that one. So everyone a little far inside. The spotters are there. They're trying to get their surfers back out for another wave.
Yeah, Josh right there, that was going to be one of those late drops, and if he would have done it, would have been one of those skyrocketing right ones to the beach. I do agree with you. We've talked about it the last couple days about, there's a tremendous amount of speed that's needed to get out in front of some of these waves. And, that angle approach of takeoffs, as we saw with the surfer in white, really allowed some open surf on the face of that wave. If not, I think it would have been just kind of like what Josh was about to embark on, which was a drop and off you go. And that one really allowed some surfing to happen here. And we have waves in the zone. I mean, even with this wind, you know, and I think the report said 2 to 3. I've seen some maybe it's how I measure 2 to 3 feet, but I'll tell you what, like, there's been some big size waves coming in today.
I agree with you 100%. Each day it's been a foot or two bigger than the forecast, which is great. And Matteo Salandri from Italy, he's trying to come from the bottom. He's trying to go from 10th place, trying to be an outside smoker and move his way up into advancement position. So he needs to score somewhere in the 2 to 3 range. 2 threes will get him a 6 for a total heat score, and it's going to be close. So Matteo doing a great job in the first half of this heat. Both of his scores in this round are higher than his previous scores from round 1. And here's Matteo up and riding again, this time on the left. Another great takeoff, staying nice and low. I love his body position there. Gets back out in front of the wave, turns back into the whitewater. That's what he was lacking on that first wave. Continues riding past the volunteers, and that was a great wave. And he is going to get a great score on that wave, looking to go from 10th into advancement position. He's stoked.
And the thing you've brought up since day one, let's watch him paddle out. He'll be on a rocket ship. Yeah, look at him. Those arms are moving twice as fast as they have. Yeah, he's still fired up. Talking to his spotter out there. They are excited after that wave, and they should be. On the replay here, look at the way the spotter really stays so close to him as wind is staying in a factor and providing that, you know, insight of when to go, when to paddle, when to stand up. And look at this left, comes back in, and then as this thing starts to reform, a lot of folks have kind of fallen off the back, and he stays on there for a little bit and then jumps off with a great celebration. So surfer in white, definitely going to up his current score of a 2.27. Here's our surfer in red from Brazil. I thought it was Kirk. I thought Kirk Watson jumped back out there for a second, to be 100% honest. Both of them wearing the red jerseys, both having with the long surfer hair. But the red jersey today is really not only a prideful thing, but also showing why they're in the red in these heats. An incredible wave there from our surfer from Brazil.
Elias Ricardo Diel from Brazil, currently with a 4 and a 2.5, leading the heat. But we're waiting for a score from Matteo Salandri. And I think that wave, and here's the replay for Elias Diel, and he gets under the lip on that one. And you can see him trying to carve back into the whitewater, hoping that it reforms for something else. He did all of his work out the back, and he's just repositioning himself. Look at that late drop. Take us through it.
You know, as he came down, he really gave that body stand-up posture, too. And as that wave starts to crest over and start to break down, he bends down and gets a little bit of a lip overhead. And while we were seeing this, the leaderboard is just going wild. Elias just got a 6.5 for that last wave there, pairing with a 4, and just propelled him into first. While those scores were tabulating, the surfer in white from Italy, Matteo, got that 4.33 for that left, and now has bumped him into second with a 6.6. And I imagine from the other day, Matteo had, oh, wow, really stepping up from a 0.23 now to a 4 and a 2.27. This top 6 is going to really come down to some math that we're not going to rely ourselves on calculating and letting the great judges calculate, because we will make an unofficial whoops is what will happen.
And just watching, we saw on the bottom of the screen on that last shot, Elias Ricardo Diel looked like he was finished with the heat. And there's Joshua Loya up and riding. The spotter is stoked. He's got a lot of work to do. He was sitting in 9th place, needing to better scores. He's stoked anyway.
The Jedi is fired up. With 6 minutes remaining, he's got a great chance to catch 2 more waves, especially with the consistency of these waves coming in. He will awaiting a score on that last one, or is that the 1.53 that just came in?
That was for the wave that he just caught, just going straight on that one. Our other competitor in this heat, Tomas Spetebro, he's got a lot of work to do. He was in 4th place on the leaderboard, but we've seen a number of scores bump up higher than his total heat score. And so with from our perspective, I believe he is out of advancement position right now. So Spetebro's got some work to do in order to surf again in these semifinals. Wave just going underneath all the competitors. So much action here. It's hard to call all the action, also because it's so exciting. And I really enjoy all the input that you give and all the information about the athletes. But if you don't know as much as Roy Tuscany, you can look on ISAsurfing, follow every day. There's highlights, there's athletes posting and sharing and tagging. You can also check out hashtag ISAsurfing, which all of the competitors are using that hashtag. So you click on that, you'll see posts from all the competitors. Follow everyone, like their posts, comment on them. You know why? Because they get stoked to see new followers and people supporting them, because that's what these athletes need to continue to travel to events, not just local at their home breaks, but countrywide, worldwide, and especially here at the ISA World Parasurfing Championships. And here's a replay.
All right, here's our surfer in blue, as we were
Live
mentioning,
action.
needed a wave, live action, and really kind of got out, but didn't get out in front of that whitewash and had to dive back in. With 4 minutes remaining, he probably decided that this wasn't quite the wave and wanted to get back out for another chance here. Now, don't forget, where are we? Well, we are at Surf City, USA here in Huntington. Amazing support that Visit Huntington Beach is providing to this competition to allow for the 2024 ISA World Parasurfing Championships to happen in this beautiful thing. And even with the wind today, the weather is great. There's very few clouds. The sun is out. The temperature is nice. And we're seeing world-class conditions for these world-class competition from these competitors. And currently, Elias Ricardo Diel from Brazil, 10.5, really upping his scores from the other day. You know, where originally the third place was a 4.67 combined, and now third place is all the way up at a 10.5, as we know that Thomas Da Silva has a very high 11 combination score, and Kirk Watson, after his last heat, is sitting at above 15. You know, we get these sheets every day that show us excellent wave scores, and I imagine tomorrow we're going to see an update on this with excellent wave scores under the name of Kirk Watson from the waves that he just caught in his last heat.
Yep, so 500 and, oh, look at this wave right here by Salandri. Beautiful takeoff there from our drone shot. He's trying to better a 2.27, and out the back we've got Spete Brot. He's not able to get that, but he's bettered his position from yesterday. So we know for sure those top three, I would say, are secure. There are 3 athletes that have double-digit total heat scores, and those 3 are above. And then it gets a little dicey. So it looks like Ben Newman, oh, look at this set. That's more than 2 to 3 foot. That is plus, definitely.
Here
and
we
out
go.
the back, Spete Brot trying to better his position. And a little bit too far out, those offshores pushing him out. But look at that beautiful left.
I think we're going to see Joshua. I think we're going to see the Jedi getting onto one that's peeling around. It's hard sometimes when you see the drone and then you see the other angles and trying to configure where you're exactly looking in the break. But those are definitely bigger than 2 to 3 right there.
Yeah, that was a nice set. And this is excellent. An excellent playing field for these athletes. Everyone getting a chance to showcase their surfing with the 4-person maximum heats, although we have a couple of 5-person heats due to the divisional numbers. In the finals, it will be 4. They're getting 20 minutes to surf in these initial rounds. The finals, if time and conditions permit, will be surfed 25 minutes. They're judged on their 2 best waves, and it looks like we're going to have a little bit of a paddle here. And you see a couple different techniques from the spotters. Some of them choose to be a little bit in front of their surfers. Some of them like to be behind. We see the team in blue from France. The spotter is actually swimming with fins, and he's setting up Tomas for another wave, paddling into this one, getting up to his feet. Just a straight wave in the white water. He's putting some pressure on those heels so that can engage the rails to allow him to go left, hoping that it opens up, which it does not. So Tomas maybe not going to better the 2.77, but his total heat score puts him into, I would say, the bubble position. That 4 range for total heat score is, there's several riders that have that heat score.
And out in the water left is our team in green, Joshua Loya, the Jedi, and then his pusher, his spotter in the water is a gentleman by the name of John White. John White runs a foundation called Waves for All, which hosts adaptive surf camps throughout Southern California, and really gets a lot of folks, you know, disability does not matter, as it's Waves for All, and they are hosting these camps that are producing more and more individuals into this sport of parasurfing and really helping grow the field. You know, it's great people like John White and his program that, you know, are really harnessing the movement of parasurfing and getting more people out there. So kudos to John White, kudos to Waves for All, and kudos to Charles Chaka Webb, who gives me the opportunity to have this insight from afar.
Great insight, and we had so much action in that heat, and we've got much more action coming up right after a short commercial break.
Hello and welcome to Huntington Beach, California. I'm Kelly Miller, President and CEO of Visit Huntington Beach.
Known as Surf City, USA, Huntington Beach boasts 10 miles of coastline and the most consistent waves on the West Coast. Huntington Beach has it all, with endless summer weather, year-round events, outdoor activities, and oceanfront resorts and spas. So get ready to be inspired, be connected, and be here, Huntington Beach. Plan your visit at surfcityusa.com.
This message is for all surfers in the world. The oceans need us today more than ever. The Sands of the World ceremony is our way of uniting the world in peace through surfing.
Now let's begin the Sands of the World ceremony.
It's the ISA symbol, and you know, it symbolizes what we know: peace in the world through surfing. It's a meaningful ceremony in which you bring sand from your beach, you pour it there with your teammates. This ceremony stays with them for the rest of their life. When it came to Tahiti, Tahiti embraced the opening ceremony with the Sands of the World. And the beautiful box that we have today, it's staying in the Hupo.
To be a surfer is not only to go surfing. It is also to take care of the oceans, to be good people inside and outside of the water.
Welcome back to the action. Beautiful day here in Southern California. We are at the 2024 ISA World Parasurfing Championship. We are here in qualifying round number 2 for the Women Visually Impaired 2 division. So you'll see 6 people in the water. 3 of them are surfers. 3 of them are spotters as we have a wave approaching. That's Alali Medina in red, just going over that wave. We've had, and there up and riding is Eloise Lauriel from France. Beautiful left-hander, staying nice and low, engaging that inside rail, able to accelerate to make it, look at her, right in the pocket. This one's going all the way to the pier, and she falls off on that one, or maybe jumps off, I think, as she was getting close to the pier.
I've said this a lot, and I'll continue to say it after we talk about Haley Houston here from Team USA, who I don't think caught a wave in the opening round. So this is awesome to see her in round 2, heat 1, getting up and getting a wave early. France, once again, 2 surfers in this. Once again, competitive surfers in this. France is really here to claim that gold medal for hopefully back-to-back titles. They are putting together really good surfers. The person I'm excited for is Alila Medina in this heat, her and her father Ricky. But first here, surfer in white from Canada, Ling Pai. Great open face turn, came right back to the white ball, and surfer in blue, the one you were talking about a second ago, Anthony, really just balanced, a balanced approach to staying right in with this wave, a left towards, and really focusing where she looks to where she's going, and then the jump off, a little bit of, hey, I'll get off this board and get myself back out there.
And Eloise Lauriel rewarded with a 4.67 for that beautiful left-hand ride that we saw the replay of. So parasurfing vision impairment 2, there are surfers who have a visual impairment defined by the IBSA sport class B2 and B3. So to put that in sort of layman's terms, they can't see. They're legally blind.
So this group here, you know, like my good friend Aaron Polk, who surfs in the men's division, he explains his vision as if you putting 2 fists in front of your eyes about an inch apart. And that's how he sees. So he sees a massive black spot and then a little bit of signs. If you're ever hanging with Aaron, he'll actually stand next to you. And while he talks to you, you're always like, and then you remind yourself, oh, that's how Aaron sees.
Wow. And a little bit of a paddle for Ling Pai, and she just was a little bit in front of that, too far forward on her board, and she goes off the front of it. And rounding out the previous division, we're going to go down with Rachel on the sand.
Thanks so much, guys. Elias, congratulations on your heat win. How are you feeling?
Thank you so much. I feel good. In the morning, wake up and see the strong wind offshore. Put the conditions very nice today, and the waves, the form is very, very nice. Very classic Huntington.
Classic Huntington is right. Did you find the conditions with those strong offshore winds difficult to read the waves today?
No, I think the waves is more easy because the broke slowly in the beach break, and I prefer my favorite condition with offshore wind.
How does this compare to conditions that you normally surf at your beach at home?
At my beach is similar here, is a sand beach, and the waves is similar too. I like the Huntington because the shape of wave is very perfect.
It is perfect, and you made it look excellent out there. Is there anything you'd like to say back to everyone in Brazil who's supporting and watching you?
In Brazil, my friends and my coach and my brother Claudio is a great friend. Have a great support for me, and I love surf every day, and yoga and meditation. This my life.
Well, it's doing you well out there. Congratulations on your heat win, and we'll see you for the next one.
Thank you. See you.
Back to you guys.
Elias Ricardo Diel moving on to the semifinals, so he will be our third seed as we close out the round. And here we see a split of the peak, and that's Alali Medina going left, and that wave closing out on her. But we saw a surfer also going right, and Lou Mechiche from France. She's looking a little bit too far inside. Let's see how she navigates this late takeoff, and too far in front of that wave, and she goes down. And these surfers are experts at wiping out, because that's a part of surfing.
Yeah, you're as good as you are surfing as you are wiping out, and a good wipeout I think goes a long way to keep you humbled and everything. But that right there from our surfer trying to catch that one a hair late. That looked like a rodeo as as the wave came on top of her. Our surfer in green there from France, Louis Machada, absolutely just showing how hard each and every competitor charges. You know, what a smile on our surfer from Brazil, Elias Ricardo Diel. You could see how stoked he was to stand there with Rachel. Amazing interviews have continued to happen on the beach. Today it's a little bit harder. I think Rachel is going to have some really beautiful skin from the amount of sand that is getting sandblasted in her face today. But it didn't stop our surfer from Brazil just so stoked, just out. You could see the joy in that smile on his face as the interview happened out there.
Yep, great interviews happening every single day, every single heat, as we saw a series of wipeout takeoffs on our replay. 3 surfers, 3 wipeouts. The Ocean won on that set. Currently, Eloise Ladiel winning the heat right now with a 4.67. So this is heat number 2 in the qualifying round. There are 5 surfers. 4 of them will move on to the final. So they'll try to see who can get the highest scores. Top 2 waves count. We have 5 judges. They take the highest score and the lowest score, get removed from the overall score line, and then they average the remaining 3 scores. So Aleli with a 2.7 in third place, Ling Pai with a 2.83 in second. And we talked about our surfer from France, Eloise, with a 4.67. She is currently leading this heat.
Question for you, Anthony. If you were in this, would you rather have field of 5 in your division or a field of 6?
Well, that's a good question. I think a field of 6, they would do 2 heats, or 2 rounds with 2 heats, and so you would perhaps get more opportunity. And so that's the magic number. Our contest director, Eric Kramer. So if there are 6 participants, there will be 2 first-round heats, and then they'll reshuffle them, 2 second-round heats, and then straight to a final. The one good part is they get to surf twice as well with 5 people, so they still get 3 surfs if you're going to make the final. But for me, I think I would like to just have more space, although this is a huge playing field, and so they're pretty spread out. And there's been tons of waves ridden. So, we talked about it the other day with, 250 waves yesterday, another 290 waves on day number 2. And so yesterday there was about 8 hours of competition. During those 8 hours, each hour there was 36 scored waves. The judges having a lot of work and the competitors having a lot of opportunity.
Yeah, and you're also seeing, with that number of wave count, 540 waves scored over a 2-day period, as our surfer in red here from Puerto Rico.
Aleli, she absolutely rips, and you can see that kind of double pump bottom turn off the top right there, repositioning back into the whitewater, using that great upper body work right there, and she's milking this one all the way in. She's going to get a reform option here, and she's just ducks under that one. That was a great wave. That's going to be higher than the 4.6. That was one of the best turns we've seen this morning.
That was very similar to the same type of wave that Kirk Watson got to see, above 7 scores on. Her dad, Ricky, paddling out. They're definitely excited. Their communication is phenomenal. We were just at the Waco Surf Ranch with them and watching the way that they just attacked lefts and rights. But here's that beautiful right from our surfer in red. Really gets right out, looks down the line, sees how much maneuverability, goes up there, big old top turn, coming down, cuts all the way back, and now using the white ball to continually Huntington hop her way into the reform. And as it reforms, she's really just kind of getting length of ride and then ducks back in and cuts back in. But look at that initial just turn that she threw up there and then comes up, almost gets the fins out of the water on that initial turn, but then this big old back cut all the way back to the white ball. Just absolutely fun to watch her and her father work as a team, and then just seeing her slay the waves that she gets up on.
Super fun and excellent fundamentals right there. You see on that slow motion replay that carving cutback with excellent body position. 9.33. I talked about it, best turn of the day so far, one of the best turns of the entire event, and that is actually the highest score of the entire event. 9.33 by Aleli Medina from Puerto Rico. Beautiful turn. And again, that carving cutback, typically cutbacks aren't necessarily scored very high, but it was a combination of that first turn. Well, first the takeoff was critical. She positioned perfect on the bottom turn, came right back up after a triple pump bottom turn, smacked it off the top, throwing so much spray, and then perfect execution into that carving cutback. The judges having a couple looks at that one. Fantastic wave. I'd love to see that like 10 more times.
Yeah, highest scoring wave so far has Davi Teixeira from Brazil had the 3 highest waves, but now has been knocked off the top. The ladies are here, and the ladies are making a statement. A 9.33, our highest scoring wave so far during the 2024 World Parasurfing Championships presented by ISA Surf. ISAsurf.org if you're looking to follow along a little bit more. But if you're watching the webcast, that means how you found us, as we are being live broadcasted there, and you can go back and watch the previous days. Our surfer in white from Canada, Ling Pai, comes in and really grabs a great opening turn. Watch this. Here we go. Are we going to see? Nope. She peels off. I thought we were going to see back-to-back waves here, as very similar to the last, but at the last second, Alila decided to pull off that wave. Probably something her father saw, that, or maybe she saw, that said, hey, not quite. But here's that replay you're asking for.
And just look at that bottom turn. So much speed. I love this in live action. Bang, right off the top there. And this beautiful cutback here. And so seeing it in regular motion, I meant to say not live motion, regular motion, you can see how much speed. And if she had one more opportunity on the inside, that might have been close to a perfect wave, because that's as good as you can surf a wave here with these conditions today.
You know, it's not always, you know, the 10 is not always the spectacular jaw-dropping. You know, obviously that was super exciting to see and not taking anything away from it. But every wave has the potential of scoring a 10 on it. It's how the surfer, you know, surfs that said wave and the way that the judges score it. And while everything was exciting about that, that wasn't, you know, a 10-foot over, double overhead type wave, but it was the wave, and she surfed it to the highest capabilities possible and was awarded that 9.33 from the judges.
The 15-year-old from Isabela in Puerto Rico, she's surfing a 5'4", so a small board, and you can see it fits right into the pocket made for these small waves. And she enjoys surfing, but also dancing. And I think that you know, the control of your body whilst dancing for sure applies to surfing, and helped her to get that 9.33. And it's awesome to see the families involved. And you mentioned her dad is out there, and you mentioned it before also with the wind and how maybe they can't hear is as clear as they could in the previous days with less wind. So is that why maybe the spotters are a little closer today, it seems?
Yeah, and you know, I think also, like, not knowing, but we've seen different techniques. You know, some of the spotters were out front, some are behind. But the one thing that continually we've seen time and time again is they're staying very close on those waves, so they can make a last decision, you know, change of plan or whatever they're looking for. We're starting to see some of our women's prone 2 entering the water now, which must mean there's less than 5 minutes remaining in this heat. This is round 2, heat 1 of visually impaired 2 female surfing here at the ISA World Parasurfing Championships.
We're on our 3rd day of competition here, and looking towards the team, overall team medal. We've mentioned it a couple of times, but France not only has a full team, but they are executing in their heats as well. Team USA is looking strong with the total number of competitors, but we saw Joshua Loya in that previous heat not getting scores and will not be in the semifinals for his division. Haley Houston needs a couple of scores to advance. All of the French competitors are doing spectacular. You see Eloise L'Oreal in this heat doing well, and Lou Machiche, she's got some scores and will most likely be in the final also. So it's not only having the number of competitors, but the competitors have to go out and do their surfing.
Yeah, you know, you get 1,000 points towards the team score for first place, and then each position off of first place gets, you know, a less amount of overall points for that overall country's score that goes towards the team medal count. And yeah, right now, Haley Houston from USA, as they're going to be taking 4 or 5, really needs to catch a wave. Now, you know, 1.33 is obtainable, specifically in these conditions. So, you know, watching her in the last 3 minutes, you can see her actually coming inside of the other teams, probably looking to grab an inside wave to post a score, is very crucial. You know, from being 4th to 5th, you also have the chance in the finals. You know, something could go wrong with another competitor. And, you know, this is all like the volunteers are out in full force in bright orange today. This is the crew. They're about to do one of their morning chants, led by an incredible group of leaders here. But this group in orange are the true glue that create the opportunities to keep people safe, to get people in and out of the water. And without them, we wouldn't have the safety you know, high standards that we have. And so kudos to the volunteers, kudos to the orange jerseys. Give them a hello and give them a big high five. Here we go, surfer in white from Canada.
Ling Pai going for the sideways takeoff, not getting into that one, but right here, help me out. We're gonna send Haley Houston a wave right now. Didn't catch a wave in the opening round, hasn't caught a wave so far here today. 2 minutes to go. Come on, Haley Houston, USA. Up and riding is Eloise, and down.
And from the point of our alliteration, is it working? Oh, I thought it was working, but also the alliteration, the 2 H's, Haley Houston. Let's go, Haley Houston. Let's stay right where you are. I think you're in a good spot. Paddle a hair over, or listen to your coach, not to me from the announcer's booth. But I think the juju that you were throwing right there out is definitely going to work in this last minute and a half. Keep shaking, keep sending the good vibes, the mana, and hopefully Haley Houston's going to catch a wave here in the closing minutes.
So that's on screen. Luma Shish. She was currently sitting in 3rd place, so she's looking good for the final. Alali with one more wave, and her surfing is spectacular. And you would, if you just saw her surfing, you would never know she has any sort of impairment. And look at this inside section, cutting back into the whitewater, and one more opportunity for her, trying to maintain her speed, and gets that little bank off the whitewater in 6 inches of water right there. 45 seconds, she's making a decision. She's like, I got a 9.33, I'm good.
I don't
Stop
know.
bien.
She is, that family bleeds surfing, and I imagine with 5 seconds left on the clock, she would still paddle out.
7.5, we heard the live announcers announcing that. That's Kevin, 7.5, so huge heat score as she duck dives under this one, and you can see the volunteers stoked on that score as well. So we don't have the score locked in up on screen right now. And out the back is Ling Pai on a beautiful wave. Excuse me, that's blue. That's Eloise from France. And this is one of the best shaped waves of the heat. Great body position there. You can see her shoulders staying above her hips, above the center of the board. And she's going to take this one all the way to the sand. Step off on the wet sand. Eloise L'Oreal from France, ending that heat with stoke. Well done, Eloise, and Alali with an absolutely blistering heat. 9.33, 7.5, comboed the entire heat. Well done from all of these surfers. We'll see you 4 in the finals. Wow, that was absolutely amazing. So you can see a hug from her spotters. The coaches are stoked, the spotters are stoked. And we'll be right back coming into the booth. We've got Ben and Sam right after a short break.
Parasurfing has the power to bring us together. Together, we push the limits, further the sport, and go for gold. You've crossed countries to get to the World Championships. Let Access Tracks simplify crossing the sand. Access Tracks, the official beach access pathway of the ISA World Parasurfing Championships.
Hello and welcome to Huntington Beach, California. I'm Kelly Miller, President and CEO of Visit Huntington Beach.
Known as Surf City, USA, Huntington Beach boasts 10 miles of coastline and the most consistent waves on the West Coast. Huntington Beach has it all, with endless summer weather, year-round events, outdoor activities, and oceanfront resorts and spas. So get ready to be inspired, be connected, and be here. Huntington Beach. Plan your visit at surfcityusa.com.
Welcome back to the action. It's qualifying round 2 for Prone 2 with the women. Jocelyn Newmiller, Hannah Dines, Georgina Melatini from Argentina, surfing against England and Australia. Of course, Jocelyn, a 5-time world champion across para-canoe and surfing. She's our 2021 gold medalist, couple of silvers across the last 2 years. Could this be her year to get gold? Hannah Dines representing Team England, just features in a fantastic new film by Christina Ianni called Breaks, all about Hannah's adaptive surfing. Looking forward to learning more about that. If you want to, just follow Hannah on Instagram, and she's going to be surfing against the Argentinian Georgina Melatini. So top 2 waves combined. We've already had all of these surfers compete in qualifying round 1. So the way it is that we are determining who will be going in our semi-finals. This is Parasurf Prone 2, riding waves in that prone position. Surfers needing assistance to paddle into the waves while in the water. Ben Waite, Sam Bleakley. Ben, I just had a nice conversation with Hannah Dines, and we'll catch up with that in a sec. But somebody who has just been absolutely incredible. Alili Medina, she got a 9.33 and a 7.05. She's going for her 3rd world title, her 3rd gold medal in 3 years. She is on the glass with Rachel Tilley.
Thanks so much, Sam. Congratulations, Alila, getting a 9.33. First off, let's talk about that wave.
I first started paddling it. I hear my dad go, paddle, paddle, because on the wave before that, I paddled, but I didn't get on it, and I surfed it as best as I could.
Well, you surfed it excellent. You know, going into that heat, we're in a round robin situation, so you're trying to improve upon the 2 scores that you had in your round 1. Talk to me about how you paddled out into this heat with confidence to just obliterate and send home those scores that you had in round 1 and improved your situation.
Yeah, round 1, it was difficult because of conditions, and same as now. But in this round, I could get at least some good waves, and I'm really happy and grateful for that. And going in the water, I was hearing my dad. He's like reminding me of everything I have to do, and that really worked out.
Well, you're going for your 3rd consecutive gold title, your 4th gold medal, world title here at the World Parasurfing Championships. What does that mean to you? And talk to me about how your mind is feeling and trying to stay calm on the path to that.
Well, I feel super happy and grateful, like I said before, because a few years ago, I would have never imagined myself being here. I didn't even know about the competition until like a friend of mine said to me, and I feel really happy, and like I've accomplished a lot in my life.
You've accomplished a whole lot in your life and so much to be proud for, especially that performance that you just had there. Anything you'd like to say back to everyone at home?
Bueno, muchas gracias a todo el mundo por estar viendo. Me siento súper agradecida por todo el apoyo que estoy recibiendo de mis padres, de mis sponsors y de todas mis amistades y de Puerto Rico entero.
Thanks so much. Back to you guys.
Fantastic. Alali just absolutely on fire. A 9.33. Ben, little translation. What did she just say at the end there?
Yeah, so she sent home thanks to all the people who have been supporting her, all her sponsors, her family, and she's just super stoked to be here among friends.
Absolutely. And kicking things off, our Argentinian with a 4.83, a significant score because in her first qualifying round, she dropped a 3.77 and a 2.6. So as it stands, that 4.83 will go into her top 2, and only 6 women will go to the knockout semi-finals. So we've got 3 heats to go in this round. It's the qualifying round 2. We've got world champions coming up. We've got Sarah Almagro from Spain in heat number 2. We've got some legends. Quinn Waitley, of course, Team USA. Talk about Quinn's spirit. I mean, she is the heart and soul of the parasurf community in the States.
Quinn is such a social butterfly here at these events, and she's just active at all times, doing wheelchair line dancing, and she's like a full-on little ball of light here in the area.
Well, Hannah Dines has just dropped a 6.0, so massive score for Hannah. That would also go into her top 2. She's got a 3.47 as her highest score from the opening round 1. So a great start for Hannah, a little kind of rainbow spectrum of nations. Her pusher from Costa Rica, her catcher from the UK, Jack Banting, Jack Patchin catching her, and Ariel from Costa Rica pushing her. So a little international team there, originally from, here it is, this is it, a 6.0 kicking things off. Hannah Dines. What do you think, Benway?
I like this. Nice open face on here, a lot of room to move. However, there are some critical sections. You can see her navigating around this one, looking for that inside reform. As we do have at the high tides, we have that nice transition below the whitewash.
Great wave for Hannah on her Johnny Purton built board there. Really nice opportunity to really solidify her chance to get into the semi-finals, Ben. It looked to be a beautifully ridden ride with control, with rail engagement, with direction changes, and I still think the significant scores are coming off this pier bowl left.
Yeah, and you can really see how that spray is coming off the lips. You can tell it's, well, we can hear it in our tent as we're practically flying out into the lineup with these surfers. But that adds a lot of technical aspects as far as having to navigate your line down the face, not get stuck too high on the wave because you get blown over the back.
Yeah, exactly. And I think it's going to really favor the prone surfers because that low center of gravity, body weight low down on the board. Super great opportunity to really stay locked in the pocket. The upright surface standing obviously is going to be more challenging, and looks to be live action on a backup wave. Hannah Dines, bottom turn, cut back, just readjust. Incredible skills. Hannah's impairment with cerebral palsy, so sometimes that slower transition between what the mind wants to do and what the body will do, but demonstrating her incredible ability, weaving back and forth and then engaging that rail radically through the inside. And incredible lines, elegant speed, great drive through to the inside, and she's going to back up her 6.0 with a really significant score.
Beautiful ride there. Really like that.
Jocelyn Newmiller on a bowly outside right, high and line, and then big spray coming off into a nice sweeping down carve turn, and then setting herself up off the bottom, just back into the pocket. Now eyeing up the opportunity to go further south as she gets some open face and cuts back once more, and then just arcs herself into this section as she's got a little bit left on the face on the inside, and she has gonna have a big score for that one. It looked big, long, fast, and a couple of really, really distinctive down carves as the action continues. Our Argentinian with a 4.83 going left, cuts back, stays high, drops back down into the section on the pier bowl left, and again on rail. Ben, this is a great exchange. You know, really high-end surfing going on. All three of these women could be in the final.
Unbelievable. Just answering back to every ride, and all showing that they have a huge, high degree of skill. And we're going to see that last exchange is really going to give the judges something to chew on for a while.
Yeah, and of course, we've got really strong Santa Ana winds right now, really starting to peak in strength, and I can feel the whole broadcast tent shaking. The judges' stand will be shaking, and you can just see the haze in the air as well. All of that sand stirred up. It's almost got a kind of Sahara Desert feel right now.
Yeah, it's like the movie Dune out there.
Absolutely, yeah. And talking of Dune, I mean, big banking Barcan Dune turns from Jocelyn Newmiller there, and she was throwing sands of spray off the back of the wave. It was really incredible. I think it's going to be the most significant score of the heat, as we can see Australians, Mark Mono-Stewart there. I walked past him 20 minutes ago, and he was pretty stoked about the Santa Anas. In his words, I love him, mate.
Well, at least his beard will catch about 0.0% of that sand flying through the air, so he's working as a filter as well.
As we can see there, that low tide, that high tide coming up, 2 to 4 foot conditions, that south-southwest swell, and those stronger Santa Ana winds building up, and I'm super excited to see what score Jocelyn Newmiller drops, because I feel as if that benchmark score of a 6 backed up by a 6.83 for Hannah Dines, it could well go higher than Hannah's last 6.83.
Yeah, they were both really dynamic rides. Similar place on the sandbar. Both getting that really long stretch with that reform. I think the one thing in Jocelyn's favor is that she hit a little bit higher up on the lip line on that first turn. So we'll see how that affects the score.
Absolutely. So waiting for those last scores to come through, as we can really see that wind blowing strong there. They're the judges on the left of your screen, as Jocelyn Newmiller on a left-hander, bottom turn, big top turn, throwing spray into a second radical maneuver, and then cutting back as she just drives into this bowlier section and attacking it with her trademark style, and really radical on rail into the float and biting out of that float and landing that last maneuver as she drops a 9.5 for that long right-hander. And I think she's going to potentially back that up with a close to excellent range score and really put a lot of pressure on the rest of the field. But Hannah Dines is looking good as well with a 6.83 and a 6, Ben.
Well-deserved score, and it's great to see that the judges are really rewarding these riders for difficult riding in difficult conditions. Now watch this one. This is her last ride, coming off the bottom. And I love how she shifts her weight, gets that front half of the board out, and really emphasizes that it's a big, deep, engaged snap. And driving down, almost slicing someone's yucca fins right there in half as she comes off the bottom, eyes up this next section. But she always has that really good positioning, and her movements forward and back on the board are subtle but very effective, as you see her getting all that speed, putting the brakes on, letting this wave build up as she's drawn back to the bottom. And now she's going to move back up on that nose a little bit, speed it up as she has this end section to connect with. Gets up on that lip and comes down and ends. And then you see with her kick out, she's got drive. She puts it on rail and really kicks out with control.
That was incredible. That was like a tube to flow to end. And in real time, the replay, you can really see her power and her technique. And of course, so much adaptive sporting prowess. She's been a 2 times para canoe world champion in 2016 and 2017. Now, across the different ways of winning a world title, she's been a 3 times Parasurf world champion. She's won gold in 2021. She's got 2 silvers as well. She's from Victoria Harbour, South Australia, but up and riding right now. It's our Argentinian looking to replace a 4.43. She's pumping and driving. Great technique, just using that prone Huntington hop there and then floating it through the inside. And this looks exciting. And look at the buzz from the Argentinian team, Ben.
I really like how she is just completely engaged, giving 100% on every turn, keeping it on rail, driving, and yeah, not as much of a well-known name in this division, but she's really putting herself on the map on this heat.
And talking about putting themselves on the map, top of the leaderboard, a 9.67 for Jocelyn Newman's last ride. So a heat combination, Ben, of 19.17. I think I'd be framing that and putting that on a gold plaqued banner on your front living room. That is absolutely outstanding.
She's secured her first place position, and now it's basically a battle for second. But as we mentioned before, it's a battle for points. And Jocelyn, I think that's our highest score line across the board for our entire competition.
I love following Jocelyn on social media. She does a lot of sit skiing. She does skydiving. She's keen on bike riding, bungee jumping. She's a full adrenaline junkie. And it was that kind of sports mad background that got her into the action sports. And in 2012, she was diagnosed with a rare autoimmune disease, which resulted in her paralysis. And she moved with a wholehearted attitude into the adaptive sports community, became a multiple world champion in para canoe, and has really become a standout in prone adaptive surfing across the last 6 years.
Not to mention becoming a mentor now for the younger riders like Annie Goldsmith, who she introduced the sport to, and now is becoming someone that's also a name in the same division.
Absolutely. And Hannah Dines waiting out there. Hannah herself, a para-Olympian from the GB cycling team in 2016, worked as a pundit for the Paralympics in Tokyo, and she's a European champion in the 100-meter race for paracycling, and she is a regular now at the ISA World Parasurfing Championships. She surfs in 2 areas, Constantine in North Cornwall, quite close to where I live, fantastic stretch of coast in the southwest of the UK, and she also surfs a lot in South Wales with Surfability, of course. Shout out to Ben Clifford and the Surfability team for all of the incredible work they have done. Caswell Beach, a fantastic spot that hosts a lot of the work that Surfability does for surf therapy, para and adaptive surfing. And a big element of their work has really been collaborating with the surfboard builder Johnny Burton, and really not only in the early days developing the first surf chairs for surfers with cerebral palsy and spinal cord injuries, but also super high-end cutting-edge equipment for the likes of Llewellyn Sponge Williams and Hannah Dines across prone and kneel to really perform at the next level with beautifully crafted boards and experimentation for Hannah, of course, her role with all the deck grips. Talk about how important it is to have all of that adaptation in grips and handles and the role they play on boards, Ben.
Well, I really like the work that she did with Surf Deck, with the aftermarket additional grips. They've got hooks to keep their legs in place. They have all these different add-on features that you can just stick onto an existing board. So you can take a board that's not even parasurfing specific, and you can basically grab a board off of the rack, at least add some places to have some grip control, have a special deck to keep them stuck to the board, as well as different hooks and stoppers to basically keep their legs from coming off the board, keep them from shifting around. And so a lot of great work. And one thing you were mentioning is Brakes, that new movie,
yep,
is I got to see a little sneak peek. 'Cause
Yep.
I got a little cameo in there talking about the equipment, and it is very, very cool and really spells out what the sport is as from the eyes of a competitor. It's
Yeah.
really, really cool.
The director, Christina Yaini, she was here last year shooting a lot of the elements of that film. That would have been when your interview was shot here at the 2023 ISA World Para Champs at Huntington, Surf City, USA. And Hannah, the star of the show, a real journey about her movement into adaptive surfing. What did you get to talk about? Was it about the relationship between surfboard design and para surfing performance?
I got to explain the different types of designs for the different divisions. So we went over to the competition area and in where the kind of board locker is, and started pulling out prone boards, kneel boards, wave skis, and kind of explaining in a short discussion about the differences of each model.
You can really see that Santa Ana wind and that haze. I feel like I'm in the Sahara Desert. Have you been to the Sahara Desert, Ben?
I haven't.
I've been to Algeria, Mauritania, Morocco, Mali, and you get this type of like the feeling with the hazy air. But of course, Santa Ana's, you would have grown up, Oceanside, your kind of area, you would have had many Santa Ana runs.
Yeah, and this is also when we've ended the rainy season. We've got this real dry brush. This is when the brush fires happen as well. So people need to be really conscious of that.
Good
and
point.
not dropping cigarettes out in the wild, because that a little spark can spread all over the place. And I remember some of my best surfs in Oceanside with just south swell heaving off shores like this and getting barreled with ash in the sky from the brush fires from Los Angeles.
Wow, wow. Well, there we go. So we're moving into the last 1 minute, 50 seconds, and Jocelyn Newmiller has been absolutely incredible. I mean, a 9.67 and a 9.5, that is electric level all the way, near perfect scores. Just three waves ridden, and 2 of those have been almost perfect. A 6 and a 6.83. Incredible for Hannah Dine. She will move up the leaderboard, and she looks to be fairly safe now for the semi-finals, but there's only room for 6 women across the 2 semi-finals, and with a choice of 10 and 2 more heats to go, it's not guaranteed, but I think Hannah Dines can be really proud of that 6 and that 6.83, and I think that she's going to book herself a spot in the semi-finals. Not confirmed, but I'm feeling positive about it. Maybe I'm just being loyal to my fellow countrywoman.
You do whatever you got to do. But as we're talking about these winds and these conditions, I was just thinking to myself that this prone division is, or all the prone divisions across the board today, are the most favorable for these wind conditions because you're the most aerodynamic on top of the wave.
Yeah.
While all of our other guys all of our other divisions have to take time to get into the waves, get to their feet. Once they're riding, they're also really feeling all of that force, killing their speed going down the wave. And one thing that I've always done is switch from stand-up surfing to body surfing when you get these really strong offshores, because you're the one person that doesn't get affected by the wind while riding the waves.
Yeah, and I think it's a good reminder as well to embrace all approaches of wave riding. But right now, as we move down into the last 15 seconds, it's been an incredible performance for all 3 women. And let's not rule out Georgina Melatini from Argentina, because she has improved on her situation from the opening qualifying round, and she may well have a chance of getting in the semi-finals, but it's going to be difficult because there's big names coming up. We've got the likes of Annie Goldsmith for Australia, Sarah Almagro, our reigning world champion. We've got Beatrice Duran, we've got Quinn Waitley. Let's have a little look at that incredible 9.67 for Jocelyn Newmiller. Feast on this, Parasurf fans. We'll be right back.
The oceans need us today more than ever. The Sands of the World ceremony is our way of uniting the world in peace through surfing.
Now let's begin the Sands of the World ceremony.
It's the ISA symbol, and you know, it symbolizes what we know: peace in the world through surfing. It's a meaningful ceremony in which you bring sand from your beach, you pour it there with your teammates. This ceremony stays with them for the rest of their life. When it came to Tahiti, Tahiti embraced the open ceremony with the sands of the world. And the beautiful box that we have today, it's staying in the Hupo.
To be a surfer is not only to go surfing. It is also to take care of the oceans, to be good people inside and outside of the water.
Hello and welcome to Huntington Beach, California. I'm Kelly Miller, President and CEO of Visit Huntington Beach.
Known as Surf City, USA, Huntington Beach boasts 10 miles of coastline and the most consistent waves on the West Coast. Huntington Beach has it all, with endless summer weather, year-round events, outdoor activities, and oceanfront resorts and spas. So get ready to be inspired, be connected, and be here, Huntington Beach. Plan your visit at surfcityusa.com.
Welcome back to the action as we move into heat number 2, Prone 2 women's. It's the second qualifying round. We've already established some big leaders, but watch out because Sarah Almagro from Spain, the 24-year-old, is our reigning gold medalist. She's going to be surfing against Ashley Bunting for Team USA and young Annie Goldsmith, who would be extremely inspired by the performance of her teammate, her mentor, Jocelyn Newmiller, in that last heat, getting a near perfect score of close to 20 because she got those high 9s. It was a 9.50 backed up by a 9.67, Ben.
Unbelievable. And we were just getting excited over Elali Medina for Puerto Rico getting a 9.33, and we just keep pushing the envelope heat for heat.
And watch out for Sarah because she is an absolutely outstanding surfer, still studying her law degree, and as we get to appreciate Ashley Bunting on this first wave, Ben.
Yeah, I like this, connecting this through. And I believe this is an infinity board.
Steve Bainey.
Steve Bainey. And thinking of Steve and Barry, which is the tandem team. But yeah, Steve Bainey's done a lot of work with Spike, and now we have green, Annie Goldsmith. Finding that right. She may have gotten a little intel from Jocelyn that those high scorings can stretch on through and find that open face. And it actually looks like that the wind is possibly kind of turning out of that direction, keeping that right open as we have red. Sarah Almagro, nice. High line in the pocket, driving, gets it up at the lip line, comes back, navigates over this little kind of cross section of chop.
Wow.
And now she's getting down and getting this other critical section, gets a quick hit there. She's not done. She's fighting her way to that open face and redirects it with another hit on the inside. So
wow,
a lot of action happening.
I love that. First section alone, I mean, she was pretty much under the curtain the whole way for that first run, almost in the tube. Great pocket surfing. I don't think personally it's going to be as big a score as those high 9s we saw from Jocelyn, but I think it's going to be super significant. I mean, check out how deep she is in this section, Ben. I think excellent range.
Yeah, I really like this, how she'd actually hit that on the over vertical in the barrel, basically a snap under the barrel.
Wow.
Comes out, puts that on rail, goes right into this lip line hit, and you can see the spray going over the back. That just shows how high up on the critical section she's hitting it.
Wow.
And then you've got her driving in. She can tell that there's this, you can see that little lateral lump coming across. She knew if she got in front of that, she'd be in kind of a slower area, hard to keep that space, hard to keep that speed through the section. So she let that bump go by and then lets this inside section hit that shallow bar in the shore break. Wow, it's already in.
Yeah.
Okay.
What
I had my
score.
eyes glued to every turn, but you're watching that point screen, 9.33. Spelled it out for the judges really quickly.
Brilliant.
They didn't have to think twice about it.
And amazing, you know, to have seen another competitor who is also got their eyes on that gold medal. She's a defending gold medalist to come straight out there and get a 9.33 right off the bat. That says a lot. It's going to be a super hotly contested push for gold in the final, and she's still going strong on this replay.
Yeah, that was an amazing ride, and I love just all the different flavors that we see of these different surfers.
Ashley Bunting live action. Ashley from New Mexico. Beautiful open face carve there, just redirecting. Great takeoff, good line. Big scores coming through for Sarah Almagro to kick things off. Annie Goldsmith, Team Australia. She's going to back up that 4.27. Ashley Bunting is going to get a second score on the board. She kicked off with a 3.67. I can hear the crowd. There's some excitement out there. Looks like there's some interesting sets coming through. Great energy here, but everybody having to batten down the hatches. And someone who really set the field ablaze, a 9.5 and a 9.67. Massive scores for Jocelyn Newmiller, and she is with Rachel Tilley.
That's absolutely right. Massive scores. Congratulations on such an excellent heat. The second highest heat total that we've seen at the ISA Para World Championships in history. Can you talk to me about how that feels?
Yeah, I think it feels pretty good to know that's the second highest in history, but I think we're just going out there doing the best we can and trying to see what we can execute on the waves that we have.
Well, even just sitting here now, you were saying, what were my scores again? And we talked through that. So you being out there, you were telling me the scores, hearing your scores is nice to hear, but not super relevant necessarily in heat strategy in their own.
Yeah, I think for us, we just try and focus on executing the best waves that we know we can. And I think the scores are just a product of that. So just knowing that if we can execute a good wave, the scores will come. So we can find those out later.
Well, looking to that strategy prior to paddling out, what for you looked like an excellent score? Like, what were you aiming to do in terms of execution?
I guess it's just trying to execute the best waves we had on offer. There was a few really good looking rights that were just running really well, but there was also the odd left, and it looks like we managed to execute on both a left and a right, so very happy with that. A good team effort from the whole team.
Absolutely, and a great team effort. Now, is there anything you'd like to say to all the team that wouldn't be here with you back in Australia?
Yeah, just a huge thank you to not only my crew that helped me get to these events and help push and catch me at these events, but also the crew back home that allow me to get back in the water a couple times a week, and also all the supporters. I think I've been really fortunate to have some great support back home through some sponsors, as well as friends, family, and also my workplace that allows me to come and compete and do this.
Well, you're doing all of them proud, setting history out here, so congratulations, and we'll see you for the next one.
Thank you very much.
Back to you guys.
Great stuff. Laser focus, laser cool. Not too worried about the scores, just focusing on maximizing the scoring potential of the ride. Surfing in the present, that says a lot, and she's surfing at the highest level, and that was really special. And also to have Rachel Tilley conducting that interview, someone right in the center of her competitive career, comes off the back of an incredible year, winning her second WSL World Longboard title, got silver earlier at the ISA World Longboard Champs. I really appreciate the psychology of two elite competitors there, just exchanging interesting points of view.
No, and I love how the ISA has formed this super team of all of these greats in their corner of this sport. And we got Anthony Vella with his race experience and SUP knowledge, and he brings this dynamic of just this excitement of all of the points and the leaderboards. And Roy, of course, being Mr. High Fives, who's fed so much and basically made it possible for a good number of these competitors to even be out here.
Yep, in the words of the High Fives motto, adapt and destroy, as Roy shared with me yesterday. I love that. Here we go, adapting. It's Ashley Bunting off the bottom. Little cut back there, redirects, lines things up, sets herself up, just engaging on that inside rail, holding that handle, a little move forward, and then into a nice carving turn, just going now back north and then just looking back south, a little rail-to-rail work. So great direction changes from Ashley, looking very nice and elegant all the way through to the inside bend. This is going to be a good score.
Yeah, and I love the way that board moves. That's I think it's a reiteration of an original design that Spike Kane had been riding, the big yellow and blue one that we've seen for many years, where it has that big squared out dish concave in the inside to keep their body snug up to the board, but then it's also got that mega extreme nose rocker, which the only way to make that, you can't make that from a blank because blanks don't naturally have that much rocker, so he's having to probably cut out a block of foam to create that much curve in the front, which just makes sure that they never plug the nose.
And if you read her biography on the ISAsurfing website, you can see that she had a car accident in 2018, and then falling in love with surfing, she emphasized how when she was in the water, she didn't need to worry about the pain she was experiencing or her limited access to everything. She suddenly felt independent and competitive for the first time in a long time. It was such an adrenaline rush. And I think that's very empowering to think of the competitiveness that being in the ocean gives you. And somebody who's got ultra competitiveness up and riding with first priority, but it looks like Annie did take that wave, so there may well be an interference call. Sarah did have the one next to her name, so she would have had first priority, but it may well be that Annie's pusher had just already committed her to the wave and she couldn't turn off in time.
Yeah, that kind of seems like it. And I'm not sure if that really inhibited the scoring potential of that wave for Sarah, but that is up to the judges to decide.
So Sarah will drop a second score. She's kicked off with a 9.33. There'll be a little bit of a sense of frustration, I think, from Sarah there. She would have recognized that that kind of did really kind of, it kind of affected her a little bit in the sense that we saw her lift her arm, take her shoulder off the rail line. She had a good opening section there, but it did look to be one of those waves that was just fading out in size. So whether it would have been a super significant score, but it certainly would have been a strong backup wave. But if we look at some of the scores she got in the opening round, it was a 6.17 and a 6. Here it is, Ben, on the replay.
Okay, so it did look like Annie was kind of in the way before she knew she was already in that one. Looked back. I think she was conscious that she was in second priority because she looked over with a little bit of a look of, oh, like what just happened?
Yeah.
And it's difficult because you do give the pushers, give them a good nudge to get them in the wave, but once you've given them that nudge, you don't have the contact of the board to pull them back out. Once they're shot off, and you can't put on the brakes, and neither can they.
Well, let's have a little bit of attention, folks. Focus on the young Annie Goldsmith, the 16-year-old, one of the youngest competitors here from Adelaide. Of course, we were talking about Jocelyn being a mentor for Annie, as we can just see that.
We did have a priority interference because we see that little triangle next to the bottom right score of Annie. So a priority interference takes away that second score, that backup score. So now she's on a 4.27, needing 7.10 to advance through.
And she does carry a couple of 2s from the opening round. So already that 4.27 could be favorable for her, but it's going to be very difficult for her to get up into the top 6. We can't rule it out, but at the moment, right now, our top 6 is looking quite secure for Jocelyn Newmiller and Sarah Almagro. I think Hannah Dines is looking pretty safe in there, but we still have the remainder of this heat to go. And then we have heat number 3, Beatrice Durand for France, Quinn Waitley for Team USA, Celine Roulard for France, and Monique Oliviere for Brazil. Monique, a very strong surfer. Celine and Beatrice also can get big scores, as can Quinn. But I think at the moment, what we're seeing is Jocelyn and Sarah kind of the two favorites for gold when we shift towards the finals.
Yeah, I'd have to agree with that. Hannah also looking very, very strong.
Yeah, and she'll be pleased that you're putting her up there on that list. And I think she can certainly get a medal in the final. I think Hannah could be well up there. But I think it's inspiring for Hannah at the moment as well to see the lines that are being drawn by Jocelyn and Sarah. But of course, everybody's impairments are different. And with Hannah and the cerebral palsy that she experiences, she has a different technique. It's more of the Jessie Ballauer technique, where it's in the subtle use in the elbows. That trunk strength that you see from Sarah there allows that different carving line on that smaller board. So 2 different approaches, but I think Hannah has got a very high chance of getting in that final and going for a medal.
Yeah, despite her condition, she's still quite aggressive in her maneuvers. But just as you said, I mean, Sarah Almagro and Jocelyn Newmiller just have that aggressive dynamics to their riding.
Have you caught up much about Hannah's odyssey to get barreled? because last year that was her aim. She was like, I really want to experience a tube, and she's been spending time in Costa Rica. And I need to ask her after my break. I'm going to catch up. Where are you at with that aim for her to get her first in and out of the tube experience? I think she probably has experienced that by now, because it was a year ago we were talking about it, and she's been doing a lot of competition and a lot of traveling and training this year.
I think a wave pool could definitely give her that experience, especially as a wave pool barrel is relatively short.
Yep.
And has a quick exit, so that would be probably the easiest way to get that feeling if you're looking for that.
So this is para surfing prone 2 surfers in that prone position who need assistance to paddle into waves and while in the water. So it's a team of 3. There's the surfer, there's the pusher, there's the catcher. The pusher can help the surfer get the wave. Once the surfer is on the wave, they're surfing independently, then the catcher will be positioned. Talk about the places that the catcher might go, Ben, between the sand or the shallows.
It's so difficult, as you really are having to almost predict what your rider's thinking while they're on the wave, and start going towards where they may end up. But you can't just sit there and watch the ride, because usually they'll just blow right past you, and then you're chasing them to the shore break. So you really need to be in constant movement and predicting every move from the riders. And the pusher as well. Pusher has to really watch out, make sure that there's no sets, not to mention keep them out of a priority situation, which you saw earlier.
Live action, Ashley Bunting, great section there. Bottom turns right in the bowl, trimming, accelerating, little readjustment, cut back there, out on the face, and then it just straightens things up a little bit in the foam, engages that inside shoulder there to just accelerate, and then turning back to the north side. Nice opening line there, and again working it all the way through to the inside, looking to replace one of those backup 3s. I feel, Ben, that might well go into her top 2, as we can see Annie Goldsmith on a big overhead section taking the drop very well there.
Yeah, I really like, as we're watching Ashley at the moment, she's got a very similar riding style to Jocelyn. You see how she's really close to the nose? A lot of the other riders have a lot of nose out in front of them, but they have this real forward, aggressive style, which also helps in these windy conditions.
And talk about some of the design elements on the top of Annie's board just there, Ben, that we saw.
Yeah, so you can see handles to keep her hands in place to control the board. You can see those fins sticking out of the deck, having that reverse fin plug set up where the fins are to keep her legs in place, keep centered on the board. But you can see the addition of the little kicktails from a traction pad, the dead stopper on the back. They'll slice those off, and they'll put them laterally to work together with those fins, so that you actually have a row of support holding the legs in place.
Brilliant intel there from Ben Way. Of course, Ben, a shaper of not only the 50-50 wave skates, but also some of the best parasurf equipment on the planet. You've got a couple of orders coming up, I hear, as well. This has been a productive few days for you.
I got well, you know what? It doesn't pay the rent, but I'm pretty stoked on working on with some new designs with some new riders with different conditions that are sort of fresh to the sport. So I've actually sent out my personal board for a surfer that's in the Neil division for Team Israel for the first time.
Yep.
And she had gone out on this big board, way too big for her body weight. She's 46 kilos, which is exactly half of my weight. Not saying how fat I am. But I'm sending her out on my 5'6", which is made for an able-bodied stand-up surfer in small waves to support my weight. And I'm looking forward to see how that worked out. She said she might just take a chance and ride that in the heat.
Great wave there to end things for Annie Goldsmith. Did have an interference, but that 4.27 will go into her top 2 as we move down into the final seconds. And Sarah Almagro, our reigning world champion from Malaga on the Mediterranean coast, studying a law degree in her final year. She is going to book herself a spot in the semi-finals, and she's going to hope to defend her gold medal if she advances through the semis and gets into that grand final, Ben.
Yeah, she always looks solid. She's always on her game and in tune. And yeah, we had expected to see her moving into the finals.
Absolutely. Well, we'll be moving on to heat number 3 real soon. Stay with us. We'll be right back after this short break.
There's something profoundly spiritual about riding waves. Water is transformative, healing. You're at the mercy of Mother Nature, the ever-changing movement of water. The ocean is the great equalizer. You don't need to belong to a certain race, religion, or gender to surf. The pursuit of these fleeting walls transcends sport. It's a way of life. And surfing has the power to change the world and has now taken its place on the world's greatest sporting stage, the Olympic Games. The International Surfing Association is the world's governing body of surfing, recognised by the International Olympic Committee with member nations around the globe. This is the International Surfing Association. This is a better world through surfing.
Thanks so much for staying with us, or thanks for tuning in. It's a joy and honor, a pleasure to have your company as we continue day 3 live from Surf City, USA, Huntington Beach for the 9th edition of the ISA World Para Surfing Championship. And right now it's heat number 3 of qualifying round 2 of women's prone 2. People surfing in a prone position who require assistance into the wave, and on the inside as that Santa Ana wind really starts to show its force, its grit, its teeth, its dust, its sand, its everything, Ben.
Yeah, it looks like we've had a lot going on during that commercial break as we have scores coming in for red, blue, and green.
Wow.
Pretty exciting stuff here, and would be expected by some very big names in the in this division.
Wow. Up and riding right now. Quinn Waitley, Team USA, beautiful pier bowl left, locked into that pocket, cuts back, deals with the bounce, and it's actually Celine Roulard. So the Santa Ana dust got the better of me then, and I thought it was Quinn Waitley, but it's our French surfer Celine getting her second score, and I can hear Team France behind hooting and cheering for Celine from Beaune on the Basque coast of southwest France, a copper medalist in 2022, a bronze medalist last year in this division, as we can see her teammate Beatrice Duran from L'Espa Médoc in the Nouvelle Aquitaine in southwest France. She is a 53-year-old and she has rocked herself through to the inside, riding her 6.6. She works as a lecturer, and Team France looking good already. 2 scores on the board for both of the Team France surfers.
Yeah, well, they you could see at the end of the ride, the catcher actually had to jump on and actually get pulled about 10 feet through the water. They were on a smoking ride with tons of speed, and they could see, the catchers could see that there was no more scoring potential, so they stopped them early in their tracks to kind of make that trek back to the outside a little quicker.
Absolutely. So scores coming through for Quinn Waitley. She's got a 4, so great start for Quinn, a multiple U.S. national champion from San Diego. Of course, talk about Quinn's family as well. I mean, she comes from a really important surfing family.
Well, yes, she has three sisters, I think. Or no, 4 sisters. 5 sisters? 7 sisters. Okay, 7 total. We're getting the input from Roy, but yeah, their family. David Waitley is the pusher for and volunteer for many other riders, but had gotten Quinn into surfing and into this prone sport very early. You can see him pushing her along out there on the outside.
On her Tomo boards, normally rides the Daniel Tomo boards, yeah?
Quinn has been switching stuff around every season.
Yep.
She's still got a board of mine that we made with High Five. She said she's still hoping to raise her level because she said it's just way too responsive for her.
Here we go, live action. Quinn Waitley in the pier bowl left, pushed in by her dad, David. Nice engaged rail turn, cuts back, and then accelerates out onto the shoulder here, and then again in the pocket, big cut back. She's already got a 4. I feel already that this is going to go higher than the 4 for those first 3 maneuvers alone, and now aiming south, just engaging that inside rail and just biting and just getting some acceleration, a big sweep direction change turn. We have to really emphasize how all of those direction changes, even through the whitewater, are significant rail-to-rail maneuvers with a higher degree of difficulty, and the judges will recognize and reward those.
I really think so, and I really like that ride as well as the wave selection by David out there. Just sending her on a wave that he knew would not close out. The right seemed to have a little bit more of a running section, so eyeing that up and noticing that at that point in the sets that there was that open space, that nice open shoulder, that would keep her away from the pier, keep her from running into the pier, but also gave her that option of a reform right on the inside.
And if my notes are correct, that of the 7 girls in the family, 4 are identical twins. Roy, is that a thumbs up? That 4 are, yeah, thumbs up from Roy Tuscany on the sidelines here. Good job, Roy. And talking of the sidelines, let's get down to our surfer from Malaga on the Mediterranean coast, representing Spain, a reigning world champion, Sarah Almagro, is with Rachel Tilley.
Thanks so much, guys. You're right, our reigning world champion, demonstrating why she's world champion, getting a 9.23 in that last heat. Talk to me about that wave.
It was incredible. We saw the right wave, so we took it as we were looking for a big wave to improve our score. That the previous heat were like 2.6, so we were just waiting for the big wave to the bomb.
Right, so you went in already knowing you were looking good for that advancing position, and you were wanting to just, basically your goal was to improve upon that 6, and so you're super selective with your wave selection.
Sure, that was our strategy. We tried to wait until the bomb came, and it appears.
Executed perfectly. You know, the conditions today are so windy. For us on the beach, it's pretty uncomfortable. Lots of sand flying around. But it looks like it's creating a really nice canvas for you out there.
Yeah, the conditions are better, but for me are difficult because my weight is not enough to do this, so I changed my board. This is called La Pasma, which is called, it means police in Spanish, and it has like more weight, so I don't fly during the maneuver.
Makes sense. That's super interesting. Thank you for sharing. And your team here, you've been working with them exclusively this year specifically. You're on a bit of a winning streak at the moment, winning the past 2 events together, past 3 events together. This is the 3rd event. Hopefully the 3rd event win. Talk to me about how important this team relationship is.
It's like I put my life in their hands, literally. So we have to be in a very good coordination, connection, and not just in the water, just also down here outside the water. So it's very important to act like a team.
Well, you guys have great camaraderie at the moment. You can go celebrate a fantastic heat win and get warm.
Yeah, for sure. I'm cold.
Back to you guys in the booth.
Fantastic. Great to hear that. Looking for the bomb. She got the bomb. She got the score. She's pretty proud of her performance. She's going to want to build on it, though, because she's got some stiff competition for gold from Jocelyn. But she's looking confident, talking about a little adaptation of equipment, making use of an extra heavier board to deal with this wind.
She used the police to arrest some big scores.
That's what you were laughing at. I love it.
No, that wasn't what I was laughing at. Anthony was making me laugh.
Oh,
but,
okay.
We have a lot of fun in here. But also, Sarah and her pusher and her catcher, both named Alejandro. They're such a tight team, and keeping her being conscious of that wind and her light body weight, making sure that she's still getting down the face out of those maneuvers. That was a smart choice to pick a heavier board.
Absolutely. And talking of some heavyweight scores, it's a 5 for Quinn Waitley, backed up by a 4. It's a 6 from Beatrice Duran, representing Team France. So Beatrice is in second, Quinn is out there in first. As it stands, that 5 will be a significant score for Quinn because it would add to her 4.43 she scored in her opening qualifying round. And for Beatrice, that 6 is extremely important because she would add that to her opening round highest score of a 5. So now pressures on Celine, and it doesn't look like I can see Monique Oliveira out there in the lineup. Our 2017 copper medalist from the World Parasurfing Championship in prone 2 from Rio de Janeiro. I have seen her around the beach today, but I can't see her out in the lineup, so maybe she has not been able to compete. But what about this from Quinn, Ben? It comes out at a 5.
I love this. She puts it on rail. She's eyeing out, making sure she doesn't get too far out on that open shoulder, connecting with the power of the wave, fading back, looking at her options. She could tell that turning right and getting this inside transition would be the better scoring option. And she just leans in and drives across that section as she comes shooting out. And here we have Beatriz. And she got a nice drive down the face, keeps it low, being very conscious to keep fighting that wind. And wow, she really wrestles the nose from purling and keeps that forward motion to make this inside connection. I like this ride.
Yeah, really great use of that first section as well. Incredible top to bottom approach. You could really see that had a great amount of scoring potential, and she delivered, and she is in first priority here as she looks to get the pier bowl left, right in the hook, low, nice line into the nice smooth cutback. Rebounds off the foam. She's got a big section to deal with here, and she hits that foam and comes charging out of that section and then readjusts to the south, and that was a beautiful combination of maneuvers. Ben, I'm liking that. I'm saying that's going to go biggest score of the heat so far.
Yeah, we're going to see what happens here. I really liked it was one of the better waves, one of the more steep waves, that's for sure, and also one of the bigger waves that we've seen ridden.
However, that if we were lucky to have just looked at the replay of the 6, so it did go slightly. So that was interesting. Instinct said it would, and instinct's normally right. Trust your instincts. I was starting to doubt my own video replay in my head because of her first maneuver on the 6. But I think the difference between the 6, it was one interesting maneuver backed up by a slower turn, but the 683, there was 3 really critical maneuvers there, and that's why it went slightly higher.
Critical maneuvers and a much more critical section with a bigger, steeper drop and a lot more speed as well.
So Beatriz Duran is in a strong position, so both of those scores would go into her top 2 for this leaderboard format that will determine the knockout semi-finalists. But for the semi-finals, it's only 6 surfers, so they will be seeded across the 2 semi-finals, and as it stands, Jocelyn Newmiller and Sarah Almagro are currently looking very strong, but Beatriz Duran now is right up there with an exact same score combination of Hannah Dines. Both of these women have got a 6 and a 6.83 as Celine Roulard opts not to take that because first priority is with Quinn Waitley. Quinn out on the open right-hander. Beautiful, nice sweeping cutback. And then look at that just upper body adjustment. She looks where she's going, applies that inside elbow pressure, and then just accelerates. And now looking back to the pier towards the north side for another cutback. And she'll decide if she want to engage both rails, and she's just going to stay locked on that angle all the way through to the inside. And another significant ride for Quinn could replace that 4.
Yeah, I'm seeing a very in-tune, very trained Quinn this time.
Yep.
And she's keeping a lot more busy on the waves than she normally does. And coming from that skating history of loving transition and loving dropping in concrete,
yep.
She loves those steep drops. And she's usually really good with the steep drop, but she's also adding a lot of rail game into this heat.
Yep, absolutely. And of course, keen on the country dancing as well, often known as the country dancing queen. Quinn Waitley looking good, looking to get that second score. Is it going to go into her top 2? Comes out as a 3.80. Doesn't replace the 4. There's the team motoring her north up the sand towards the pier to get into that easy channel, that little rip current that just takes you out for the easier paddle. As we can see, 5 minutes, 30 seconds remaining. Some really nice sets looking like they might well up on the horizon. Great conditions. I thought it was going to be a bit smaller today, but we're still seeing some solid sets, Ben.
Yeah, there's got to be a lot of energy in the water to help this size of waves coming through against this offshore wind force. And I don't know if you noticed the bottom of Quinn's board, but it looks like she's running about like a 6 or 7 inch center fin with some big side fins, kind of like a Bonga Perkins style longboard, performance longboard 2+1 setup.
Nice. Big shout out to Bonga, of course, a former double world longboard champion, as we can see. Monique. So that's our Brazilian from Rio de Janeiro, our 2017 copper medalist, Monique Oliveira, the 37-year-old, and it looks like something has popped up. I had seen her on the beach today, and I was wondering why she had not paddled out. So something must have come up at the last moment. She had a singlet on, obviously not able to paddle out to compete, which is disappointing. Monique sitting there with a 183 and a 157 for her opening qualifying round, so she won't have the opportunity to book herself a spot in the semifinals.
Yeah, one thing is in people like Quinn's case, as well as Monique, with cerebral palsy, they have a degree of spasticity to where they just lock up, and they're very, very affected by cold weather.
Sure.
And Monique, especially coming from the Rio area in Brazil, coming from that warm weather into this really chilly, cold winds, I mean, she's got to be feeling really stiff inside the water. She might not have been able to move at all, so that might have been a decision by her pusher, Bibi Lima.
Well, just for Monique, someone who knows his music, knows his Brazilian beats, his samba, can you give us a little samba rhythm to just warm up Monique? You haven't got your mix.
How about I just dance it?
Okay, you'll dance it.
Okay.
And for the viewers at home, you can just imagine the Benway samba dance.
Yeah, those were my feet.
Great stuff. Celine Roulard up and riding right now. Doesn't drop in to that wave, so she won't replace a 3.43. Monique is not paddled out. Great insight there from Ben Way as we just move into the last 3 minutes remaining. Beatrice Durand looking good. Quinn Waitley also looking good to book herself a spot in one of the semi-finals. It's going to be so close. There's a lot of maths to be done, but as it stands right now, I'm pretty sure that Quinn Waitley would have got herself a spot in one of the semi-finals. So I'm just kind of doing a little bit of maths here, and I'm feeling good about Quinn having a spot in the knockout semi-finals.
Yeah, she's looking really strong and looking a lot more hungry in this this heat. Usually she's just kind of like gathering around, being the princess, saying hi to everybody, but she looks like she's really focused on her game at the moment.
Yep, we can see her dad, David, just working her way back out. Could be an opportunity for another score as well. 2 minutes, 20 seconds remaining. It's been an active heat, a lot of good sets. We still got that tide coming in. High tide local time, 11:04. It's still an hour of pushing tide before high tide, 10:03 local time. Do you think that Santa Ana is peaked in strength, or do you think it's going to blow pretty hard all day, Ben?
I don't know if it can get any stronger than it has been, actually. But I know one thing is that when we start draining this water off of the sandbar, and this energy is forced off of those shallow spots, plus this offshore, that means barrels. And anyone who's not in a standing stance has a good chance of fitting inside one of those tubes.
Looking forward to it. We got a lot more exciting rounds to come up as we close out our women's prone 2. We'll be moving into the men's visually impaired 2, round 2. That's 3 qualifying heats to determine our semi-finalists, and then we'll be moving into the quarterfinals for men's prone 2, our first knockout round. So that's going to be super exciting, and then we'll round things up, conditions depending, with the men's kneel round 2 followed by the women's kneel round 2. So we'll continue this alternation in the booth. You, Ben, will be trading places with Rachel pretty soon. You'll be moving on to the sideline interviews. Rachel will be paired up with me. We'll continue with Roy and Anthony calling the action. Are you looking forward to getting some of the post heats? It's nice to be out there on the sand and just connect with the athlete energy.
First of all, I'm looking forward to a good exfoliation because I do have a lot of leftover sunburn from Surf City, El Salvador. So yeah, I'll get a nice facial peel while also having a great chat with all my buddies out there.
Good energy out there. 40 seconds remaining. Is there an opportunity for our first priority surfer, Beatrice Durand, to get a wave? We're down into the last 30 seconds. It looks like somebody's having a look. Is it Celine Roulard? It is. Our French surfer, Celine, on a left-hander. Beautiful shaped wave. Smaller, but right in the pocket. Great acceleration. Goes to the top of the wave and then just down carves, hoping to connect through to the middle as that wave just fades out. But she's going to drop a score. I don't think it's going to go into her top 2, but Celine Roulard is right on the cusp for qualification into the semi-finals. I'm going to have to do some maths, but I think she may well have not quite made the cut. But I think safe territory for Beatrice and Quinn, and certainly for Jocelyn, Sarah, and looks like Hannah Dines is in there as well. So 8 women will qualify for the semi-finals. finals. We're going to be shifting gears pretty soon. Stay with us because we have got our men's visually impaired 2, and we got Roy and Anthony in the booth.
Welcome to day 1 of competition for the 2024 ISA World Parasurfing Championships, presented by Visit Huntington Beach.
Excellent scores up and riding. David Teixeira, beautiful top turn, sweeping down off the bottom again, setting himself up in the mid part of this wave for another big, nice arcing cutback top turn into the foam, rebounding into a roundhouse again.
Pierrot from France, beautiful backhand carve right there. That was spicy, and another one back into the whitewater. Beautiful body work there in a third turn.
But look at this, drives up, real vertical approach into that one.
First heat jitters, they're quite a thing. Until I got that first decent ride, I was literally panicking. I mean, I lie awake at night thinking that gold is mine, and every year I say that, and every year something happens, and yeah, it's got to be this year. It has to be.
Beautiful looking ride, so much speed from Jocelyn Newmuller from Australia. She's going to make the connection, hit the lip on the last part of the wing.
Team Spain, Sarah Almagro with a 6.17.
It's a big responsibility to be here. It's just a pleasure, and also it's a big effort that the federation did to bring us back here. So let's see if I can bring back the gold medal.
That wraps up day 1 of competition for the 2024 ISA World Parasurfing Championship.
Welcome back to day number 3 of competition here at the ISA World Parasurfing Championship. We're here in Huntington Beach, California in the first heat, round number 2 of Visual Impairment 2. In red, our surfer from France, Pierrot Gagliano, our top seed from yesterday's round number 1. In blue, our competitor from Australia, Matt Fornston. And in the green jersey, Alexander Shub from Israel. So we've got Pierre Gagliano, who is one of the only, he's a top seed, but we have 4 previous world champions. He's not one of them, but he came in as the highest seed after round 1.
Yeah, he really put down 2 incredible waves yesterday, an 8.67 and a 6.33, almost the 2 highest wave scores of the entire division. Aaron Polk from Hawaii, one of our previous world champions, 6.83. Previous to these heats, I was out chatting with Aaron, just chatting about how much sensitivity his ears are because of how much he uses them to identify things. And he said the wind today is going to make his hearing be extremely sensitive and make things really tough. So as we were speaking earlier about the earlier rounds in V1 for men and women, getting firsthand knowledge from Aaron about the sensitivity that this wind is going to cause to his ears is really going to make this heat interesting for the 3 rounds of VI2 that we have here in the men's round 2 division.
And Roy, can you explain the difference between, we have 2 separate classes for visual impairment, visual impairment 1 and visual impairment 2. Can you explain the difference between those 2 divisions?
Yeah, so V1 is completely blind. It is no vision whatsoever, no shapes. And then V2 is it's all different for each of the deficiencies within the eyes of each of these competitors. But my good friend Aaron Polk explains his vision as if you put your fist about an inch away from your eyes, he can see that light that's on the outside. So a lot of times he'll talking sideways to you because that's how he visually can see you. I got to meet his sister. Starlight disease is the name of their disability. Him and his sister actually have it, and she's actually lost complete sight. But they're both competitive hockey players growing up. She was a D1 player in Niagara. Aaron was a very high-ranked hockey player in South Bend, Indiana. But it was when he went into the Navy and Special Forces and his physical, they found this genetic gene. And over the course of his time of enlisting in 18 to now, he's slowly losing his vision. And the one thing he's not losing is winning world titles and surfing incredible waves.
Aaron Polk from Hawaii, the reigning world champion in this division, and he's going to be coming up in heat number 2, going against the 2-time champion, Roy Calderon from Costa Rica. So 2 previous world champions coming up in heat number 2. And in our third heat, heat number 3, we're going to see Luis Medina from Chile. He was the top seed in that heat coming out of round 1. So we've got Matt Formston in this heat from Australia, the 46-year-old from Warnborough. He was a world champion in 2020. So 2 world champions coming up in the next round, 1 world champion in this round. And will we have a new world champion in this division?
You know, the surfer from France, Pierre, is really taken a storm to this division. But, you know, when I was on the beach talking to Aaron, they came up and chatted to each other, talking about their, you know, thoughts on the waves ahead. So not only are they competitors, but they're also competitive friends. And, you know, in this division, it really comes down to, you know, the relationships and the relationship that you have with your spotter or your, you know, surf assist partner out there. That communication is the most key, as, you know, that's how you get on the waves and how you get down the waves.
And the camaraderie is something that a lot of the athletes were talking about, especially in those later rounds yesterday as the wind came up a little, the tide was dropping low. We saw so many waves that were ridden in the 0 to 1.99 range. That is considered a poor wave score by the judges. But a lot of those scores were coming because they were charging, and all the athletes were complimenting each other and talking about how they were cheering each other on. And right now, we're going to go down to the beach and cheer on our winner from the last heat down on the beach with Rachel.
Thanks so much. I am here. Congratulations. A great heat, a couple of 6s within your score line. Talk to me about how you're feeling with that heat win.
The wind is very difficult. J'arrive pas, Franck.
Tu as eu plusieurs 6. Comment tu l'as vécu? Est-ce que tu peux dire?
I'm very, very happy.
Well, talking about that wind and the difficult conditions that it creates for you and those difficulties, what are the difficulties that you find specifically that the wind brings to your surfing?
Les difficultés que le vent a créées. The wind push us out of the wave, so we really have to be carefully on our line on the wave to don't get out of the waves.
Yeah.
And the wind also makes the wave a little barreling, so it's quite difficult to don't put the nose in the water, you know.
Does that then change your takeoff position in when it is standing up and barreling a little bit more off the takeoff?
Not really. Not really. You just have to be careful at the line and the angle of the board when we go on the waves.
And for you, going into that heat, round 2, what is your strategy? What is your mental game? And what are you speaking to yourself prior to paddling out?
Pour la suite ou comme aujourd'hui? Mon état d'esprit, c'est ça?
Ouais, c'est ça, l'état d'esprit dans lequel tu es.
I don't know. I don't know the score of the other athletes, and I don't know.
For me, I think the best thing is to get fun in the water and keep this line, have fun in the water, and just enjoy the moment. And
well, it looked like you guys enjoyed yourselves out there, and the scores prevailed from that. Is there anything you'd like to say in French back to your family at home?
Bonjour à tous, merci de nous suivre à Carcan, en Bretagne, dans le Médoc, et à la prochaine pour les demi-finales, j'espère.
Perfect. Thank you so much. Congratulations, and back to you guys.
Thanks, Rachel. And we saw history being made in that last heat. We had a ride from our current heat leader and round leader, Pierrot Gagliano from France, another French competitor. But talk about the history that was made in that last round, Roy.
You know, in the last round, I don't know the history, so you're going to have to fill me in. What did I miss, Anthony?
No, in the previous, the heats earlier, we saw the 19.
Okay, I thought you meant in the last one. I was like, wait a second, I'm missing something here. Jocelyn Neumuller, second highest score in ISA World Parasurfing Championship history, only behind last year's score from Elena Nichols, who had a 19.4 with a 10 and a 9.4 in her heat where she got barreled. But Jocelyn coming in and scoring a 19.17, making it the second highest score ever in ISA female competition. She's really here not only to further the careers of fellow Aussie teammates, but she's also here to win a world title.
As is Pierre Gagliano, searching for his first title, and moves like that will get him to that title. Beautiful off the top, carving it back, staying nice and low, using his hands to try to drive him out in front of the wave, pulls out with perfect form, and Pierrot is going to love that score. It's going to be better than his 3.83. That was a excellent turn off the top of that wave. Can't wait to see the replay of that one. As we saw earlier, a replay of his 3.83. And that's one of the spotters catching the wave. So yesterday, it's hard to keep up with all the action. So the spotters can have boards and kind of reposition themselves, but they also have to stay out of the way of the other competitors as well.
Yeah, they can score an interference if they impede on a fellow surfer on wave. And right there, Matt Formstom, I'm guessing we're waiting to see a replay for our surfer in blue from Australia, as his pusher, or not his pusher, his spotter was body surfing his board on the way in the prone position. Men's prone 2 is coming up next, which is going to be an exciting quarterfinals. But right now, that was the spotter of our surfer in blue, waiting to hear from there. And it sounds like a big score just got announced from the beach announcer for our surfer from red, Pierrot from France. 8.0 right there to combine with his 3.83, and that combines with his 8.67 from day one. So looking at a 16.67 combo score in this round robin heats from the surfer in France here in red.
Pierrot is letting it be known to all of his other competitors and previous world champion. He's putting his hand up saying, hey, don't forget about me, you guys. And here we see that wave take us through it.
All right, our surfer in red really getting up and snapping one at the top of the lip, coming back with a nice big backhand turn into the whitewash, and then caking it all the way in and then exiting out by the here we go, our surfer in blue, the wave that we saw, his spotter coming on. Matt really fighting to get out into that open face. Once he finds the open face, gets a couple nice turns, and then gets himself ready to be back out. And then his spotter came in, surfing a great one on prone that, we're not going to call, but Matt gets a 4.83 for that opening ride, where Pierrot got an 8.0 and a 3.83, but he's comboing it with an 8.67. France, once again, as I have mentioned numerous times, is continually showing up in every heat. I don't think they want to give back the team gold medal, and it'll be interesting to see how this all plays out by the end. But right now, France has some incredible surfers taking the lead spots, top scores in all of these heats.
And it's a mixture of returning champions and some new blood. Pierrot not having won a previous world title, but again, he is letting it be known that he is here to compete for that. We're just approaching high tide at about 10:30 will be a 5.1 high tide. It's not too high of a high tide, so we say the words high tide, but also there are numbers that go along with it as well. So 5.1, is not a super high tide that's going to affect the conditions too much. The waves are excellent right now, and as the tide continues to drop, we have a slow tidal drop. So it's going to go down to a 0.4, which is super low, but that's not until 7 o'clock. So we've got 9 hours of tidal change, which means great conditions, and these offshores are going to keep these waves groomed so beautifully, and I'm excited for the rest of the surfing through the day.
Yeah, it's you know, the 4.5+ foot change, but it's not happening in a short time. It's happening in a long time. You know, we've had great waves. We have a lot of wind. And, you know, a lot of folks would think that, you know, these conditions might not be prevailing to, you know, top performance, but we are seeing incredible scores. And we have, look at the lines coming in. We're going to have a surfer on this wave. It looks like surfer in red from France, Anthony.
Pierrot on his backside. You can see him get his feet positioned just a little bit late on that turn, but he was completely committed, upside down, vertical on that maneuver. And just behind him, Matt Formston's having a look. Matt, the XXL big wave surfer, author, world record holder, and he's looking to regain his world title from 2020. And here he is right on the edge of this left, trying to get into it. And just a little bit behind that wave, the offshore is playing havoc today. Pierrot with a awesome committed turn.
Oh, man. Really went up and snapped one, very similar to Dario Melendez de Vila yesterday in the Neil division. The ISA newsletter said it was Martin Martinez from Mexico, but it was really Dario Melendez de Vila from Costa Rica snapping one off yesterday. Very similar to that turn right there. Those are the shots that Sean Evans, when he nails, they are just the most incredible looking shots. Just so fun to be able to see the imagery that this amazing media team here is gathering and curating and sharing with the world from social media. You know, if you want to follow along ISA Surf on Instagram, you can see the daily recaps, you can see the top photos, you can see, like yesterday, them highlighting Jesse Belauer and what it was, then when Jesse puts his board on rail and how him and his pusher Jesse work together. So if you're not able to be here, ISA Surf on Instagram and social media is covering this so well and providing daily recaps and awesome photos that really give you an insight to what's going on here down at Huntington Beach.
I love looking at all the photos because we're in the booth. We're kind of stuck in here all day, which is awesome. And there you can see at ISA Surfing on Instagram, YouTube, X, also Facebook and TikTok. ISAsurf.org is the website, and just scroll through the hashtag ISAsurfing, and you'll see tons of amazing inside photos of the athletes, their training, even some fun activities that they're doing. And you can see Blue is calling for the live announcer to give him a score update. So Matt Formston's trying to figure out where he stands in this heat. So far, he was sitting in 6th place. 8 of these athletes from our 3 heats will move into the semifinals. Matt sitting in 6th. That 4.83 is going to add to one of his scores from yesterday where he has a 5. And so he's looking pretty good. This is the first heat, so they're going to have to play the waiting game for the remainder of the next 2 heats. But Piero Gagliano, he is setting the benchmark right now with the highest heat total. And these athletes, they provide bios and information about themselves. Piero, I love cheeseburgers. That was his bio.
I need to hang out with this guy. You're talking my favorite food group. Yesterday, I went to TK Burgers with a bunch of the competitors from Costa Rica and USA and just had one of those long lunches enjoying cheeseburgers. But if you're looking for a good cheeseburger, Piero, I am your guy to go there. I just got back from New York, from George Motz's restaurant of Hamburger America, the true godfather of cheeseburgers. But here we go. We've got some surfing action about to drop in here.
Alexander Shub from Israel. Oh, and he mistimed that bottom turn. You can see the frustration in his hands there. That wave did have some scoring potential, and right behind him, Matt Formston looks to be in position, maybe a little bit too far back. But if you're in California, there's really only one place you need to go for a good hamburger or cheeseburger.
I mean, you're going to throw it out there, and I'm going to say I am a believer in finding those old vintage places, kind of like TK Burger, that have a griddle that has been cooked on for years, but it is never wrong to go with an In-N-Out burger. They have many different decisions that you can have on the regular and secret menu to give you that ultimate cheeseburger. But yeah, In-N-Out burger, but find the mom and pop one, the one that's got the griddle that has been cooking for years. It's like a good wax on a surfboard. You know when you get the wax right on your surfboard, that's like that griddle, that extra flavor that only that long cooking time can add to the value of a cheeseburger.
And speaking of long cooking time, Piero Gagliano with a long cooking left-hander, and he's going to get another huge score that's going to bump him up. And the waves continue to come, and we see this right that was ridden by Matt Formston, and that's a great wave from Matt right there, throwing some spray, using his body weight to gauge that inside rail. You can see a spotter out the back cheering for him. Then he hops his way all the way to the inside. And Matt Formston, he's trying to build on his scores. So he currently didn't have a backup wave, and that's about as good as his previous wave. Take us through this wave by Pierrot.
Yeah, Pierrot, our server from France in red, really donning that red jersey for a reason. He got a left earlier, very similar to this, had a little bit more of a snap on it and a little more of a clean open face riding that scored him in 8.67. They award that one with an 8.16.67. He is catapulting himself. So now he's got an 8.67 and an 8.67 together. So his total is north of 17.5 now. A really great two-wave set. And, you know, he's not one of the 4 world champions, but in our next heat, we have 2 former world champions. My favorite name in this competition, Roy Calderon. He's got a great first name. And then my good friend from Maui, Aaron Polk. Exciting things ahead here coming for round 2.
And can't wait for this second heat where we're going to have 2 world champions in the same heat. And we'll be right back with the action right after this.
Known as Surf City, USA, Huntington Beach boasts 10 miles of coastline and the most consistent waves on the West Coast. Huntington Beach has it all, with endless summer weather, year-round events, outdoor activities, and oceanfront resorts and spas. So get ready to be inspired, be connected, and be here, Huntington Beach. Plan your visit at surfcityusa.com.
Parasurfing has the power to bring us together. Together, we push the limits, further the sport, and go for gold. You've crossed countries to get to the World Championships. Let Access Tracks simplify crossing the sand. Access Tracks, the official beach access pathway of the ISA World Parasurfing Championships.
And welcome back to our heat number 2, round 2 in this men's visually impairment number 2, division 2. We're a couple minutes into heat number 2. We had a exciting heat 1 with Piero Gagliano from France just taking it to his other participants in the heat, comboing the field. He had 2 waves that were higher than any of the other waves from the competitors, and he's sitting in first place overall. And right now we have in red Aaron Polk from Hawaii, Roy Calderon Vargas from Costa Rica, Oscar Perez from Spain in green, and Miguel Flavio from Brazil in white.
This is our men's round 2, heat 2 of Parasurfing Vision and Impairment 2, where surfers who have a visual impairment defined by the IBS Sport Class B2 and B3. This means that they have some vision. They can see shapes, they can see color, but their vision is not 100% in any means. And they also are out in the water with a spotter or a surf partner that is calling out or using different cues to indicate when to paddle, when to stand, and in what direction of these waves. This is a heat of 4. 2 former world champions in here, Aaron Polk and Roy Steven Calderon Vargas. Really exciting here. The last heat, actually, right at the last second, Matt's wave score came in, and he got scored a 6. So Matt will actually have 2 really solid scores. He'll have the 6, and then he'll pair that with the 5 for a total of 11. So Matt probably solidifying his spot in that top 8 for the semifinals that'll come from this heat of 11 competitors in these opening rounds for the vision impaired 2. Right now, still waiting for some scores to come in from surfers grabbing some waves. We've got a minimal score here from our surfer in Spain, Oscar Perez, a .23. which, you know, yesterday there was a lot of those because as the current picked up, the critical current, it really transformed the way the waves were coming in and the way people were taking on it. Over 4 minutes here and still waiting for the first. And Anthony, it looks like we've got a surfer on wave.
That's Roy Steven Calderon Vargas. And Roy cutting back into that using his arms to try and accelerate back into the whitewater, as we saw on that turn from Pierrot, accelerating on that carving cutback. And that enabled him to get that 8.0. So the judges want to see you accelerating on those cutbacks, and that's what turns it from just a repositioning maneuver into an actual functional maneuver that applies to the scoring criteria.
Roy Calderon there grabbing that first wave, really going to set a precedent within here. Him and Aaron Polk are really going to battle. Our last 3 years of competition here have found them trading positions with the gold medal in this division. But, you know, from the last one, this is going to be a very contested division with the likes of Matt and Piero and our folks here as well. A 4.5 for that opening ride for the surfer from Costa Rica. There's the Costa Rican flag being waved to show position and also support. And we're waiting now for, nope, all the waves have been scored. I stand corrected.
Aaron Polk waiting to get his opening ride. Also Miguel Flavio in white from Brazil. Aaron Polk, the second place seed going into this round. So they surfed one round previously. They were reshuffled and reseeded based on their heat totals. And you'll see the heat first seed in each heat wearing the red jersey. And I heard you guys talking about it yesterday, that coveted red jersey. You wear it with pride in your heat. You know, it's a privilege to wear it, but also maybe as we go into the finals, a little bit of pressure. And, you know, as we've heard various athletes say, there is, you know, there's a lot of privilege in the pressure. And someone right now that's putting pressure on the other competitors, Piero Gagliano from France, he's down there with Rachel on the sidelines.
Thanks so much, you guys. Congratulations. A couple of eights that you're walking away with out of that heat. How does that feel?
Yeah, it feels good. I mean, I was a bit afraid that I could not make any turn or what before because it's so windy and it's changing so fast. And we managed to get 2 good waves, so yeah.
Now, we were just talking about how you spoke to the competitors in the VI Division 1 right before you paddled out, and they gave you some tips on how to manage the wind and the conditions out there.
Yeah, they told us it's pretty hard to hear each other, so we tried to stick really close. And in the end, it was okay. And I think we got maybe less wind than they did, so we got lucky, and yeah.
Now, looking ahead to your rounds coming up, what will you do between now and then to prepare moving forward?
Not much, just like chilling and maybe surf if there is some waves, and hope that we're gonna get waves because the forecast looks to be smaller, so just chilling.
Well, day 3 of competition and the French team is only looking more and more strong as competition moves forward. How is the team camaraderie at home at nights?
Yeah, it's fun. We all get along pretty good with each other, so we are having fun and we're having good times. Everybody's pretty happy with what they're doing in the contest, so it's all good.
Well, we love to hear it. Congratulations on your heat win, and we'll see you for the next one.
Thank you, yeah. See you soon.
Back to you guys.
Thank you, Rachel, and thank you, Piero. Just chilling. That's how he prepares to go out there and absolutely rip. And the favorite name of my fellow announcer, Roy leading this heat with a 4.5 and a 1.83, so he's got a couple of scores. A little bit of a slower heat. We've seen lots of action, especially in that last heat, and the surfers are pretty spread out right now. We've got 2 on the southern side and 2 on the northern side as we see a wave from blue.
You know, this is that surfer with the amazing name, Roy, and him really putting together his first 4.53 is the wave they just showed there. We didn't get to see that 1.83 as we were down on the beach, and it looks like the surfer in red, Aaron Polk, got on that wave before we went to the replay. fun fact about Aaron today, both of his guys that he's worked with in the past from San Diego County couldn't make it up. So he's actually surfing with fellow teammate, fellow para-surfing champion, Colin Cook. Colin Cook is actually out there calling waves for Aaron. They've never worked together. They have surfed together, but never in the capacity where Colin is telling Aaron where to take off or where to go. And it's definitely going to, I think, take a couple little bits of time here to get their timing together. But Aaron Polk is awaiting a score here, and we'll see how that first score will come for the combo, the new combo of Colin Cook and Aaron Polk.
As we see a set approaching, hitting both of the peaks. That's Roy Calderon Vargas in position and takes off on this wave. A nice high line, and then gets a turn in off the top. A little bit too much sauce on the plate there for him, and he fell off the back of that wave.
Surfer in green here from Spain, Anthony.
Oscar Perez looking for this wave to open up. Nothing on offer on this wave. As you were talking about Aaron Polk earlier from Lahaina, Hawaii, the 43-year-old. He's going to take some time off after this competition to work on his mental health and some personal growth, business growth, and you know, as an entrepreneur and a surfer from Lahaina, we obviously know about the fires that happened. His favorite surf break is Lahaina Harbor, and so they've seen a lot of change. And you know, several athletes have moved away from Lahaina to train and reposition, but he's in Lahaina helping to do the work, and he's going to hope to go out with a bang here and defend his world title in his last competition for a while.
Yeah, and as I mentioned, first time his sister's ever come to a competition to see him compete. So I think on top of him wanting to go out with a bang, you know, him and his sister are incredibly close as they share a disease together. And that is something that, you know, has bonded them together for life. And for her to be here and to see him go out with a bang would be exciting. Aaron Polk is responsible for 60% of tours around Hawaii. His company handles over 60% of the tours that happen around the Hawaiian Islands. He is an incredible surfer, an incredible person, and here he is, Anthony, on this wave.
Nice takeoff, and he's trying to use his hands to help him, showing some flair on that turn right there. He's going to look for something a little better. That's not going to better his 5.83 that he just dropped for that previous wave, so that's going to help out his situation currently with a 5.5 as his previous low second score. And you mentioned Aaron, you know, he's trusted by the cruise companies because he's a local. And so with his business of organizing tours and employing the locals to help tourists, you know, tourism is a huge business in Hawaii. And as we've talked about Duke Kahanamoku, he was one who sort of welcomed everybody to the island. And you know, when you look at the tourism now and what happened after the fires, there's kind of a mixed bag of, you know, when are tourists welcome back to that area. But the truth of the matter is that it does infuse money into the area. And so guides like Aaron and, you know, others helping to make sure that it's great for the community. It's not just someone coming in and taking people around and trying to make as much money as possible. He's doing it all in the right way, and he's surfing all the right way today.
Yeah, and look at the spray coming off of those waves as they come in. We've got lines actually for days out the back here right now.
This is a huge set coming in. Sorry about that.
No, you're 100% correct. And look at it as it's breaking through. Let's hope that one of these is going to fall with an open face to one of these surfers. But it looks like a big duck dive here from our team in red. It is 2 to 3 feet out there today, folks.
This is the biggest set of the day. And you can see it just breaking all the way across, and Aaron having a talk with Colin there. You can see them looking at each other, and they're probably saying the same thing. That wave, that set, although it was big, there weren't really any corners, and so no surfers had any opportunities, but more lines out the back. 7 minutes to go, plenty of time, and I think we're going to get a ride on this next set.
Yeah, these are really pushing towards the pier. This one has a rideable shoulder on the whole thing. It looks like Aaron is not opting on that one. The surfers are spread out throughout the whole division, or the whole venue here in Huntington. That was a massive set that just came rolling through, the biggest of the day for sure. And it looks like there's more lines out the back, and you can see all the teams are really going south of the pier now, as it looks like these are all hard pushing lefts with a shoulder that it's giving the rideable option on the green face.
And that was a great signal by Mother Nature to let us know that it is exactly peak high tide time. So sends the biggest set of the day to let us know the tides hit that 5.1 high tide marker. And now, as we talked about earlier, over the course of the next 9 hours, it will slowly go out. So with these offshore conditions forecast for the rest of the day, we just saw there's plenty of size. I mean, we're going to have some amazing heats coming up later. We're going to have our quarterfinals of the one of the most hotly contested divisions that we've seen. And with David Teixeira and Freddie Marimon and the rest of that crew, Jesse Billauer, and they're going to be now fighting in the first advancement heats, where it's not a combination of scores anymore from previous heats. It's just whatever you do in that heat against the surfers that are in your heat.
You know, and a lot of names got knocked out. Claudio Morales, who won the Costa Rican Adaptive Open and has always been a competitor from Chile, got ousted from that progression of the knockout round. You also got Jose Martinez, co-captain of Team USA. Jose is a past world champion. Jesse is a past world champion. And, you know, Freddie and David, as they've reshuffled and put them in different divisions, are past world champions as well. And David being the reigning world champion. You know, but there's a big collection of individuals within that division of men's prone 2 that all have the potential to win. But the thing is, they're all vying now for, there's 12 of them vying for 8 spots that then will dwindle down to 4 spots. And we're going to see a very finals-like semis. We'll see finals-like quarters today, as that is the highest participation with over 18 competitors in that men's prone 2. So as we're starting to close out round 2, heat 2 of visually impaired 2 male surf here, we'll start getting ready for that one. But we still have one more heat of this, as our surfer in blue from Costa Rica decides at the last second to peel off of this wave, trying to better his wave score of a 2. He has a 4.5 and is going to be pairing that with a 4.73 from his opening heat.
And Oscar Perez from Spain, the 43-year-old who surfs Playa del Hombre, he's got some work to do. He's currently sitting in 8th place, right there in the last advancement position. And his waves yesterday, a 1.9, a 0.93. So he's added to that 1.9 with that 1.8. But with one heat to go, who knows? Maybe they get, 5 really good sets and everyone gets scores. So he's going to try to look for something, in that, at least in that 4 range, to really help him solidify his advancement position. There's been plenty of sets in this heat, a couple of sets that were maybe too big and not enough shoulder for the surfers to work with. You'll see all the teams communicating with each other. These are those antsy moments in the final three minutes. Aaron Polk having a look at this one. Just kind of a slow paddle, just feeling it out, and talking with some of the surfers from the other visual impairment round. They're talking about, I was asking, how do you actually know when to turn? And like you mentioned, they're listening for the signals from the wave. The wave sounds different when you're out in front of it, when you're on the bottom versus when you're on the top. What are some signals or what things that you've heard from the surfers?
Talking with Aaron, I asked him, with the varying conditions, will you change the position of your spotter? And he said, no, my spotter's always from behind. It's where I always hear my communication coming from. He uses, word cues for the wave and stuff. One of the guys that we talked about that's in V1, the surfer from Israel who's not here, Itor, he uses like a sharp whistle sound that his spotter uses, and they use a number of different whistles to identify, obviously, a code and command that they use. Polk here in red, trying to get on that offshore wind. You can see the amount of energy that he just put forth towards it. But there are lines in the back, and I think Aaron is going to be moving here into a new position to grab this wave, kicking in right now as he goes. He's going to go out of view, actually, on us.
Yeah, that wave. Yeah, you can see him kind of like, had nothing else to do, so he's going to make his way in. Great having a chance to chat with him the other day, and he's looking in pretty solid position with that 5.83 to go along with his 6.83, so he will most likely, well, he actually will be in the finals because currently in second, only 4 surfers. My math's telling me that he has qualified unofficially, and Roy Vargas trying to improve on his situation. A little bit too much current moving out on that wave. Oscar Perez, late takeoff, not able to ride through that one. So Roy Steven Calderon Vargas from Costa Rica, our reigning world champion, excuse me, our previous 2-time world champion. And he's got a 4.73 that he's carrying from yesterday, adding in that 4.5, previously sitting in 5th position. So he's going to better his position as well. Most likely will be in one of those 2 semifinals that we'll see as we wind down this heat. About 45 seconds to go. Looks like one more set approaching. Is anyone in position? I see one spotter there, and it looks like that team on the left side or middle of our screen, they're trying to reposition, as is Oscar Perez. 25 seconds.
Definitely lines in the back coming out here. Not sure if they're going to get here in time. This one might close out, but we still have one more heat in round 2 of visually impaired 2 for the men's division here at the 2024 ISA World Parasurf Championships.
Miguel Flavio not surfing in this heat nor in the previous heat, so not sure what happened with our surfer from Brazil, but there you have it. Aaron Polk winning this heat as he won his first round heat wearing that red jersey. So well done from Aaron. Well done, our Roy Steven Calderon Vargas, our 2 previous world champions. And we'll be back with the final heat right after this.
Welcome to day 1 of competition for the 2024 ISA World Parasurfing Championships, presented by Visit Huntington Beach.
Excellent scores, up and riding. David Teixeira, beautiful top turn, sweeping down off the bottom again, setting himself up in the mid part of this wave for another big, nice arcing cutback top turn into the foam, rebounding into a roundhouse again. Pierrot from France, beautiful backhand carve right there. That was spicy, and another one back into the whitewater. Beautiful body work there in a 3rd turn.
But look at this, drives up, real vertical approach into that one.
First heat jitters, they're quite a thing. Until I got that first decent ride, I was literally panicking. I mean, I lie awake at night thinking that gold is mine, and every year I say that, and every year something happens, and yeah, it's got to be this year. It has to be.
Beautiful looking ride, so much speed from Jocelyn Newmuller from Australia. She's going to make the connection, hit the lip on the last part of the wave.
Team Spain, Sarah Almagro with a 6.17.
It's a big responsibility to be here. It's just a pleasure, and also it's a big effort that the federation did to bring us back here. So let's see if I can bring back the gold medal.
That wraps up day 1 of competition for the 2024 ISA World Parasurfing Championship.
And we are back with our 3rd and final heat in the men's visual impairment 2 division at the ISA World Parasurfing Championships, presented by Visit Huntington Beach. We're here in beautiful Huntington Beach, California. My name is Anthony Vela. I am here with Roy. Roy, what do you think so far as we set up this first heat? Luis Medina from Chile in red, Daniel Souto from Spain in blue, Shigeru Fujisaki from Japan in green, and Dave Lewis, our surfer from England, in white.
And here comes our surfer in red from Chile right here, our round 1 heat leader or heat winner from his division as he's wearing that red jersey.
Luis Medina finishing off that wave, and he had a total heat score of 9.27, and that got eclipsed by Matt Formston, who moved up into overall third place. So you're going to want to get the highest seed possible, as Daniel Souto on a beautiful looking wave. He's trying to pump his way to get around the whitewater section. He's not going to be able to make it.
Luis Medina there from Chile with a 5.33 on that opening wave. That pairs well with his 6.17. And Anthony, this is going to be a fun and exciting heat.
Yeah, I can't wait to see what happens in the next 17 minutes, as we're going to just watch Shigeru live action. Shigeru trying to get into this one. Not able to, but we're going to go back and look at, we're going to go down to the beach with the winner of the last heat, Aaron Polk from Hawaii.
Thanks so much, Anthony. Aaron, congratulations on a good heat. You improved your scoreline going into the next round. Talk to me about how that felt out there.
Yeah, it was good. You know, like I'm a pretty statistician in my head, so I knew that I just wanted to improve the other score. And based on taking the top 6 for the semis, I just knew I just wanted to improve that 5.5. And I did so with just a little turn. And yeah, it was challenging out there with the gusty winds, but, you know, a little like surfing North Shore Maui at Ho'okipa. So, you know, it's kind of wild and wacky, but it's fun. Yeah.
Well, we were talking about your equipment. You brought this board, kind of planning on riding this regardless of conditions, but it is a really light board, which is a bit of a struggle in the wind today.
Yeah, you know, today's, at least, you know, the wind's today, and it's not tomorrow. So at least, you know, ahead of us looks like it's better conditions and better wind, so we can really open up with the board. But, you know, it's just, it's kind of wild and wacky out here, but it's great. People are putting up good scores. Perot in the first heat put up a couple 8s, you know, that guy's the man to beat for sure. So, yeah, I'm excited to surf in semis with those guys and, you know, just continue to push the sport and progress the sport and bring new people in, and excited for the guys behind me, Chile and Spain, to bring some new blood to the sport and the division, and just happy to see it grow.
Well said. Thank you so much. Congratulations, and we'll see you for the next one.
Yeah, thank you.
Yes, Aaron talking about the Maui glass out there with these windy conditions. He's used to that, and Aaron surfing for the town of Lahaina and for their late brother Bigfoot. So Aaron Polk doing Lahaina, Maui, and Hawaii proud. Had an excellent conversation hanging out with him at the Huntington Surf and Sport little taco bar after the opening ceremony, and great talking with Aaron and also with Aaron Pye, the owner. They've had that shop there for 48 years. It's family run and surfer run. So a couple of Aarons chatting with the other day, and now we're setting up this third and final heat, and it's gonna be a amazing heat with the surfing that we have seen previously, and these guys now know all the scores that they need to get in order to advance. Aaron talking about being a statistician as well.
Yeah, he knew what he needed to go out there just to advance himself into the next round. You know, talking with him, he's been surfing a ton off of a skiff that's been getting him out into the Lahaina Harbor, his favorite place to go. And, you know, last year during all the global competitions, Aaron donated all of his winnings back to the Lahaina Fires and ensuring that more money was being brought in to help those that needed it most. And, you know, most recently, some tragic news with the loss of our friend Bigfoot. We'll talk about that in a second as our surfer in red here, our heat current leader. Wow, a big old, just beautiful snap there from all the way out and back into the white ball, taking it into the pier and going to be utilizing that conveyor belt. Our surfer in white, Anthony here, kind of getting that drop knee start and then getting himself up, was up, had a great start, and then surfer in blue here, really pumping down the line, getting out and utilizing as much as this wave as possible. Kind of a little bit of a late drop in there, but still finding some surfable fun and a little bit of Huntington hop. And there is our jersey in the next heat, the red jersey of Davi Teixeira de Aguilera from Brazil. Yesterday, putting together multiple incredible scores, already talking about slapping the lip there. It looks like he's excited to get out in these conditions, but we still have over 12 and a half minutes here in this round 2 heat 3 of visually impaired 2 men. Luis Medina in red from Chile, our current heat leader. But Anthony, here comes some waves and here comes some lines.
Shigeru Fujisaki from Japan having a look at this one. Not able to paddle into that wave. Talking about Davi Teixeira. And he was our youngest participant at 10 years old back in 2015. And wondering what you were doing at 11 years old. The next year, Davi went out and won a world championship, a world title. So he was our youngest participant in 2015. And then the next year became the youngest world champion for the ISA World Parasurfing Championships. That one held down in La Jolla Beach, California. And at 11 years old, I wasn't winning world titles.
I was playing Little League Baseball in Waterbury, Vermont. You know, while we might have won a nice title amongst the other teams on the Dodgers-backed sports team in that Little League division, nor was it world class. Vermont also gets about a window of 2 months of baseball, so you can really tell the skill level. So, you know, we were above world class level there as well. And yeah, you know, Little League Baseball playing second base for the Dodgers in Waterbury was about the equivalent of winning a world title like Davi Teixeira did here at 11. So a long history, a long rich history. And you know, in this sport, you know, that's the, you know, unfortunate direction is you never know when someone's going to have an injury, or you never know when someone's going to have one of these. So sometimes you get people, you know, starting this sport at a later age, or individuals that have, you know, born deficiencies like David does. You know, he has been doing it from the get-go. He knows nothing else, and the only thing he does know is how to get really big wave scores.
And Shigeru Fujisaki, 61 years old, one of our older competitors. So the two opposite ends of the spectrum there, as Dave Lewis is having a look at this one. And there's Shigeru right there from Tokyo. His favorite break is in Hawaii. He loves surfing Queens, and you can see he's riding that longboard. That board would work great over at the Queens surf break in Waikiki. So he had his impairment happen later when he was 47 years old. He was diagnosed with a degenerative, you know, disease, vision impairment that's going to progressively continue to get worse, but he's going to continue to improve his surfing as Luis Medina looks to improve his score.
He was one paddle shy right there. You know, we were talking about the other day, when you think you paddled enough in offshore conditions, paddle once more.
Danielle with a excellent looking backhand snap there, and another one. So good combination of maneuvers. Looks like he's going to make the connection to the inside, maybe not. Beautiful body surfing dolphin dive into the water, and that's one of the funnest ways to jump out and pull out of the wave.
And probably my favorite alliteration outside of the triple B you dropped the other day, a Beatrice buzzer beater, but a dolphin dive. We have not added the D into our alliteration of collection so far, and I'm going to take dolphin dive as my favorite one so far.
Excellent, excellent. I love it. Dolphin dive, Daniel. So he's in there waiting for a score to lock in. And Shigeru Fujisaki not able to get a score yet with just under 10 minutes to go as we see a replay of Daniel's wave.
Our surfer in blue here really snaps right out in front of that wave. And I think this is definitely going to pair well with his opening round score. He had a 4.83 in the opening round. Now pairing this with a 2.03, it's really going to be more from his opening day of a 4.93, and then whatever these judges give. As Benway brought up earlier, when there is a long decision or a long timing, or we get the red circle of the score is awaiting, it's never a low score. It's always a really impactful score. So excited to see what they give Daniel here. Lines in the back. Our surfer in red will be going here, Luis Medina from Chile.
Luis on his forehand, the goofy footer surfing the left. And that turn, not as critical as what we saw earlier from his other turns. So he's going to pull out of that wave, paddle back out and regroup. And our judges, you know, really take their time to give the correct scores. They work hard in there. They've come from all over. We have judges from France, Brazil, Portugal, Australia, England, the USA, under the guidance of our contest director, Eric Kramer, and head judge, Kurt Page. So they're up there working hard, watching heat after heat, and they have the ability to go back and watch replays of each of the waves and compare them to other scores. And that's one of my favorite parts about these ISA events, is every single event is run so professional at the scale that the ISA runs the Olympic Games.
Yeah, and they really, take the time to go back and watch and ensure that they're not overscoring or underscoring based upon previous scores given in the heat to either that surfer or another surfer in there. Their timing came well as Daniel Suto from Spain has jumped into the lead with that last wave score of a 6.93, and that'll pair well with his 4.93, and this is really going to add another name into a list of past world champions that might not have been thought of when we first started this. But Daniel Soto really putting down a really great wave score. He'll definitely be moving on with the likes of Matt Formstom, Aaron Polk, Roy Calderon Vargas, Perot, and also probably Luis Medina. Our surfer in white here, Dave Lewis from England, a little bit of a late drop there in an unfortunate just kind of miscue of not quite dropping in at the right time, but with nearly 7 minutes remaining, Dave's going to get back out there, a true competitor, and will be going for another wave to try to add to his score and move himself on. But right now, a real big battle between the blue and the red jersey, our surfers from Spain and Chile.
That's 6.93 for Daniel Suito from Spain. And up and riding Shigeru Fujisaki, he needs a score. He's going to use that classic longboard style, going to the nose, not gaining points in this competition for nose riding as it is judged on shortboard style of surfing. But it's always fun when you get a chance to get close to the nose and ride the nose. So Shigeru out there having fun. He's trying to move out of 9th place and into an advancement position. The top 8 will move into the semifinals. And as you mentioned, the 2 newcomers from the Iberian Peninsula, from France and from Spain, they're trying to make their presence known on a world stage, going up in a division where there are 4 returning world champions. And so Luis Medina from Chile also trying to make his mark here today, and he's got a good score line and currently waiting for, there it is, a 2.10 for Shigeru. So that's going to help him out and possibly move him into advancement position.
Surfer in blue here, a little late drop, getting out in front of that white ball, but it never really formed the double up there. That shoulder is definitely getting pulled back by the impeding wave behind it. 5 minutes remaining, so you're going to start seeing the first round of prone men's 2 starting to paddle out. So there'll start to be a good amount of people in the water as the visually impaired is a team of 2, and our men's prone is a team of 3. So there's going to be a good amount of people out in the water for the last 5 minutes here. We'll want to make sure that we keep an eye on who's who and making sure that we finish out this round strong. Excited to see what the outcome of the competition is here in Vision Impaired 2. Really competitive heats leading up to this. As you mentioned, 4 past world champions, and now the inclusion of a good battle in this heat between the surfer from Chile, Luis Medina, and then our surfer from Spain, Daniel Soto. So exciting things happening here in men's Vision Impaired 2.
And as we've been talking about, the operation of this competition and how it's run, the organization, you can follow along on ISAsurf.org. Right on the home screen, you can click to go to the event site and watch the live webcast. As you're watching the webcast, you can also have a second screen or a second computer that has all of the judges' scores. So there's complete transparency with scores. So you can click where it says show all scores, and it will show all of the scores for each of the waves, not only the 2 waves that we see on screen right here in this graphic, and Shigeru Fujisaki on a beautiful looking right, going to the nose again. He's going to look to do a cutback or just a hang 5 for my own personal enjoyment.
Yeah, and then the old despair fall back into the ocean, as in I should have turned. Now here is a turn right here from the surfer in red from Chile, Luis Medina, who knows that I think he has given up his top spot, and he's looking to pair now a 5.33 with whatever the judges are going to award this. And as he continues it all the way into the beach, 3 minutes remaining, he's got time to paddle back out because he's stoked. And when you know they're stoked, they paddle back out harder. And awaiting this score to see how it pairs. Surfer in white from England here.
Whitewater takeoff, not going to go on that one. I think that was Luis Medina's best wave, that first turn. He was able to complete that cutback all the way into the whitewater, bank off the whitewater, and that, I'm going to say, might be his best score, but it's not up to me. It's only up to us to just take wild guesses. Well, they're not necessarily wild. They're educated guesses for the most part.
It's maths. You add that S on the end of math, and it really gives you the opportunity. There's our good friend Altier from Chile and our good friend Claudio Morales from Chile, along with Elias. What a crew of incredible surfers representing Chile there. They always have a great chant. They're always energetic, and they always bring great energy to every event, and they're just incredible surfers too.
Yeah, we saw great energy at the Pan American Games last year in Pichilemu in Chile. So surfing was included in this multi-sport games for the American countries. There were 4 disciplines within the sport of surfing. There was shortboard, longboard, stand-up paddle surfing, and also stand-up paddle racing. All 4 of those disciplines, they crowned a men's and women's champion, as well as the traditional silver and bronze medals as well. And ISA continuing to push the charge for Olympic inclusion for longboarding, for stand-up paddling, but also for parasurfing. Talk to us a little bit about the vibe with the athletes, knowing that ISA is pushing so hard for this Paralympic inclusion.
You know, obviously it's been sad news that it won't be included in the LA 28 games, but it seems like it's got a great headway for 2032 in Brisbane. And I think what's really come to a boot about the entire parasurfing movement is classification and the refinement of the classification, that, you know, we're constantly trying to level the playing field, ensuring that we have the right competitors in the right field so that people are competing on a fair level, and also ensuring that their disability is matched with the classification that they're put forth in. We don't want folks that could be competing in one division that truthfully should be in another, changing the playing field. And here we go, vision impaired 2 surfer in blue, Daniel Sud. Oh, went to really snap, and the old foot came right off the board.
That's never happened to me before.
Me neither. I mean, I sit, so I never have that problem.
And Dave Lewis just having fun there. He's bettering actually his scores from yesterday, and here we see Daniel Soto again, and beautiful snap right there. He's able to extend that back foot to get real extension on that, driving all the way down the line, gaining speed off the top once, and falls off the back of that one. That one is going to count. We'll see if that goes into his score line. You see that 6.93 that actually dropped in from a previous wave. A lot of scores to come still, and this shook up the whole entire round.
Yeah, I mean, I still think, Daniel's pairing a 6.93 with a 2.03. That last wave is going to outperform the 2.03. Luis Medina, the one that we saw that you called with about 3 minutes left, a 5.33 getting paired with that 6.6. This is really going to move things around, and the bubble of 8, I think, is going to have a close thing. We've got a big heat coming up here, Anthony. We're going to transition out of the booth. So if you can let us know who's coming up and what's happening next.
Yeah, thanks, Roy. We'll be coming back right after this with a special guest in the booth and Sam Blakely as well. We'll be right back right after this.
Hello and welcome to Huntington Beach, California. I'm Kelly Miller, President and CEO of Visit Huntington Beach.
Known as Surf City, USA, Huntington Beach boasts 10 miles of coastline and the most consistent waves on the West Coast. Huntington Beach has it all, with endless summer weather, year-round events, outdoor activities, and oceanfront resorts and spas. So get ready to be inspired, be connected, and be here, Huntington Beach. Plan your visit at surfcityusa.com.
Parasurfing has the power to bring us together. Together, we push the limits, further the sport, and go for gold. You've crossed countries to get to the World Championships. Let Access Tracks simplify crossing the sand. Access Tracks, the official beach access pathway of the ISA World Parasurfing Championships.
Welcome back to the action. A pleasure to have your company. Thanks for staying with us. Thanks for tuning in as we move into the first elimination round. It's men's prone to and up and riding already. Mateus representing Montezuma in Costa Rica. He's kicking things off in style, surfing against David Teixeira from Brazil, Cliff Gralton from Australia, and Onder Goenaga from Spain. I'm Sam Bleakley. Absolute honor and a pleasure to be joined in the booth by Associate Professor of Occupational Therapy and our Head of International Classification for Parasurfing, Dr. Maureen Johnson. Mo, a great exchange already between Cliff and Mateus. Good start for both of the surfers.
Oh, I have to say, this is one of my favorite heats to watch, no matter what level it is, if it's semifinals, finals, or even these elimination rounds.
And you would have classified these surfers, Dave, Cliff, Mateus, Onder. When you got the opportunity to meet them at the start of the event, who do you think was most relaxed about going big in this event?
Oh, I don't know. Maybe they hit it, but they are all amazing. They're surfing, they're training in and out of the water. They are surfing hard. They're working out with weights and cardio, and you could tell by their skill level and they're just elevating the sport. So, especially this sport class.
And then for all of the adaptive sport fans tuning in around the world and back home, just explain briefly what is distinctive about Prone 2.
So what's very distinct about Prone 2 is these are called our high support need athletes. So they will have a pusher and a catcher helping them out in the water. And they ride the wave independently, using different techniques like head-hip ratio, turning their head so they can turn and drive down the line. They're getting so good that they'll be able to flip up onto the waves and just really dialing in their skill. And when they come to classification, we have their medical documents to see that they have an appropriate underlying health condition, and then that can lead to an eligible impairment.
And talking of somebody who is kicking things off in style, Cliffo dropped a 5.83 for his opening ride, big back to turns, engaging the rail, driving out of those snaking roundhouses, and then coming back into the foam, and then gouging underneath there on his 3-fin board. And he's going to back things up with a really strong second score. And Mo, you were just talking about the real definition of the Prone 2 classification.
Yep, that's right. So they have an underlying health condition of a high-level spinal cord injury, maybe triple or quadruple amputation, or cerebral palsy, things like that. And so when they come into us in classification, we make sure that they meet the minimal impairment criteria and that they truly do require assistance in the water.
And how has the prone divisions evolved since the inaugural 2015 ISA World Parasurfing Championships?
It's really evolved because a lot of times early surfers with low skill level want the assistance in the water, but they technically do not require it. So we've had to do a lot of adjustment, pulling them aside and letting them know they're now on their own and they need to train on their own because they don't have enough of an impairment to get that assistance in the water.
So Cliff Gralton from Tuncurry, mid-north coast of South Wales, a fantastic action sports photographer. He kicks off with a 5.83. He's got a backup score to come. Onder, what a fantastic progress he has made, Dr. Mo, over the last couple of years. He got a copper in this final last year. The young Spaniard, just age 20. I bet you have been excited to see his progress.
I've seen them as young juniors, as a junior adapted surfers, and now they're coming through as adults. So it's just amazing watching their skill and their training and how they're dialing in the communication with their pushers and catchers.
And someone who's just dialed in some great scores on the glass. Who you got, Ben Way?
Thanks a lot, guys. Had to figure out who I was interviewing because this guy snuck in a score in the very end. Here we have Daniel Soto representing Spain. Felicidades, tío.
Many thanks. Muchas gracias. Estoy muy contento en la ronda 1. Surfé muy nervioso por mi debut en un mundial y hoy, pese al viento, estaba ya más relajado, más tranquilo y volví a encontrar en el último segundo una ola que me dio el pase.
Yeah, so he said he was really nervous. It's his first World Championship, and there's a lot of wind, but he was able to grab that last score. So my first question for him is going to be, with this wind affecting the audio signal and the communication with his spotter, so I'm going to see how that affected things today compared to his earlier rounds.
Yeah, sure. We cannot hear anything, and with the wind in the eye, it's very difficult. Sometimes in the wave, you are blind completely, but we must do the same conditions for all. all the same.
And also, when you catch a wave and you're going back out to your spotter, it's probably really hard to find your spotter again.
Yes, of course, because everything is different, and only the feelings on the board makes you make the rail.
Well, you got to be very, very excited to be stacking up some great scores. You're doing a great job for your country. Finalmente, si quieres decir unas palabras en español a los que te están apoyando desde casa.
Pues muchos saludos a la familia, a los niños, a mi mujer, hermanos, a mis amigos los pollos y bueno, a toda Galicia aquí dando el callo para vosotros.
Bien hecho, amigo.
Thank you, man.
Back to you guys.
Great stuff. Congratulations, Daniel. And while that was happening in the post-heat interview, we saw a great exchange. We've got another significant score to come in for our Australian representing the Irukandjis. Cliffo has already dropped to 6.17 and a 5.83. I feel as if that last ride could well go into his top two. Davi Teixeira drops a 4.17, and Mateus Luna from Montezuma on the south of the Nicoya Peninsula in Costa Rica. He's got a couple of scores, but up and riding right now, it's our Spaniard, Ander, the 20-year-old. He's got a low score of a 1, so he's going to get that second score on the board. I've got the pleasure of being joined in the booth by Dr. Maureen Johnson. Mo, great exchange for all of these surfers. Something I'm interested in asking you. I know that Davi Teixeira was born with amniotic band syndrome, known as Adam complex, which trapped the limbs in the fetus, and so that is his impairment. Davi Teixeira has a really unique journey in adaptive surfing. Talk about the different types of techniques he's used over the years to compete.
So yeah, he's used a lot. He's learned now how when he gets pushed in, he can drop his arm down and really start turning on it as the bottom turn to get a deeper bottom turn so he can shoot up to the rail and hit off the rail. So yeah, he has come just an amazing change in life and as becoming a young adult and a real professional surfer.
And am I correct in Freddie Maramon from Colombia has the same impairment as Davi?
Yeah, very similar. Very similar. You know, a lot of people in the world have that unfortunate situation where they're born with their limbs, congenital limbs is what we call them. Yeah, so they are just living their life to their fullest right now and being one of the best surfers we have, and they're most exciting to watch.
And of course, we have seen some fantastic performances all week already from Davi Teixeira. He's our reigning world champion. He's such a beautiful spirit as well. He speaks fluent English, so if you don't speak Portuguese, you can commune with him, and he's intellectual, he's driven, he's really spirited, he's passionate, and he's got some of the biggest scores, Mo, all week. He's been boxing 9s, he's got a 9 and an 8.7 in the opening round, but this is the last score, Mo. This is a 7 for Cliffo. What do you think of this?
Oh, I think it's amazing. If you could suddenly look, he's turning his head, he's driving down, he's on his elbows, it's called prone on elbows, and just driving, staying into the wave, trying to be in that sweet spot to get scores.
So you talk about prone on elbows. Thanks for tuning in. If you're listening to us, it's a pleasure to have your company. It's a pleasure for me to be here with Mo. Mo, we had a really nice evening last night. We played a little bit of music bingo, but then we got completely sidetracked, and you just talked about your year and the progress you're seeing from the athletes today, the equipment, the training, and you were just talking about some of those different prone techniques. Remind me again of the technique you were just talking about with the use of the elbows.
Right, so it's called prone on elbows for our high support need athletes who have to stay on their stomach, and they have upper limb involvement. So like Clifford that we just saw, he pops himself up onto the elbow, and then he uses his head and he drives through to stay in the line.
Fantastic. And of course, classification always involving. How regularly do you have dialogue with the International Paralympic Committee to keep on top of being head of classification for the ISA?
Right, so every year we have a meeting in Europe or North Africa or Egypt or something like that, and we all come together, all heads of all parasports, and parasurfing is a recognized international federation, so they invite us. So we're constantly being trained. The rules update, they change as well to make sure that we're consistent for all parasports. And then
wow, While you were saying that, I mean, did you see the maneuvers from Davi Teixeira? I mean, what did you think of that opening top turn combination, Mo?
It was beautiful, just coming up onto the lip. It's amazing.
And what will be the difference with Cliffo now in the lead with a 7 and a 617? What will be the difference in trunk strength and the health of the spinal cord between Davi Teixeira and Cliffo?
Well, you know, it's interesting that you asked me that because this sport class was first designed for people with high-level spinal cord injuries like quadriplegia. And Jesse Bilal is one of those surfers, for example. And then we've gotten so many more athletes, like people with triple amputations or congenital amputations, as well as cerebral palsy, like we have Ander here. So actually, after this, I will be reviewing every single athlete in the Prone 2 division, and I'm going to be putting their condition and their numbers from our classification results and try to see if is it fair that they're together, because someone who has high-level spinal cord injury does not have trunk motion, but people with triple amputations or congenital limbs do.
Very interesting stuff. As we can see, live action, Mateus Luna from Costa Rica looking to back up that score as Davi Teixeira drops a 7.5, moves up into second position. Cliff Grauton out there in the lead. Great turn, linking combination of maneuvers from Davi Teixeira, and then going into that projected top turn re-entry after a nice start to this ride, looking to replace that backup 417. This is elimination. This is the opportunity to move to the semi-finals. There's only spots for 6 surfers across the 2 semi-finals. This is our first quarterfinal, and Mo, it looks like Davi Teixeira is going to replace that 417, and he's aiming, of course, to defend his gold medal.
It's such a long ride he just had with so many turns, and you could definitely see his head moving to turn the board.
So do you get to ride prone sometimes? I know you're a passionate surfer. Do you sometimes use a variety of boards just to stay close psychologically to the different wave riding techniques that our surfers are using?
I actually do.
There we go.
Especially when I've got bigger waves, I'll stay on my stomach or I'll pop to my knees and start looking at it. I do a lot of biomechanical research for each sport class as well to make sure that it's aligned. You know, every time I make a classification decision, it's not just me, it's a team, but it's also a team of researchers, and we run the numbers, and that's how guides the minimal impairment criteria.
And what about these turns?
Here we go.
From
See,
Davi?
he's turning, and you see his head turning and going with the board, trying to align it. Just nicely done.
Fantastic, and he drops a good
Stays
score.
with it, adjusting his weight on it to drop in more.
Yeah, and of course he's a keen martial artist as well, and keen skateboarder. You'll often see both Freddie and Davi using their skateboard, and their interest in all types of embodied sports, which are kind of combining mind, soul, and body. I mean, I think that's the connection that he feels with his love of martial arts and his connection to wave riding.
Oh, that's right. That's right.
So big scores dropping. He goes up into first. So Cliffo in second with a 7 and a 617. Now the question is, Mo, what do we need to see from our Costa Rican and our Spaniard? They're in third and fourth, and both of them have been former finalists in Prone 2, and now the pressure's on. They could be eliminated if they don't get a good backup score.
That's right. Well, they have to wait for the right wave. So now they have to start looking at the numbers of the waves and the points that they need, and not take any wave, but actually a wave that's going to produce some good scores.
Well, that looked like a nice left-hander for Cliff Grauton for the Irukandji's Team Australia. He's got a 7 and a 617. I don't think that's going to replace that 617, but now priority is sitting with our surfer in white, Ander from Spain. He was a copper medalist in the 2023 World Parasurfing Championship in Prone 2 as the Irukandjis cheer on Cliffo, with Ander looking to position himself on this left-hander as Mateus gets the first look in. Out of second priority. Great line on the left-hander. This is fantastic, Mo.
Look at him!
Charging, gliding, and an incredible cutback. Can he ride out of that float? Unlucky not to continue that ride because the speed he had into that maneuver was exciting. It was dynamic. It was a great long line right in the pocket. But had he ridden out of that maneuver, Mo, I think that could have been the score that he needed.
Absolutely. Absolutely. And, you know, one thing about the Prone 2 athletes is they're also dilating their equipment and changing their boards and the dynamics on the boards.
So talk about the technique we're seeing from Mateus here.
So you see he's looking, he's shifted his hands so he has one up in the front and one down on the side, almost a little bit like bodyboarding, right? And driving down. He's staying a little flat, so to keep in it, maybe he was hoping for a little barrel. I'm not sure what he was doing there. So It's just beautiful, clean streamline.
Real nice in the pocket action there, right in the hook. Good maneuver to open things out. Great projection here, climbing and dropping. But this big roundhouse cutback here goes super wide, puts that board on rail, and then you can just really see Mo how he's just almost losing it. But at that point, the slice in the turn, I thought he's going to drop back down into this.
I sure did, because he was doing that prone on elbows, put it the weight, and then he shifted over to the other weight. Just wasn't enough.
Prone on elbow, that's the fantastic analysis, the description of that technique. Out of this first section here, then going into that cutback. So this is what we call prone on elbow.
That's correct.
Almost rebounding off the foam. It's going to be a score. Is it significant enough? No, it comes in at a 3.87. So he's still in third. Onda now out there with first priority. Stakes are pretty high. 3 minutes, 40 seconds remaining, Mo. He's up and riding. He's chasing a combination of scores, though. So he just needs more than one significant score to stay in the event. A finalist last year. I don't feel like this is going to be the significant score he needs, as we see David Teixeira, top to bottom, up and riding. Hits the lip, doesn't ride out of it.
Great technique.
Cliffo in the background there. He's in second position. He's in first priority. He's behind the section. This one's going to get steep and sucky. He's top to bottom. He's hooking into another turn, into a cutback. Just dags that outside rail, but it won't matter because he's carrying a couple of good scores. So there's still now time for situations to change. Mateus chasing an 8.84, but Onda chasing a combination of scores, Mo.
Yeah.
So 2 waves required of significant scoring for our Spaniard. If he's going to get in second, he needs to at least better that 7 and that 6.17 from Cliffo. Is this the first time you've got to meet Cliffo? Is he new to the World Parasurfing community?
Oh, no. Cliff's been around. We saw him in Australia in March and at previous events. Oh, yeah, for sure.
So
all of them are very experienced surfers and been competing with us for a while.
All stalwarts, and of course Clifford, a fantastic photographer. He was telling us yesterday how he's been documenting a lot of motocross lately. You can check out his work at c.captures_sports. Great photographer. I love learning about the careers that a lot of these athletes have, because of course you can't just be an athlete. Sometimes you've really got to work to pay the bills. You've got to work to surf.
And work to surf, work to travel.
And of course, tell us a little bit about your other role beyond your head of parasport classification for the ISA, your occupational therapy work. Which university are you associated with?
So right now I'm with the University of St. Augustine for Health Sciences. We have 5 campuses. I'm on the San Marcos campus in San Diego, California.
Close to good waves.
Close to always good waves.
Great idea.
Just have to drive up and down the 5 to find them. So yeah, it's great. And I teach the occupational therapy students. I also write a lot of simulations. I've been focusing on medical legal simulations for healthcare.
Sure.
So that's been really fun and exciting, presenting on that at international simulation meetings.
Well, it's been an absolute pleasure to have you in the booth once again for the heat. We shared a heat on day 1, and not only just calling the action, but just all the work you're doing. And this is the 9th edition of the ISA World Parasurfing Championships. I mean, how proud are you to see the growth?
Oh, it's just been an amazing journey, and the athletes are building their skill. The judges are just so excited to be here. The vibe up in the judges' tent when I'm up there observing, it's just such great positive vibes. I can't believe how incredibly talented the athletes are and how far we've gone in really a short amount of time, because it didn't exist.
Big opportunity for Mateus from Costa Rica, a silver medalist in 2022, chasing an 8.84. There was a good opportunity on that wave. He attacked it. He wasn't able to link through to the midsection. I don't think it's going to be the excellent range score. So if things remain unchanged, it's going to be David Teixeira and Cliff Gralton booking their spots in the semi-final. And of course, Mo, huge disappointment not to be in the Paralympics for LA, but what do we need to do to get in the Paralympics for Melbourne?
We just need to keep, in Brisbane, we just need to keep fighting for it. We just need to keep doing what we're doing, getting more girls surfing. We need to keep our skills up and stay healthy.
Absolutely.
Stay healthy.
And an important element as well, we had a fantastic opportunity to inspire more female participation with a program on the weekend here.
That's right. And it was great having the women there. And I think they're going to be wearing their T-shirts maybe tomorrow. And it'll be great to see them and really support the women surfers.
So their tie-dye T-shirts. Well, Mo, it's been
Thank
great
you.
to have
Just
you.
a pleasure.
Thanks for your time. We look forward to seeing more of you. We got the next heat coming up. It's going to be Freddie Maramon, Jesse Balawa, Angel Luis Curiel, and Alfonso Faraya. Stay with us.
We are Team USA. Welcome to this year's opening ceremony 2024. Let's go!
Welcome everybody to this beautiful get together again of the para surfers of the world under the ISA. These are going to be amazing days of surfing in Surf City, USA, Huntington Beach. What a wonderful place full of history for the ISA, for World Championships, for US National Championships, for legends that's been surfing in Huntington Beach for decades and decades and decades. It's part of the history of surfing in the United States. So enjoy these days, enjoy your friends, your colleagues, your fellow competitors from around the world. Thank you very much. Muchas gracias to everybody from the bottom of my heart. Thank you.
Thank you once again, and I would now like to declare the ISA Parasurfing Championship open.
Welcome back to the action as we move into quarterfinal number 2. It's Freddie Maramon, Jesse Balawa, Angel Luis Curiel, and Afonso Stock Faraya. So it's Colombia, USA, Spain, Portugal, live from Huntington Beach, day 3 of the ISA World Para Surfing Championship. I'm Sam Bleakley, back in the booth now with Rachel Tilley. Rachel, we just had Dr. Maureen Johnson come in and call the action, and the stakes were high. We had Davi Teixeira and Cliff O'Gralton book their spots in the semi-finals, but this is a really big one, and a number of techniques that we all see between Freddie with the looser style there, and then Jesse Balawa with the more beautiful, elegant, in-the-pocket approach. But I'm looking forward to seeing also our Spaniard and our Portuguese surfer.
Yeah, this is a really stacked division, and we're seeing so many different techniques and really great surfing over the first 2 rounds of this division from the past few days. So it is just getting more and more stacked as we're moving into these later divisions, or rounds.
Live action, knockout surfing here. It's Freddie Maramon up and riding. He's going to drop a score. That wave just fading out a little bit on him. Afonso Faria, a regular representative for Portugal at the ISA World Para Surfing Championship from Carcavelos in Portugal there, likes to surf around Cascais, up and having a look at this wave. It's our Spaniard, Angel, beautiful cutback turn, represented Spain in the 2022 edition of the ISA World Para Surfing Championships in Pismo from Valladolid, and a fantastic exchange going on as Afonso answers back on a nice foamy pier bowl left and hooks himself into a long drawn-out cutback with some good scores likely coming through for our Spaniard. And as he gets closer to the inside, and it's going to be really even Stevens on those first few waves, but watch out because the Zen master, Jesse Balawa, top to bottom, driving off that opening turn on a long, smooth right-hander. Great wave positioning. This could be one of the best, longest rides of the week if this keeps to open out. Great wave selection from his pusher, also called Jesse. Rachel, Jesse Balawa is taking this all the way through to the inside.
This is absolutely phenomenal. You can see how the ride just continued to bend away from the beach, which encourages or it allows that length of ride to really be a factor there. And we see that really come into the judges' scoreline in that length of ride, because length of ride, while that's not just in and of its own a scoreable thing, it does then allow multiple maneuvers to be done in that time. And wow, what an excellent opening ride for Jesse.
Live action, Freddie Maramon from Colombia. Nice big sweeping cut back there, drives off that first turn, and then top to bottom stuff again as he hooks it back, rebounds off the foam. Things starting to fade out underneath him, but he got some significant maneuvers, a shorter ride on the left, but Great wave selection for Jesse Balawa, getting that long, open-faced right-hander. And that big opening turn he did was incredible, the way he maintained momentum through that, Rachel. So with that, let's go down to David Teixeira, who just took the heat win, and he's on the glass with Ben Way.
Thank you, Sam. Rachel, here with the winner of the men's Pro 2 round 3 heat number 1, David Teixeira Aguilar for our team Brazil. Parabéns, moleque.
Obrigado. Thank you, guys. Thank you, Ben. It was such a nice heat. I really had difficult to get into the waves. That's so, like, fat. In Brazil, we say fat. And that's it. But it was a great heat.
Yeah, that's what I wanted to ask, because today, very different conditions. And even though the waves are really nice shape, did you have to plan your maneuvers and your line in different places on the wave to make sure you didn't get blown over the back?
Yeah, for sure. In this heat, I had to, most of the time, surf in the front of the board, on the surfboard, to get my waist in the point of the board. So that's great for me, easier to get into the wave and to not to make the turns, but I have good movement to get the front and the back, and that's it. That's helped me a lot.
Well, you're well on your way after your 4th gold medal, and so we talked a lot about all of your training in mixed martial arts and in karate. And how has all that training fed into your performance? Because we see you really strong, really fast this time.
Yeah, this training in martial arts gave me more physical conditional, and give me more prepare, psychological and physical prepare. And in this heat was such a nice thing that, guys, I'm a Christian, I'm a disciple of Jesus. And when I was there and it wasn't coming waves, I just raised my hands and praised the Lord, and the waves just coming, and that was such a nice thing. And that's it. But talking about the training in martial arts, give me more prepare,
And what color belt are you now in karate?
In karate, I'm a green belt going to the brown belt, and I hope in the next year I'll get the black belt in karate and start teaching karate for other people that have disabilities too, and self-defense, that kind of thing.
That's excellent. Well, great job with you, Bibi Lima, Andorinho, with your team. Finalmente, por favor, dê uma mensagem para todos no Brasil.
É isso, galera. Obrigado aí por acompanhar. Aqui tá frio pra caralho, mas vambora. Tamo junto. Isso!
Back to you guys.
Great stuff. David Teixeira on fire. And I will say myself, a pretty good-looking, handsome young man is David, isn't he?
Absolutely. And
very well-spoken as well. Really great to hear from Davi, as always, as Freddie Maramon has got a 7 and he's looking to replace his 1.83. Jesse Balawa drops a 6.5 for his opening right-hander. Freddie working this all the way through to the inside, gone for the new braided hair look. I really appreciate the little bit of extra style we're seeing from Freddie this year. Often sports the more cropped hair, going for the braids. Live action, Jesse Balawa on his 2nd wave. Nice open left-hander right in the pocket, riding his collab board designed with Bob Hurley, Ben Way and Roger Baltiero from Costa Mesa. And this board absolutely on fire for Jesse Balawa as he looks to add to that 6.5, and they're just linking things elegantly through the inside with great rail control and a float to end onto the sand, Rachel. That was super good.
Yeah, being intentional about all those movements right until the very inside was a beautiful wave. And like you said, I really love that board's ability to link through the faster sections. He started that wave with a lot of speed, and as he came into the inside and you could see that wave backing off, you could just see that board starting to do the work it's supposed to do and glide and link through those sections. Really, really well done.
Absolutely, of course. Jesse's story, he broke his neck age 17 out of coming out of a barrel. He was a top international junior. He suffered spinal cord injuries, and that was just before he was about to turn professional as a junior. But he bounced back, launched, the life rolls on, because everyone living with paralysis deserves to feel the exhilarating freedom that surfing brings him. And this is an appreciation of the mighty Zen master in action, Rachel.
Yeah, I love that he used this opening section to really increase that speed. You could see at the takeoff, he kind of stayed towards the top of the wave and then decided to angle down, and that helped gain speed through that drop-in in order to come into this cutback with plenty of speed. Look at how he's turning his head and really using that to redirect himself all the way around. Here's where we were talking about that board starting to help in linking his linking him into the inside. Just maintaining that speed through the softer part of the wave is really impressive, and you see he's going to redirect again back towards that right. As you can see, the left is fading away, and it's onto the inside that he's able to find that last little floater right onto the sand. So Sam, this wave came in at a 4.43, a great backup to his 6.50.
And you know what I was thinking of? We were talking yesterday and you were telling me that you're going on a trip to Fiji pretty soon. Well, you know, in 2005, Jesse was the first quadriplegic surfer to ride Cloudbreak.
Wow.
So if you get to score Cloudbreak, do you think you might get to surf Cloudbreak on your trip?
I don't know. I'm hopeful.
Well, if you do, then you have to think about Jesse's pioneering performance there back in 2005. The first quadriplegic surfer to ride solid, legit, overhead, juicy, barreling Cloudbreak, live action. It's Angel from Spain, top to bottom again, driving through these sections. Great control into the foam and just biting that last float. Not riding out of that last maneuver, but I like the agility that we're seeing from Angel. The 5.33 will be backed up for our Spaniard from Valladolid. And it looks like a nice little set there on the coming through. Who's in first priority? It's our surfer in white, Afonso from Portugal. Climbs and drops. Rachel, you like that first maneuver?
Yeah, I really liked that. That wave looked like it was really lining up. He had a lot of speed. Unfortunately, just getting hung up on that re-entry maneuver there and getting knocked out. But you can see that excellent body surfing from his pusher over to him as we see another set. Gosh, this heat is providing in conditions.
Freddie Maramona, heat leader. Jesse Bilauer in second. Freddie harks it back, throws spray off the bottom, off the top, and now into the white water. Stays with it, looks to see if there's any opportunities for the reform. Just adjusts his arms there to get a nice trim position, and then goes into his little 360. Can he ride out of it? He almost keeps moving after it, but he certainly got the full 360 rotation. We saw him do that move in the opening round. You get the feel that there's a couple of fruity moves in the toolkit for Freddie Maramon if he really needs to get a big score.
Fruity, I like that description word.
Jesse Bilauer, high line. Look at this beautiful section ahead as that Santa Ana wind just keeps things velvet smooth as he goes into the white water section there and cuts back. Little snake turn there, and then great read of the wave. You can really feel the history of wave riding in Jesse's approach. This is a person who was born and raised in the ocean, and you can just see the lines that he chooses are really connected with that intrinsic wave riding skill you get as someone who's surfed since being a child.
That's really well said. I think something that really stands out about Jesse's surfing is his ocean knowledge and wave knowledge. And when he chooses to, let's say, just do a down carve like we saw in that opening maneuver there, rather than wrapping it all the way around into a full cutback.
Well, like wrapping MC remix wrap on Grandmaster Flash style. Are we talking about wrapping rail work?
Wrapping rail work in this case. But let's take a look at this replay. Stalls at the top there, and then you'll see him intentionally drop in. And so here he's intentionally going into that opening maneuver with speed, and we'll see him lean onto that left elbow and start to wrap it around. I love how far out onto the face that he draws his cutbacks, but instead, Sam, of wrapping it all the way around back into the whitewash, he just does a down carve there because he sees this section lining back up in front of him. Had he wrapped it all the way around, first he'd probably be knocking into green there, but he wouldn't be as ideal of a placement for this, for the rest of this wave, and continues to read it. Now is the right section.
Well, this is
he wraps it back in.
The 7 from Freddie. Great analysis there from Jesse's ride, Rachel.
Well, Freddie has a completely different approach, able to put that one of his hands onto that back rail that helps kind of lift one rail out of the water and drive from rail to rail. So the approach really changes then the way his hand placement really then can change his approach and how that wave is then ridden.
We can see the US flag and the Colombia flag. I really appreciated listening to you analyze Jesse Bilau's cutback then. It really was beautiful as well. A great moment. It's going to not only make a great replay video clip, but some nice still images. Of course, if you want to look at all the stills, our great photographers on set, Jess and Sean, they have been taking some amazing images. And I must go back to the work of Sean Evans over the decades documenting the World Parasurfing Championships. It's been absolutely game-changing. I always appreciated the work he's done for the adaptive sports community behind the lens as Freddie Maramon charges through the section into the pole barrel. Is he going to ride out of this? He got a look, but he was pretty close to the pylons. Things getting super dangerous in there, Rachel.
I think he would have gotten the vision there. Not necessarily scoreable from the judge's perspective, but I think him as a surfer would have gotten that second of vision, which is always just the best feeling.
I love that. And I did that purposefully when we were in Abu Dhabi at the basin at the.
Oh, yep.
Purposefully, Ben told me, said, don't cut back, but I thought, if I do, at least I'll pull in and get the barrel shot.
Yeah.
You were there on the jet ski, actually.
Yes.
Do you remember? Yeah. I got the vision. You can't beat the vision, but did he get the vision on the inside?
I think he might have, but he did some great work on the outside here. I thought maybe the wind was going to push him out there, so he did really well to put that weight forward and get back in there, really starting to gain speed here as he sees it picking up. I love his reading of the wave there. You know,
it was kind of like a mouth barrel.
Yeah.
It kind of goes like a lip. It was like a kind of a saltwater lip tube.
Yeah. Something I love about surfing is what it does to challenge you to read waves and to think in the moment and react in the moment. And you start operating from a place of instinct and your connection to the wave and the ocean knowledge and how this break operates. And Freddie did a great demonstrating there of his ability to see the wave changing in the moment and then initiate a way of surfing it to complement that.
I don't want to dent that great description, the poetry of what you just said, but I'm going to call that the Botox barrel. Freddie Maramon going for the Botox barrel there on his lips, but it didn't quite come out of it, but he does get a decent score. He's got a 7 and a 5.37, so he's looking good. Jesse Bilau in second, but our Spaniard and our Portuguese surfers, what do they need to do? As Jesse Bilau answers back, looking to replace his 4.43. Nice bottom turn setup, goes into a cutback again, into a second turn, and then just adjusting subtly but elegantly that transition of weight across his elbows. Of course, the unique thing about Jesse is it's all in that subtle elbow control. His whole drive for steering these waves, for putting that board on rail, is just that gentle transition, rail to rail, but there's a real element of power and precision to it at the same time.
Yeah, absolutely. And you know, for any surfer, their relationship to their equipment is extremely important. But in this case for Jesse, you can just see he has the perfect equipment underneath him to link every single maneuver together in a really graceful way.
Nice arcing cutback from Freddie. A smaller wave, opting to stay busy. He's already got a 7 and a 5.37. Don't think that's going to go into his top two. Pressure's now on our surfer for Spain and our surfer for Portugal. Angel and Afonso, what do they need to do, Rachel, in these last 2 minutes?
Well, they do have first and second priority, so I think it'll just come down to, well, one, getting on a wave, making sure you give yourself that opportunity to get a scoring potential, but it's utilizing that priority to try and give something for the judges to score them on, you know, and that's then the to and fro of hoping the ocean provides, but when the ocean does provide, or if the ocean provides, then capitalizing on it.
And the interesting thing about Angel is following an incident in a car crash, he can now only move the left side of his body. So that is interesting because you think that would favor him going left, to be able to engage on that left side rail. So are we going to see our surfer in green, Angel, get the opportunity to get the score he needs on a left? It's just a 5.61 required, but Rachel, there's not much time left. You've been in these positions before. You've competed for a number of years, at Huntington, and you know this feeling of needing a score and having to adapt and move maybe to the inside if there's no set coming.
Yeah, and that can prove really helpful in times. I mean, we saw Elena Nichols yesterday get a buzzer beater score within the last 2 minutes that turned the entire heat around for her, shot her straight up to the lead. So, you know, it's really not over until it's over. And on the flip side, I've lost heats because of my counterparts getting scores in those last seconds, and maybe I dropped the ball in those last seconds. So we could see some action potentially here. We do see some lines coming in. Will they stand up enough? We do see that tide dropping out now, so it is those consistency is increasing. We are going to see one more opportunity here.
Afonso from Carcavelos, Portugal, up and riding. Really nice right-hander, goes into the section there. Things get steep, catches that rail, takes that wipeout, was chasing, and 8.27 on his quad. He's not going to get the score. He's going to get eliminated along with Angel from Spain. So Freddie Maramon will take the win. Jessie Bilal will take second, Rachel. But big shout out to the performances from Angel and Afonso.
Yeah, absolutely. Great surfing from everybody. I've really been loving seeing them in these conditions. It's a beautiful morning here.
Jose Martinez is next. So stay with us. We'll be right back.
Parasurfing has the power to bring us together. Together, we push the limits, further the sport, and go for gold. You've crossed countries to get to the World Championships. Let Access Tracks simplify crossing the sand. Access Tracks, the official beach access pathway of the ISA World Parasurfing Championships.
Hello and welcome to Huntington Beach, California. I'm Kelly Miller, President and CEO of Visit Huntington Beach.
Known as Surf City, USA, Huntington Beach boasts 10 miles of coastline and the most consistent waves on the West Coast. Huntington Beach has it all, with endless summer weather, year-round events, outdoor activities, and oceanfront resorts and spas. So get ready to be inspired, be connected, and be here, Huntington Beach. Plan your visit at surfcityusa.com.
Welcome back. It could well be the Jose Martinez show if he gets some good ones, but he's surfing against Tomoki Fujiwara from Japan, Scott Davies, the legendary Hawaiian, and Mark Mad Dog Hager, a fantastic surfer for Team England, representing Bournemouth from Boscombe Beach. Loves to surf Kimmeridge Bay, long-time surfer, already a fantastic, internationally well-traveled performer before he developed progressive multiple sclerosis later in his life and is now representing his country in adaptive surfing. So it's going to be really exciting. Once again, 20-minute heats. We've already determined 4 of the semi-finalists. We've got David Teixeira and Jessie Bilal already matched up in semi-final number 1. And we've got Cliff Gralton from Australia and Freddie Maramon from Colombia already matched up in semi-final number 2. So the winner will go into semi-final number 1 and surfer in second will go into semi-final number 2. Sam Bleakley still in the booth here with Rachel Tilley. Rachel, Jose, Tomoki, Scott, Mark is pretty even. I think Jose's got some of the biggest scores of the day, but those other 3 surfers can really deliver the damage as well.
Well, at this point, as we're progressing through the event and getting more and more towards that pointy end of the event, all of these surfers are in this heat because they have posted great scores throughout the event that have qualified them to be into this position as they are now. So we expect to see great surfing from all 4 of them.
So this is Parasurf Prone 2, surfing, riding waves in a prone position that need assistance to paddle into waves and while in the water. And with that, let's head down to the glass because our Colombian style maestro from Cartagena, Freddie Maramon, the 19-year-old, is with Ben Way.
Thank you guys very much. Here with the winner of the men's Prone 2 Round 3 Heat number 2, Freddy Marimon for Colombia. Felicidades, guapis.
Gracias, gracias. Te dije, nos vemos en la entrevista.
Bueno, las condiciones cambiaron un montón, so I'm going to tell that the conditions changed so much since yesterday, especially with these offshores, but there was also some different opportunities, so I want to ask him about that. Bueno, las condiciones parecían difíciles con el viento offshore, pero al mismo tiempo abrió unos barrels, unos tubos, y cómo tenías que cambiar la línea y dónde pusiste las maniobras.
Bueno, desde temprano venimos a la playa a chequear todo el tema de las olas, la brisa, pero la verdad es que así es en Cartagena. Nos sentimos en el patio de nuestra casa, resolvimos, hicimos maniobras, controlando las cosas, pero la verdad es que siempre con una sonrisa y lo supimos controlar.
So he said they were down here since the morning checking out the conditions, the tides down at the shoreline, and he said it's just like his home break. So out there doing what he needed to do with a big smile on his face. And I'm going to ask him about that barrel vision as well. Parecía en el vivo, en la pantalla, que habías metido el tubo ahí al lado del muelle. ¿Tenías una visión dentro del barrel, dentro del tubo?
La verdad es que sí, por lo menos me chapuceé. No salí, pero por lo menos me chapuceé. Y nada, de pronto en la siguiente ronda sí me hago el tubo, quién sabe.
So he said he got in there. He wasn't a super barrel, but he was definitely in there and got a little vision. Bueno, tienes que tener un montón de gente en Colombia que te están apoyando. I'm going to have him send a little message to everybody in his country that are supporting him. Dale un mensaje fuerte a tu gente.
Bueno, a todas las personas que me están viendo, a todo Colombia, gracias. Este hit se lo dedico a Dios, a mi amigo Dumet Turbay, que creyó en mí. Este año me estuve preparando y la verdad es que me cerraron las puertas en muchas partes, en el ministerio, y él confió en Él confió en mi proceso, en el proceso de mi equipo, y aquí estamos, representando a Colombia.
And now I'm going to make him send a message to his mom who's standing over here. Y finalmente un mensaje a tu mamá que está apoyando desde 5 metros.
No, ya está más cerquita. A mi mamá, nada, decirle a mi madre, decirle que la amo, ella lo sabe todo. Desde 2020 no viene conmigo al campeonato mundial y desde ese tiempo, por circunstancias de la vida, no me había ido tan bien como ahora, y ahora está todo mi equipo, está mi madre y estoy con Dios. Eso es todo. Te amo, mami.
Back to you guys. Lots of love down here.
Oh, that was wonderful.
Yeah.
Cool cats from Cartagena, Colombia, bringing the family spirit, the family vibes. That was really special.
Yeah, that was. I love seeing that. You know, I think the overriding narrative we hear from all the athletes is just how much of it takes a village.
Yeah.
You know, for them to be here and doing what they're doing, from support from their family, support from their team, as we see here in Prone 2. It takes them having a pusher and a catcher, and it really is a team spirit and camaraderie here in order to have success out there. So, you know, I love when the athletes are demonstrating that and communicating that. We get to hear from them like that.
Big right-hander for Mark Hager. Beautiful takeoff there. Bottom turn. Can he get around this bowl section? Just hanging on, battling that foam, but keeping a nice rail line on a board. He's now borrowing from Spike Kane, just recognizing the Santa Ana wind offshores, but demonstrating great control all the way through to the inside, engaging that rail back and forth, floating it and dropping back down with style, and then putting his hand in, representing Bournemouth in style. Massive score, massive opportunity as Jose Martinez answers back on a bowl section, Rachel.
Yeah, wow. These waves, it was a slow start, but now we are getting in there. Great opening rides from all of our surfers here. And this wave for Red continuing to provide. Let's see what he does with this final maneuver. And he hits it and brings it back around. I mean, wow, Sam. Are we going to see another opportunity? Maybe not, but maybe a few more behind it. This is an exciting heat.
Yeah, absolutely, Rachel. Really nice exchange there. I love what I saw from Mark Hager. Good committed takeoff. But the way that he was able to stay with that line and get back out on the open face, and then not only did he get back out on the open face, he just started to wham, bam, smash, and then that beautiful float on the inside was really radical.
Yeah, a really great stamp to the finish of a wave. I think, you know, finishing your wave with a radical maneuver like that. Let's take another look. Now, he did spend majority of the outside of this wave by no choice of his own. Obviously, the wave was just running away. I would have loved for there to be an opportunity for him to get an outside maneuver, but he did well to stick it out and took full advantage of his inside. And looking at this opportunity for that floater on the inside and wrapping it back around, you know, I think as a surfer, he would have been looking at that as going, okay, I've taken this all the way to the sand. I need to make it count so that it reflects in my scoreline and put it on a rail all the way to the inside. So taking a look at this replay for our surfer in red, Jose Martinez, you know, it didn't really run away in that same way it did for our surfer in white. And so we saw him having to kind of stick towards that pocket and doing a little bit more rail work back and forth, but it is now our surfer in green who gets an opening ride opportunity. Wow.
That was incredible. Bottom turn, hooked in that high line, just stalled it a little bit and then almost airdrop back down. So close to riding out of that opening maneuver for our Hawaiian, Scott Davies. I mean, he really put that all on the line.
And that's where we're seeing this heavy offshore winds that's affecting our surfers out there really come into play, because the past few days there has been more of a little bit of that prevailing northwest wind, but at the moment it's really heavy Santa Ana winds. And as on any other day, had he gone up to the top of the lip, he would have been able to come back down, but today that wind is just keeping him up there and stalled him too high, and unfortunately came unstuck as he went for that re-entry.
Jose Martinez drops a 5.17 for his opening wave as we get the opportunity to appreciate the replay from Mark Mad Dog Hager. Of course, big shout out to the support of Bournemouth and Poole College for giving him the opportunity to take some time off work. Shout out to his son, Ted the Shred Hager. You know what I love about this, Rachel? When he does the float on the inside, watch his catcher, Dino, just claim it. He's like, yeah, boy. Coming up. Ready? Here, ready?
Yes.
So good. I actually was nearly crying then, because I know the relationship they have. That, you know, all of the pushers and catchers, they work so hard together. There's so much that goes into being here, and it's really special when it comes together and the athletes get good waves.
Yeah, you know, that's just it right now, is being able to see them demonstrate their surfing on good waves right now. Yes, the wind is a factor that's making it tricky, but it doesn't mean we haven't been seeing excellent scores dropped all day across all of our divisions this morning, and it's just been really exciting to watch.
But I think your analysis was spot on. It comes in at a 4 for Mark Hager, and it was because there was that downtime on takeoff. The good maneuvers came on the inside. He was unlucky, the wave not cooperating on the open face out back, as we see Jose Martinez driving through this section on rail, putting that board again, heading south, accelerating, heading north, now just looking towards getting himself positioned closer to the pier, just for that easier paddle out, as Tomaki is going to add to his opening 5.0, and that exchange is really now established. Is going to be pretty even playing field. Jose Martinez gets the best of the first scores, but watch out, dropping in on a big overhead section and then top to bottom surfing, as Scott Davies again taking the risk, Rachel. You can see that Scott knows he needs to go big if he's going to book a spot in the semi-final, and both of these right-handers, he's really committed to some radical turns. He's been unlucky not to ride out of them, but you can see the mentality.
Yeah, absolutely. And something I was talking to Elena Nichols in her post-heat yesterday about, as she was kind of had a few falls throughout the beginning of the heat and then ended up getting that buzzer beater towards the end. She said every fall or bad wave was an opportunity to learn, okay, that didn't work, and you're adapting and adjusting to the conditions. So those are two waves that he's been able to now experience how strong that offshore feels at the top of the wave, and he'd be mentally working through that, adapting and looking to eventually time it right, and so he gets a wave that gives him that opportunity to wrap it back down, because you can see where his mind is thinking, and what it's thinking or what, if executed, would be a great score.
Absolute great insight there. And I think I'm really interested in talking a little bit more about this opening exchange as well, with the 5 for Tomoki, the 5-1-7 for Jose, and the 4 for Mark. Mark's turns happened on the inside. It was like exactly you said when you first analysed the replay, that he was unlucky on takeoff. Yes, there was a nice drop, but things got foamy and he had to then work around that section. I really appreciate what he did on the inside. I thought it might go a little bit higher, but I can understand why the judges have put it there relative to the 5 for Tomoki and the 5-1-7 for Jose.
Yeah, the judges are really rewarding the number of maneuvers as well. And, sorry, I have to cough.
It's okay, I'll read this, that this is the para-prone surfing 2. Surfers riding waves in that prone position who need assistance to paddle into the waves and while in the water. Do you want me to give you a little pat on the back?
Sorry.
I think you're doing okay. You're doing fine. You're doing absolutely brilliant. And we have got 7 minutes, 45 seconds remaining. The stakes are high because there are only 2 spots available in the semi-finals. We've already got David Teixeira, Jesse Balawa, Cliffo Gralton from Australia, Frede Maramon from Colombia. Who's it going to be? If it remains unchanged, it would be Tomoki and Jose. There's Team USA, but Mark Hager right in the mix, and Scott Davies really, really looking lively. Unlucky because he's committed to some radical surfing, but he's taken some falls, so his scores are low, but you feel had Scott made those opening turns, as we can see Jesse Balawa in the middle of your screen there.
Yeah, I think one of my takeaways for Jose Martinez 5-1-7, currently the highest single wave score of the heat. It was not the best wave in terms of quality, but he surfed it really well. He got a lot of opportunities to demonstrate his rail work, and that's what the judges are rewarding.
Absolutely. So we got 6 minutes, 45 seconds remaining. First priority is with Mark Hager. So he's going to have the opportunity to get the choice of that next set. Second priority is with the Hawaiian flag, Scott Davies from Maui. He is going to have that opportunity to be in second priority, as we can see a big set there. Jose Martinez and his pusher just ducking under that, but it looks like we've got a rider up and riding in trim there on a right-hander, and it's Scott Davies with a beautiful cutback through to the inside, and then a great readjustment as he just angles, as we see Mark Hager there taking a fall on takeoff. He'll get a wipe out. Davies all the way through to the inside, looking really nice. Great wave choice for Scott Davies. There would have been a lot of pressure on him, having had those 2 falls on those first 2 waves that had a lot of scoring potential. And of course, this is prone assist, but you can see Scott there. He's looking pretty happy on it on his own.
Yeah, I think takeaway too, strategically as a competitor, he played that one a little bit safe so that way he could get something on the board with only 5 minutes remaining. But it is our surfer in blue not playing it safe here. He's building upon a strong scoreline.
Wow, speeding through to the inside. It's our 2017 copper medalist from the ISA World Parasurfing Champs, Tomoki, a bronze medalist from 2023. So is this going to be his year to book a spot in the final again and go for silver, go for gold? He's just got a really long wave there, and he may well replace his backup score of a 4.40 to put more pressure on Jose Martinez, Scott Davies, and Mark Hager. Mark Hager now chasing a 4.78. Scott Davies chasing a 5.37. Scott drops a 3.4. It was a long wave, but obviously there wasn't the opportunity for any critical maneuvers, hence the 3.40. And with that, it seems like a great time while there's a lull to bring up the 9 different classifications. Of course, we're in our prone 2. There's also prone 1, surfers riding in a prone position without assistance, but there's 3 different stand classifications, stand 1, 2 and 3. Stand 1, surfers riding waves in the standing position with an upper body impairment. The difference to stand 2 is the impairment is a lower body impairment below the knee, and then stand 3, the surfers also standing but with a lower body impairment above the knee. And then we have our kneel upright, surfers riding wave in that kneeling or upright position. And then we have our para surfing sit. We saw Elena Nichols excelling in that yesterday, surfers riding waves in the sitting position, the surf wave ski style. And then we've got the prone 1 and prone 2. We're currently in our last quarterfinal for prone 2. And then we have our 2 visually impaired categories, visual impairment 1 and visual impairment 2. So visual impairment 2, the surfers are partially sighted. Visual impairment 1, the surfers are defined as blind by the IBSA sport class, and those 9 classifications of what you have been enjoying across the last 3 days, we're starting to move into our second qualifying rounds and our knockout stages. And as it stands right now, it's our Japanese team out there in the lead with Tomake.
Yeah, Tomake's been a big standout for me this event. You know, I think he's looking really good here, and his strategy there, or his ability to improve upon his scoreline while in the lead, really puts the pressure onto his fellow competitors in this heat to really step up and locks himself into a much safer position for that first place.
So Mark Hager in second priority. First priority is Jose Martinez. So Jose is looking to improve on that backup score of a 3.16. Scott Davies in fourth priority, Rachel. So he needs a 5.37. Mark Hager needs a 4.78. So who would you like to be right now? As far as who do you think's got the edge?
You mean in second, third, or fourth?
Yeah.
Because I was going to say I'd rather be blue,
yeah,
the lead. I would say I think I'd rather be in Jose Martinez's position. I think obviously he's in an advancing position, but you know, not always is that the place you want to be at this time remaining. If you only need a small score,
sure,
sometimes it's nice to be in that third, maybe place position and get that small score and turn it at the very last second when your competitor doesn't have time to respond. But here, Jose, he has the lead while only having a 3.6 in his score line. And so while he's actually probably looking for that 5.37 to take the lead, if he does anything above a 3.67, or sorry, a 3.60, he will put that requirement farther on our surfer in green and white.
Up and riding right now, it's Mark Hager chasing a 4.78. Nice opening combination of maneuvers on that initial wall as that wave just dies out on the inside, and Jose Martinez in the barrel, locks it into the pocket, gets a little bit of coverage time on from the hips down, and he just then drives into some accelerating rail-to-rail turns, and I can hear the US team erupting on the sand, Rachel. I bet you're stoked about that one.
So much energy from the beach as we see our surfer in green getting an opportunity to, wow, this is an exciting finish to the heat. 1 minute remaining, and we're seeing efforts from all of our surfers here.
So Scott Davies chasing a 5.37 all the way through to the inside for the Hawaiian representing Maui. Nice cutback right through to the bowl here as he just climbs and drops and floats it. So this is a really clean, stylish way to end the ride. Looking fantastic for Scott Davies. We didn't get to see the start, but we know Jose Martinez is going to go big. It could be the biggest score of the heat. Scores waiting to come through. Mark Hager needing a 4.78, but that requirement will change when scores come through for Jose Martinez. Scott Davies has now dropped his score. It comes in at a 4. It's not enough, and Mark Hager drops a 3.20, so Scott Davies and Mark Hager will be eliminated as our heat leader Tomaki gets his last wave, so he's not going to replace that 5.0 because that wave died out, and Jose Martinez needs a 5.37 to go to first. I think he's got that. I think he's going to first.
I think so too. That was really excellent reading of the wave. Let's take another look at that. Coming into that bottom turn with so much speed and hooking it underneath, right into the pocket. Perfect placement. Wrapping it back around, and then this wave just continues to provide for him. As we see it, Sam, come in excellent.
9.10. Congratulations, Jose Martinez and Tomake. You take your positions in the semifinals. Stay with us because coming up, we will be moving into men's kneel round 2, 5 qualifying heats, and we've got Anthony and Roy calling the action.
Hello and welcome to Huntington Beach, California. I'm Kelly Miller, President and CEO of Visit Huntington Beach.
Known as Surf City, USA, Huntington Beach boasts 10 miles of coastline and the most consistent waves on the West Coast. Huntington Beach has it all, with endless summer weather, year-round events, outdoor activities, and oceanfront resorts and spas. So get ready to be inspired, be connected, and be here, Huntington Beach. Plan your visit at surfcityusa.com.
Parasurfing has the power to bring us together. Together, we push the limits, further the sport, and go for gold. You've crossed countries to get to the World Championships. Let Access Tracks simplify crossing the sand. Access Tracks, the official beach access pathway of the ISA World Parasurfing Championships.
And welcome back to the action here in Huntington Beach, California, the 2024 ISA World Parasurfing Championship. This is the new round starting here. We've got the men's kneel division. We have 5 heats coming up in this round number 2. And we also have a special guest as I introduce the field. We've got Juan Martinez from Mexico in red, Enrique Saraiva from Brazil in blue, and Maxime Caban in green from France. And I am here, as we saw that wonderful commercial for Access Tracks, I'm here with the founder, CEO, and head track layer, Kelly Twitchell. Kelly, welcome to the studio.
Thank you. Thank you for having me.
So from what I understand, we had Dr. Mo on as well, and you were one of her students. And as we're going to look at Maxime having a look at this one, he's paddling into it. Good looking right hand wave, pauses for a moment on the takeoff. He gets up and is riding, screaming down the line on this one, off the bottom, carving back into the whitewater. He's looking for that connection section, but does not make it. And so Access Tracks started off as a school project and now is something bigger. Tell us a little bit about how the idea came and how you got started.
Yeah, thank you. So as you mentioned, Dr. Mo was here recently talking, and she was my occupational therapy professor. I am an OT, and back in 2016, I took a class where she was having students create something to help people with disabilities. And she had a shout out, can any of the student groups try to help the adaptive surfers? So a classmate and I said, absolutely, that sounds so rad. We wanted to help them cross the sand using their wheelchairs or other mobility devices.
Wow, that's a great story. And we're going to come back, and if you could stay with us for a while, talk us through this heat and get more about how the school project evolved. But for right now, we're going to take it down to the sand. Ben Way has someone on the sand waiting to be interviewed.
Round 3, heat number 3. Jose Martinez representing USA. Congratulations again.
Oh man, thank you very much. Honestly, it's a miracle the Santa Ana winds turned on for us. I feel like they knew that we were going to try to get barreled, show the world what we can really do, and show them that we can surf just as good as waves everybody else.
Well, you surfed an amazing wave. You were actually in second to Tomoki, man. He was on fire today. You had that 5.17. You're in second, needing a 5.37 for the win. And you guys kind of hung out there with Darren, just being patient. Looked like you guys were trying to make sure that you didn't make the wrong choice, and shot yourself out for what probably surprised you to be a 9.10 with a barrel on it.
Well, as you may know, the silent assassin is no one that you can count out. So I always know I got to be on my toes. Tomoki is an incredible surfer. And I mean, to be honest with you, you guys seen me all day here. The camera's been on me because I've been in the middle shouting for everybody. I've been timing these sets the whole time and knowing exactly that I wanted the second one, knowing that I can push my competitor into the first one. So it's all a game plan. We're playing chess, and I learned from the best. My competitor, Jesse Bellauer, and my teammate. I've been learning this for the last 7 years, how to lose, and gracefully I've learned how to win too.
Well, helping you to win, I mean, no surfer's a surfer without their equipment. We've seen you on this board, I think, since Byron Bay. And tell us about what you've worked on your equipment to really bring you to this level. You've been on a constant discovery, testing out boards for myself, testing out all sorts of stuff. And what did One More Wave produce for you this time?
Honestly, we've kind of mashed up everything we've worked on, certain concaves, rail-to-rail game, and more than anything, because I've been put on so many different boards, I've been learning how to play in the water a little bit better, learning the rail-to-rail game and understanding where to be in the pocket instead of running away from it. So what we've been doing is trying to be as fast as I've been, but learning how to slow down when it takes time to slow down. So learning the symphony of the wave is probably better, but more than anything, understanding from you guys of, hey, this could work, let's try this out. And if it doesn't work, what did you like about it? So it's a lot of give and take, but as long as we're in the water constantly learning, I mean, all boards are great, specific waters too.
Who shaped this one, Dan Van Zanten?
No, actually, Micah shaped this for One More Wave, our One More Wave crew, our veteran nonprofit organization that gives veterans surfboards so they can continue to surf. We were taught after our injuries that the surf heals, and it really doesn't. We've been doing it ever since. So One More Wave wants to continue to give back to the veterans so they can continue to live life and understand that what they gave their life for was for all of this, so we can continue to enjoy the world.
You're giving your life out there as far as rides and performance, and we really appreciate it. And we haven't seen Lisette. Give her another message.
My love, I told you I'll see you in the finals, so I made that promise, and I'm going to keep it. I'll see you in the finals, my love. Everybody will see you here as well. I love you. Thank you for everything you continue to do for us, my family, my friends, everybody that's watching right now. I love you all. Thank you so much for the support and making me feel like I'm a professional. Thank you all, exactly. ISA as well. Team USA. Thank you.
We love you too, Jose.
Appreciate y'all. Love y'all.
Back to you guys.
Wow, what a great interview. Thank you very much, Ben and Jose. Really defining what it is to be an athlete, to be humble in winning and also humble in losing, as we see Enrique Saraiva from Brazil with a late takeoff behind the section, rolls out of that one, and maybe a strategic maneuver so he doesn't get washed all the way in, as we've seen a couple of scores to lock in for Maxime from France with a 2.83 and Juan Martinez from Mexico with a 1.93. So tell us a little bit about, there's a difference between occupational therapy and physical therapy. Physical therapy, you're recovering the whole body, whereas occupational therapy is a little bit different. Can you tell our viewers specifically about that?
Absolutely. Yeah, it's a common misconception that OT is just a little bit different than PT, where we focus on mental health, and that's not necessarily the whole picture, right? So occupational therapists, we can focus on the whole person. We're very holistic, so we can practice in different areas. Oh, didn't quite get that wave. So we wanna help a person whether they're rehabilitating after an injury or illness, or whether they're habilitating, meaning improving upon their existing abilities in some sort of a task or thing that's meaningful to them. So occupational therapists can work in the hospitals, they can work in the schools, we can work in mental health, we can work in all sorts of different aspects of the lifespan.
And the occupation of occupational therapy is also helping people get back and used to doing sort of quote unquote normal things, and watching like walking to the beach or getting to the beach. And that's something Access Track is helping all of these athletes and everybody get from the parking lot all the way to the beach. Tell us about the product.
Yeah, thank you. So, started as a school project, and essentially what Access Tracks is, it's a portable access mat that you can connect together almost like puzzle pieces to create a stable pathway on outdoor terrain that might be difficult for people who use mobility devices, for example. So think of a lightweight, portable, modular pathway that you can set up in minutes, depending on how much of the pathway you're using, but it really just helps everybody, and it uses the concept of universal design, which is how can you create something that helps the most people all at once without having to modify it. So whether we're walking, using a baby stroller, or using a wheelchair, the portable pathway can help everybody, and that's that concept of universal design.
Wow, that's very well said. And so specifically for this event, how did you get involved with the ISA World Parasurfing Championship?
Yeah, so Dr. Mo, my professor at the time, she let us know about this upcoming contest that was happening in 2016 called the ISA World, it was then called World Adaptive Surfing Championships, and it was happening practically in my backyard in San Diego in La Jolla. So it was a no-brainer. We had to go, and so we volunteered, my classmates and I, and how can we, look at getting feedback from some of the adaptive surfers and really understand the community and be a part of them. And so for years we had been volunteering, getting feedback, improving upon the design of our class project to now be a fully manufactured product and a company. And we really believe in that mission of making sure that we're continuing to give back to the surf community that inspired us so much to start.
That seems to be a common theme here, is giving back, and we'll get right back to that. Enrique Saraiva from Brazil, he's on a smaller inside left, and you can see that one doubling up. There's a wave kind of right behind it, two waves coming together, causing it to fatten up and have a little bit of a double up section. You can see the winds are starting to change a little bit, it looks like, as the tide continues to go low. We had a high tide at 10:40. As the tide drops, we're about an hour and a half into that tidal change. Are you a surfer yourself?
Yeah, actually, I am not. Not yet. I'll say that. I'll put the yet at the end there.
That was going to be my next. Oh, we see a set approaching. That was my next question, because we have plenty of different boards out there to get you out on. And so what do you find? Oh, Enrique on another one. So he was previously going left, now going right, carving right back into the whitewater. You can see him eyeing down the line. And again, that wave has that double up section. So oftentimes when the tide begins to change, the sand starts to move around. The conditions begin to change. You can see a great duck dive under the waves there. So in this kneeling division, these surfers are able to paddle out on their own, catch waves on their own. There is no assistance from anyone in the water, but there is assistance from their fans and teammates and helpers on the beach. So on the beach, what's the vibe like down there, and why have you continued to support this event?
Oh, it's incredible, the energy that everybody has. Ooh, taking a look at this wave. Yes.
Go ahead, take us through it.
Yeah, Maxime got the wave. He's taking a left. Get it into the whitewash there. Hopefully he'll get some good points on that one. But, you know, like you said, the conditions are changing here. It has been a windy day today, and hopefully the winds are going to start to die down just a little bit.
Yeah, the forecast looking for the winds to die down. 12 o'clock was the peak of the winds as far as the forecast goes, but we know about forecasting. I always say surfers should be at least mediocre forecasters, but excellent observers.
Yes.
Because what the forecast says may be different than what you actually observe out there. And we can see the ripples aren't those same offshore ripples that we've seen throughout the day. It might be changing a little bit, but still beautiful conditions. As we're over halfway through this heat, we see Enrique Saraiva from Brazil with a 4.0, and that is going to help his previous scores. So we're in the second round. So these surfers have surfed through one round. They got two of their highest scores carry over. They were reshuffled and reseeded into this round. And now they're trying to build on the scores from yesterday, and they'll have their top two highest scores will carry over and place them into, hopefully, into the semifinals, where 8 competitors will be in those semifinals. So currently, Enrique Saraiva sitting in 10th place. That 4.0 is going to go into, that's his highest wave from all of his waves surfed previously. Maxime Caban from France with that 2.83. Maxime, he was previously in 11th place, so he's going to improve. And there you see the access tracks right there. So tell us about how it's sold and what sort of packages you can get.
Yeah, so as you can see there, so each mat is 3 feet by 3 feet square, or basically just under 1 meter square. And you can connect them together to make any sort of length and width of pathway. So they're really versatile in that you can, you know, maybe make a larger platform or create some turns there, and it just facilitates that level of inclusion at an outdoor event. You know, whether you're on the beach or maybe you're at a grassy park or there's a gravel area. So we've been lucky to be able to work with all types of events, whether it's an adaptive surfing event or whether it's a wedding and helping the bride and the groom, you know, be able to get down that aisleway on their special day. So we get to work with a lot of different awesome events.
That's incredible. So Shark Tank coming up in your near future, or you guys got a solid foundation and you don't need them?
You know, it could go either way. And let's see, Henrique doesn't take that wave. So basically, yeah, I think in the near future, we might be on Shark Tank. It might be something that'll help us propel our business and our mission, more importantly, even further, because there's a lot of outdoor places around the world that need to be more accessible and inclusive. And you can see that, you know, more and more countries are starting to take notice of, you know, places like the United States that have the Americans with Disabilities Act and mandating that areas are accessible, and how could we kind of be a model for other countries, but not only just saying, hey, here's what you should do, but here's how you can go above and beyond, and here are the tools that can make it happen. It doesn't need to be overwhelming or overly expensive to make something inclusive, and if we can all kind of work together and encourage more innovation in accessibility, then things can start to happen more quickly.
Innovation in accessibility, that is awesome. So tell us about Access Track's mission, and then also how people can get more information about the product and the business.
Yeah, so our mission at Access Tracks is to empower people of all physical abilities to easily access the outdoors and recreation. And so for anybody wanting to kind of get involved, we're based in San Diego, California, and we would love to have people volunteer at events. We sponsor a lot of adaptive sporting events throughout the year. We also have a newsletter people can subscribe to where we have monthly updates, and our website is accesstracksSD.com if you want to reach out. I'm always the one on social media. You can reach out to me directly or send me an email.
So I'm Anthony Vela here with Kelly Twitchell, the CEO, the founder, the CFO, and the head spokesperson for Access Tracks. Again, say the website, Access Tracks SD.
Yes, accesstracksSD.com. That's right.
And we really appreciate you supporting this event. And there's the Access Tracks laid all the way. You mentioned the different configurations and how it's so able to be interchangeable. And the tracks have gone all the way from the bike path, basically, all the way to the event site, which is approximately, I don't know, 100 meters or so at least. And then it tees off and goes in both directions across the front of the stage so the athletes can go in all directions. As we see Maxime Caban, he's going for the off-the-top barrel roll. Not sure if that was accidental or on purpose, but he's built on his scores from yesterday, currently in 11th place, and he's adding to that 3.57 that he has from yesterday. So he's going to bump it up. We see a couple of waves coming in this next set. Enrique Saraiva, a little bit of a closeout, and he knew that right away, so he didn't put much effort into the wave. He put a lot of effort into pulling out of that wave so he can get back out in 2 minutes, knowing that the time is winding down in this heat. Enrique is trying to come from 10th and move into one of those top 8 positions. Juan Martin Martinez, who was the current leader on the leaderboard yesterday, posting an 8.33 and a 6.47. He's been a little quiet, and there you see a description of this division, the parasurfing kneel or upright division. Those are surfers who ride waves in a kneeling or upright position. And we have a paddle, Juan Martin Martinez. He's trying to put something on the board. He's got a small score of 1.93 and does not have a backup. He's been waiting for something a little closer to the pier, maybe some strategy that he's talked about. I was talking to one of his fellow countrymen, Johnny, who's up here volunteering as well, and Johnny's trying to help bring more surfers in next year. He's already talking about 10 Mexican surfers coming for next year's event, and he's stoked to just come here and train with everybody and learn and talking to other teams and other people to learn how they're doing it in each country. And that's one of the things about this event is the networking that goes involved, and maybe needs to talk to you as well to figure out how to have more innovation in what was it again?
Innovation and accessibility and inclusion. Yeah, absolutely. And I was actually just speaking with some of the folks from Mexico, and they're really excited about the younger generation of surfers coming into the sport. They have been, let's see, Henrique getting another wave here. Not a whole lot of energy in this wave, but he's taking it in. And we've got coming out the back.
That's Maxime Caban, and right on the buzzer, this wave is going to count. And this might be his best wave, a smaller wave, but he's able to change direction several times, connecting all the way into the shore break. Maybe one more. He's got the smile going, a little body surf at the end. So that may help his position. And so the French team going wild behind us, Maxime Caban with a great looking wave at the end of the heat. So you were talking about the camaraderie with the event and the coordination and networking with the Mexican team. Thank you so much for your support. Thanks for taking the time also to share your story and be here on the webcast. And I'm stoked to have a chance to meet you. And just innovation and accessibility. That was Kelly Twitchell from Access Tracks, accesstrackssd.com. And we'll be right back after this short break.
Parasurfing has the power to bring us together. Together, we push the limits, further the sport, and go for gold. You've crossed countries to get to the World Championships. Let Access Tracks simplify crossing the sand. Access Tracks, the official beach access pathway of the ISA World Parasurfing Championships.
This message is for all surfers in the world. The oceans need us today more than ever. The Sands of the World ceremony is our way of uniting the world in peace through surfing.
Now let's begin the Sands of the World ceremony.
It's the ISA symbol, and it symbolizes what we know, peace in the world through surfing. It's a meaningful ceremony in which you bring sand from your beach, you pour it there with your teammates. This ceremony stays with them for the rest of their life. When it came to Tahiti, Tahiti embraced the opening ceremony with the Sands of the World. And the beautiful box that we have today, it's staying in the Hupo.
To be a surfer is not only to go surfing. It is also to take care of the oceans, to be good people inside and outside of the water.
And welcome back to the 2024 ISA World Parasurfing Championship, presented by Visit Huntington Beach. Anthony Vela back as Roy Tuscany. We had Kelly Twitchell in the booth introducing heat number 2, round 2 of the men's Neil division. Llewellyn Sponge Williams from Wales in red, Altair Olivares in blue from Chile, and our surfer in green is Isaac Hare from Wales also. So 2 Welsh surfers in this heat to be joined by the Chilean. Roy, welcome back.
Hey, thanks for having me back in the booth. Kelly just coming in here and dropping a ton of knowledge on the not only great start to her incredible company, but the whereabouts from it being from Dr. Mo at St. Augustine's. We've had some pretty powerhouse guest commentators coming in here today with Mo Johnson explaining classification, and then Kelly coming in and talking about the project that turned into a career from her time studying under Dr. Mo. And while we were away, surfer in red, Anthony, our friend Sponge.
Sponge Williams with a 5.33 for that one turn right there. So the judges rewarding the speed of that turn. And I heard you guys talking about it yesterday, that the speed limit is 35 miles an hour here, but Sponge is surfing at 40 miles per hour because his speed, which is one of the judging criteria, seems to be a little bit above those of the other surfers.
You know, him and Mono Stewart really use speed to their advantage in here, and it's why they're world champions. This is our kneel upright division, surfers who ride waves in a kneeling or upright position. They're all a little bit different, and now the AS3 or the ASK above knee standing division has been added into this kneel. So the likes of Martin Martinez, who we saw in the last heat, Dariel Alberto Melendez de Villa, who's coming up in the 4th heat, and folks like Parata, who's not here but a past world champion, have been added into this kneeling division as Dr. Mo and her team continue to refine, reflect, and reorganize our our classification. And speaking of classification, here is parasurfing classification that we are utilizing here at ISA World Parasurfing Championships in 2024. We are currently in our kneeling division. So that kneeling division is surfers who ride waves in a kneeling or upright position. Now, there's also 3 different classifications for stand. Stand 1 or AS1, surfers who ride waves in a standing position with an upright body impairment. AS2 or surfing stand 2, surfers who ride waves in a standing position with a lower body impairment below the knee. And that means then that AS3, our surfing stand 3, is for surfers who ride waves in a standing position with a lower body impairment above the knee. Now, we also have a sitting class, the class my wife competes in, Elena Nichols. Surfers who ride waves in a seating position. We saw the men's and the women's closing out day 2 yesterday. And then we also have prone 1 and prone 2. Just wrapping up our prone 2 division, surfers who ride waves in a prone position and need assistance to paddle into the waves and wall in the water. While our prone 1 are surfers that ride independent, surfers who ride waves in a prone position or laying on their belly. And then we have our 2 different vision impairment, V1 and V2. V1 are surfers who have a visual impairment that is defined by IBS Sport Class B1, while V2 are surfers who have a visual impairment defined by IBS Sport Classes B2 and B3. I think I've said every word possible to define classification that Dr. Mo and her team have put together, and thank you so much for having that great graphic. But now we've got surfer in red, Mr. Sponge Williams.
Sponge Williams missing that wave, but he's already locked in a solid score in this heat so far. Isaac from Wales with a 1.40. We're waiting for Altair Olivares from Chile to get his campaign started. Altair, the 24-year-old from Arica in Chile, loves to surf Las Machas, is his favorite break, surfing on his 510 model custom board. And we'll come back to the action here. We'll take it with this right on cue. Altair on this wave, driving down the line on that 5'10" custom board, cutting back into the whitewater. And we'll come back to the action. We've got Ben down on the sand. Ben, who do you have down there?
Thanks a lot, guys. Winner of the men's kneel, round 2, heat number 1 for Team France, Maxime Caban. Félicitations, congratulations.
Merci beaucoup.
So we're gonna have some help with some translation here. First question is gonna be, in this lower tide conditions with offshore, opening up some barrels, does he think that it was probably some of the best conditions for a kneel class for the conditions that we have out there?
Il te demande si avec la marée basse et le vent offshore qui avait peut-être des tubes, est-ce que toi tu as trouvé que c'était des bonnes conditions pour le kneeboard?
Ouais, c'était des bonnes conditions, mais c'était difficile avec le vent et le soleil. Surtout, j'ai raté 2 vagues, je pense, 2 bonnes vagues, mais avec le soleil, je voyais pas bien. Et après, ouais, il y avait quelques barrels, mais moi, je sais pas faire les barrels en fait, donc compliqué.
He's saying that, of course, there's some good waves passing through, but with the tide, the wind, and the sun, it makes it pretty hard to be on the good spot and to get the right wave. And it was really hard to see the waves coming, and that he missed 2 good waves. And he's saying that maybe there could have been some barrel or anything, but he cannot get barrel. So.
And so he's got a semifinal before he can make his way into the grand final. What's his plan as far as a strategy going into the next one, or does that simply depend on the conditions?
Il te demande, vu que tu passes en demi-finale, qu'est-ce que sont tes plans et comment tu te projettes?
Je sais pas si je passe en demi en fait, encore.
He still does not know if he goes to semi-finals. He didn't know if he goes to semi-finals or not, so he's kind of surprised, I guess.
We'll go back and we'll check out the scores, but I'm pretty sure he's on his way. And finalement, message to everyone in French.
Merci à tous qui me regardent et puis voilà, on va essayer de faire le maximum avec la team. Hein. Allez les Bleus!
Merci beaucoup.
Merci.
Back to you guys in the booth.
Thanks, Ben. And playing the safe game, not counting his chickens before they hatch. He's not sure because there are more heats and it's a total combined score. So he's didn't want to be too confident because that wouldn't feel good to think, yeah, I'm in. And then next thing you know, all the heats get bomb scores and then you're knocked out. The top 8 will advance. He's looking good so far.
You know, it's got to be tough, as we've said. You know, do you want to be the one in the first heat or the last heat? In the last heat, you know what you have to achieve. While in the first heat, you can put up the best that you can, but not knowing what the next 4 heats, specifically in this division, are going to put forth. And with this field heavily stacked now, there is the possibility that someone could win that first heat, and then the next 4 heat have a combination of killer scores that just outperform that winning heat score that, you know, heat 1 did. So it's a tough position, but it also sets the bar. And then, you know, if there's not waves, well, then you're sitting pretty because you got the fact that you got waves in your heat. So it's a double-edged sword. 50-50 kind of is the best way to attach that. Here goes Sponge Williams, just constantly ready to attack. You know, but my dark horse in this, Altier Oliveira, 6.5 and a 4.77. Really great scores for him. And, you know, I don't know what he had on his opening day. Opening day, Altier had a opening 5.17. So that 5.17 is going to combo with his 6.5 and help him have a little bit of a higher, an 11.67 overall score.
And he was currently, or is currently, sitting in 9th place from yesterday. And so that's going to bump him up several places. He now has a double-digit combined total from his 2 best waves of 2 heats. So typically what we've seen in most of the divisions is double digits will help you advance. And so he's well on his way. There you see down on the beach the fans cheering. That's the Welsh flag, if I'm not mistaken.
That is Sarah Gibbons, the partner of Sponge Williams, his coach, cheerleader, best friend, girlfriend, and biggest critique as well. She is very honest with his surfing. She is very positive when he surfs well and very on him when he doesn't surf.
That's what they're for, right? That is awesome right there. And you see a screaming wave right there. Altier on cue. He is owning this heat right now, trying to better that 6.5, and he might maybe on his way. We see that little bit of a bumpy section, but wow, I turned away for a moment. I looked on screen, and he was absolutely flying down the line. Look at those beautiful conditions here at Huntington Beach. It truly is Surf City, USA.
You know, but today one thing I'm noticing is the glare is showing up a little bit sooner than it has in days past. The glare really showing up around 1:30. While this is Surf City, USA, I'd also say it's Sunny City, USA, as we've had a large collection of sunny days so far and sunny days ahead of us.
Yeah, beautiful weather here, and that offshore wind, strong offshore wind, really moving those clouds out of the way. Yesterday provided a little bit of cloud cover so that we can have a little less of that glare. And our Isaac Hare from Wales on that wave right there. Cool story with Isaac. He had surfed once when he was like 13 years old, and then working as a lifeguard, one of his friends said, "Hey, you ever try surfing?" He's like, you know, I kind of tried it, but then got into it again. And, you know, for some of these guys, you know, they need help getting their boards down to the water and stuff. And so he really wants to thank his friends. Oh, Sponge Williams, little shampoo cover up there, and he's going to continue with this wave. So I wouldn't say a true barrel, but it definitely broke over his head, splashed his bangs around, and he rode out of that one.
I wonder how the judges are going to score that. I think it's going to score above that 1.6. Is it going to outscore that 5.33? I don't see it. Obviously, it's a critical move to get covered up, but not a true barrel, not getting spit out. And, you know, in the beauty of getting spit out of a barrel, there's usually an open face that you get to at least slash a turn. But here we are on the replay. Surfer in red on the face, really cutting diagonally down the line, knowing how fast he has to go from dropping in right there. Fully engaged with the free shower from Surf City, USA here while in there. But from there, really just a whitewash battle that Sponge Williams put forth. Waiting to see how the judges are going to award this. Somewhere between a 1.6 and a 5.33.
And that 5.33, we remember that huge turn that he did and earned that 5.33, and a big score locking in for Altier Olivares from Chile, a 7.33. So that is his best score, and he's moving all the way from 9th place up the leaderboard. Sponge Williams off the top, driving down the line. Another off the top. There you see, there he's, and continuing with this wave. Another turn, beautiful style right there, getting jiggy with it, and he's going to finish this wave off. But his girlfriend, his coach, his mentor, and everything running down the wave as fast as he was surfing down the wave.
Sarah's got the whistle out. You can see it in her mouth as she just spit it out of excitement after blowing it to ensure that Spongy knew he was on that wave and having fun. The Welch flag flying down the beach almost or faster than Spongy took that as he really came in diagonally onto that wave and got such a surfable wave. In the replay, look at him cutting across already, up in top, floating that top turn. Really nice, big turn there back into the whitewash. And as he sees and hears the whistles from the beach line, he knows to keep going. And he continues to add in some additional turns before finally realizing the whistles stopped, and so did his ride on that wave. But what a pop-up. And look how he's focused going down this line, knowing the amount of speed that he needs to take, and really comes up, skates that top line, thinking that there's a piece of metal coping up there that he got to 50-50. Instead, he continues down the wave and then cuts back all the way, and just a beautiful turn here from our friend, the Welshman, Sponge Williams.
And that first turn was right off the takeoff, so the judges are going to love that. And you can see he did a little bit of he dropped his limb off the board to slow him down. And then this next turn, this was the one that I really loved. He's right in the pocket here. You can see him kind of jump up a little bit to get more speed. And right here, beautiful stylish turn right there, shifting all of his weight to the fins there. And that was an excellent combination of maneuvers, and he is rewarded with an excellent score of an 8.0.
That pairs well with his 5.33, but his opening day score, Sponge Williams had a 6.33. So Spongy's sitting at a 14.3, which is ahead of Altier, because Altier's day one scores have already been best by his 7.33 and 6.5 here. But again, is it more fun to watch Sponge or Sarah? I'm going to go with Sarah, as she is just the ultimate cheerleader here and ensuring that her man knows the authenticity of that wave that he just surfed.
I love that pulled back shot, and as I was trying to call the wave, I was tongue-tied because she was so animated, and it was awesome. So what great work from our camera crew and the guys in the booth. Two really good angles, one showing the support from Sarah as both a mentor, or excuse me, as as a girlfriend and a supporter, but also she knew that that was going to be a great score. So she also knew the technical aspects of that wave as well, and the highest score in his scoring line for the entire event so far. A returning champion. He's going to look to be top of the leaderboard.
Yep, and with 3.5 minutes left, he is sitting P3 in priority, with Altier sitting in position 1 and priority 1. But you see Spongy right next to him, knowing that if he goes, he'll be ready for the next one, or can he cat and mouse him a little bit and see if he can get him to go on a wave that potentially, he thinks Sponge could outscore after putting up an 8. So a good little last 3 minutes of here. We're going to see surfing at its finest. Hopefully we get some waves into the zone so we can have a true battle out here between our surfer from Chile and our surfer from Wales. And don't forget too, Isaac, surfer in white, has caught 2 waves in this heat, actually 3 waves in this heat. We've been chatting heavily about Spongy and Altier, but also kudos to Isaac from Wales as well.
Yes, and Altier Olivares, he's going to need a nickname, as we've talked about before. All the previous champions with nicknames, Mono, Sponge, La Pirata. And so he's going to need one if he wants to win a world title. So his supporters out there, let us know. Put it on the ISA hashtag ISAsurfing. Make sure with all your posts, and go follow ISAsurfing on Instagram and all social media, as we're just approaching 2 minutes left. We are in heat number 2 of round 2 in this men's kneel or upright position. This is the second of 5 heats in this round. Coming up in the next heat, we're going to see Mark Mono Stewart from Australia, Elias Valencia from Chile, and Kasuke Suri from Japan, as Sponge Williams is up again. And there you see Sarah in the foreground and Sponge in the background. And he just carries so much speed into and out of all of his turns. And the judges, I believe, really love the combination of maneuvers. The waves are smaller, but you can see when he links one maneuver to the next and initiates those maneuvers right off of the takeoff, the judges really love to see that, rewarding him with an excellent score.
You know, the wind that we're seeing today is really allowing the face of the waves to stay up. Yesterday, as the day progressed, the waves really started to close out. Here, surfable waves with tons of room. And in this replay, you can see which is sped up, or maybe it's not. Who never knows? Spongy is that fast, as we talked about. You know, his speed limit exceeds the 35 miles per hour. But a great score that we're waiting, a 6.87. Bumps him up now. That is going to outplay his best score from yesterday. But here we go. Surfer in blue, and the wave just doesn't connect. It's that diagonal wave that doesn't quite connect with the outside pier bowl wave.
And Altier Olivares, he's really bumped up his position. He was sitting outside of advancement in 9th place. And with those two scores in the good range, 7.33 and 6.5, those are his two best scores for a heat total of 13.83. That'll put him somewhere around 3rd place. Sponge Williams, before this round, was in 2nd, and his scores have advanced him. He may have the highest heat total, and possibly Juan Martin Martinez, who did not better his waves from yesterday, but he was sitting atop the leaderboard as this heat winds down, and Sarah is stoked. Sponge
Sarah
is stoked.
approves. Sarah approves.
Look at her. She is stoked. I mean, all day long, all competition long, the waves have been firing. And today, maybe the smallest day, but possibly the best waves throughout the entire day of the event. We're here on day number 3. We'll be surfing today, tomorrow, Friday, and also with the finals on Saturday. But for now, we're going to take a short break before we get into heat number 3 of this round 2, the men's kneel division.
We are Team USA. Welcome to this year's opening ceremony 2024.
Welcome everybody to this beautiful get-together again of the para surfers of the world under the ISA. These are going to be amazing days of surfing in Surf City, USA, Huntington Beach. What a wonderful place, full of history for the ISA, for World Championships, for US National Championships, for legends who's been surfing in Huntington Beach for decades and decades and decades. It's part of the history of surfing in the United States. So enjoy these days, enjoy your friends, your colleagues, your fellow competitors from around the world. Thank you very much. Muchas gracias to everybody from the bottom of my heart. Thank you.
Thank you once again, and I would now like to declare the ISA Para Surfing Championship open.
And welcome back to the 2024 ISA World Para Surfing Championship, presented by Visit Huntington Beach, surfcityusa.com. And we see just a short opening ride from Kasuke Suri from Japan. In green, we have Mark Mano Stewart from Australia in red, and Elias Valencia from Chile in blue. And Elias Valencia, he's got to carry that momentum from the previous heat.
You know, he was in our first heat, round 1 yesterday, and it really showed the difference in the classification. Elias is sitting upright on his board, and you'll also see in this heat our surfer in red, Mark Mano Stewart, who has a above knee amputation, is using a driving front leg, and then has a place for his stub that is actually manufactured directly into the board. And then our surfer in neon yellow, neon green from Japan, you'll see is doing a traditional kneeling. So all 3 different styles that are classified within this classification are going to be seen here in Heat 3 Round 2. Now, obviously, we're always talking about the man, the guy who dons the tattoo of ISA World Champion, Mr. Mark Mano Stewart from Australia. But here we go, surfer in green from Japan.
That's Kasuke on a late drop. He fades that bottom turn to stay right in the hook there, carving back into the white water, long drawn out. turn and digs the nose a bit and falls out of that wave, but a great score, a great positioning on that wave may not lead to a great score. And here we see, just as you said, stayed busy in the round one, heat one that we saw. Elias pulling out of that one, and a huge turn from Mono Stewart, backing it up again. He's going to keep some pressure on the inside rail and slash one just before the end section there and pulling out on that one, flying down the line. That's going to be a great score for Mono Stewart, opening up with a blistering ride.
What a legend Mono is right there. You know, we're watching the two other competitors, and then out of nowhere, Mono just hops onto a barreling right train that's running across the Huntington Bay on a set of tracks, and he hit rights there. Real quickly, we're going to throw it down to the beach to Mr. Ben Way with our man from Wales, Sponge Williams.
Thanks, guys. The beach is actually throwing itself at us. We're here with the winner of men's kneel round 2, heat number 2, Llewellyn Sponge Williams for Wales. Congratulations, Spud.
Thank you, Ben. It's super tough out there. The wind, definitely windy out here. Yeah, you can barely hear anything out there either. And going right, the wind just picks up your board and pushes you off. So to find them left, so it's in the right spot and got the 2 I wanted.
Well, Altair had a really good start to the heat. You were holding one strong score of a 5.33, or actually you were needing a 5.33, I think it was at the end there. You got a 6.87, popped you up at the top of the very end section. I saw Sarah going crazy, Sarah Gibbons in Sarah Gibbons fashion, going up and down the beach. Was she giving you some pointers or directing you as you were coming in from those rides?
Well, I could hear her screaming. I wasn't too sure what she was saying, but if she screams, I need to do something. So yeah, I had to pull out the bag, and yeah, that 6.87 I got that left, the wind was just holding it up, and it kind of like curved towards the beach, so the wind was just holding it up. So yeah, I was lucky to get them turns on there, and yeah, again, sticked on the old faithful, and yeah, it worked.
Yeah, that 6.87 wasn't the biggest wave. It was quite a small wave, but I saw you really using those rails, just digging in, trying to put as much as you could on every turn. And we're pretty sure with the time that you had allotted, that was going to be the last blast.
Yeah, really, I was looking at the clock. I had a few minutes left, and I was like, this is going to be the one. I saw Altair turning and looking for it, and he pulled off the back, so I was like, oh, I've got to go for this. So. Yeah.
Believing in those wings now?
Yeah, definitely. Yeah. Thanks, JP. It's working.
All right. Well, if you want to send something back to the mailing room, everybody at home that's helped you get here.
Yeah, thanks to the mailing room, Huntington Caravan Park, and Disability Sports Wales and the Wales Federation for supporting me along this whole year. And yeah, it's been great, and I'm going to fight for it and bring another trophy home.
And just so you guys know, Sponge is because he used to like SpongeBob the cartoon when he was a kid.
Yeah, I had a big gap between my teeth and really blonde hair, and my best mate started calling me SpongeBob, so yeah, it just stuck.
It wasn't because you were a bodyboarder?
No, never ridden a bodyboard.
Back to you guys.
I love that. Thanks, Ben. And Sponge Williams, the 2-time defending champion, bumping his scores up from yesterday, and I believe that's going to be top of the leaderboard. We'll wait for the guys at Refresh to give us all the stats coming into tomorrow. And we see in this heat right now the 2021 champion, Mark Mono Stewart, and he dropped a 9.17 for that wave that we saw.
Yeah, here it is on that replay. Caught it out of the pier cam, and what a top bucket sprayer. You know, you can do it again here as well, and even with the offshore wind, he's still throwing so much force out of these turns. And then a beautiful last little jab that he got before it closed out and he spun around. You know, I believe now with his score from the first round of a 6.5, now with this 9.17, you're going to see Mono right up in there in that high 14. We've got Spongy in the high 14, and we have Juan Martinez. Woo! There we go. A lot of M's. He's also from Mexico. The alliteration is strong with Martinez from Mexico. 3 M's in a row there. He's also got a high 14 as he didn't better his scores today. So I think we've got a solid collection of our top individuals all scoring in the high 14s, and it's going to make for a fun semi.
What I love about that wave from Mono Stewart, and that first turn obviously was excellent right off the late takeoff, positioned perfectly, went off the top. But the timing on that second turn, a lot of times surfers will wait and want to hit the whitewater. And with that offshore wind, that's a risky maneuver to get kind of pushed off the back of the wave. So great selection of maneuvers on his final closing turn to just put that board on rail and show the judges he's in control and carried all that speed into that turn. And if we contrast that with the previous 8.0, we saw the Aussies on their feet right there watching this action and loving the 9.17 from Mono Stewart. Tons of support from the team, but that wave was fantastic to watch.
And you know, speaking of that second turn, the way it's set up, it then actually gave way to that third and final face that was closing, and he ended up doing a maneuver on. If he would have done like what you spoke about, waiting for the whitewater to then push him, that probably wouldn't have been there, and it would have just been a hopping off the back, but he was able to put in a third powerful maneuver, and it's why he's awarded a 9.17. It's why he's a former world champion, and it's why he's a force every time that he goes out in the ocean, no matter what the competition field looks like.
And so Elias Valencia, so this division is the kneel or upright, so he's sitting basically, and in contrast to what we see in the sit division where they're on more of wave ski type boards. He's on a surfboard. What's the difference in those classifications as he looks like Elias having a look at this one? Mono Stewart up and riding a late takeoff once again, a little bit behind that section, but he catches up and pulls out of that one. Smart move as he knows his scores from yesterday, and that wave didn't have much potential.
Yeah, you know, he's not going to waste his time. He's not going to waste his energy. But what he will do is he will waste some buckets of water that he will spray at the top of each turn. You know, Elias doesn't use a paddle. So Elias uses his hands to propel himself in and out of waves. Perfect timing right here. Whereas in the sit division, there's a paddle being used to propel the surfer in and out of waves. So the main difference is how they're getting in and out of waves. And obviously Elias is using his hands, his arms, to propel himself in and out. No, we're not waiting for any scores. All our scores are up there. That one that Mono peeled off of, just a mere 8 points less from that top 9, really showing the difference. Surfer here in neon green from Japan, Anthony.
That's Kosuke off the bottom and a little bit too high. We heard one of the competitors talking about turning off the top with this wind, and it's a little bit tricky because although the judges like it better when you do a turn that's higher off the lip, it's a little bit more risky with these offshore conditions. So the surfer is having to adapt, and that's one of my favorite parts about the sport of surfing is it's such a dynamic environment. The conditions are always changing, and we see just waves keep coming and coming and coming. And I love that beautiful shot right there.
What a beautiful little barreling tube that was. You know, not a surfer on it, but surf porn doesn't just mean who's turning the best on the wave. There are waves that sometimes just without a surfer on it are just as beautiful.
Yep, couldn't agree with you more on that one as we're over halfway through this heat. So we've got 5 heats in this round. We're in the third of those heats, and this is round number 2. So after this round, the surfers 8 of them will advance into a semifinal. So we're getting into the thick of things now in the competition. It opened up 2 days ago. We're here on day 3. Looks like we have a set approaching. The athletes staying a little closer to the pier than this time yesterday because of those offshore conditions. And it looks like Elias, super late takeoff, right in position, but just a little bit too late. And sometimes that offshore, especially with that longer board, gets caught up a little bit and then nosedived.
And also where he's sitting, you know, he's not on the front of his board to keep the nose of it down. You know, where he's sitting on the back of it, whereas in the other 2 competitors, where they're starting in that prone chest forward position, they can keep the nose of the board down a little bit longer. You know, Elias just barely missed. If he would have gotten in there, he would have gotten a cover up for sure from that covering wave that, you know, he was a second too late on. Really right now, you know, with 7.5 minutes left, I think, you know, the likes of Mono are looking for another capable, excellent scoring ride. The 9.17 obviously being the precedent for what he's done so far in this heat. You know, our other 2 surfers, from where they, you know, fell the other day, they really need to put a couple scores together to move themselves. You know, Elias is sitting on the bubble, but Altier has obviously already clearly surpassed his scores from the day before, moving him off the bubble and up into the top components of these top 8. Elias needs to do the same. You know, currently with a 1.5 and a 1.43. He needs to pair a ride very similar to his 4 yesterday. A similar 4 or above will help him move himself past that bubble. But right now, our other 2 surfers are really needing to get probably 2 more waves under their belt with 7 minutes left. Where Mano's really looking for another 9-point positional excellent ride that'll add to his current score.
Yes, and the advantages of having a higher seed is you get to surf against surfers with a lower seed. So he'll want to bump up his score so that he can enter the semifinals with the highest seed. Just like in all sports, if there's 8 basketball teams in the playoffs, the top seed will go against the 8th seed in the first round. In car racing, if you have the first qualifying time, you get to start in front of everybody else. So the seedings do play a role in how the path to the finals will be. And so Mano Stewart looking to don that red jersey going into the semifinals and hopefully into the finals as well. We saw that graphic that was just up describing this division and the criteria of catching waves in a kneeling or upright position. But also if you look on the ISAsurf.org website, you can find the rules. It will also say without the ability to use other things to propel you, such as a paddle. And in some of the classifications, it will say you cannot use things to propel you like fins in other divisions as well. So these are just the general summaries of the rules. You can find all of the rules on the ISAsurf.org website, and you can follow along throughout this event, see all the scores, not just the scores that are up on the screen right now, but you can click to see all of the scores and all of the waves that the surfers have caught. Highlights are up there, the news stories. Aaron Hughes doing a great job writing the news stories of each day. And also you can see the highest wave scores and heat totals. There's a lot of information. And one of my favorite parts is all of the photos that are up there as well. Each day, the photographer is working hard. Not a week later or a few days later, bam, they get put up the day of the competition so the athletes can share with all their supporters.
I really like the recaps. The video recaps are doing such a great job in sharing them on social. Here we go. Surfer in red. Is he going to go? What a drop. Mano just did a 4-foot drop out of the sky and then aired it out the back. I think that was a bit abrupt and almost shocking that he landed back on his board. But what a move from Mark Mano Stewart as he dropped in late in that wave and then dropped out of the sky and still kept it going to air out the backside of that wave. Exciting stuff always from the surfer in red from Australia. Elias upping his a score of a 1.7 up to a 2.57. And now has a little bit higher, but still going to need a more stronger score between a 4 and a 6 to pair with to get himself inside of that top 8. You know, the other thing, too, when you're talking about seeding, you know, obviously in the semis, it's the top 2 advance. It's not the top 4 scores. And so if you're in a heat that's stacked with multiple folks, hold on, folks. Here, look at that drop from Santa Stewart right there, donning that white beard, Mr. Mano Stewart. And here's that wave from our surfer in blue from Chile. Elias, very similar to those beautiful waves that he opened up Heat 1 yesterday with, just grabbing that initial turn. Where his head looks, he goes, and really just forming there. But 3 minutes left, and excited to see what Mano might throw together before this heat closes.
Classic A-frame wave at the south side of the Huntington Beach Pier. We saw Mano Stewart going on the right, Elias Valencia from Chile going on the left. And you see the surfers moving a bit further south. Looks like Mano having a look at the left as well. And out the back, it looks like some lines are approaching. And we've talked about the glare that is coming into play, but a great job from our cameras to be able to catch both of those waves on the split peak. And they also have cameras, not with our webcast crew, but in the judges tower that are looking and following each surfer so that they can record each of the rides. There is a spotter whose only job is to spot the waves and the surfers that are on the waves. And they even talk about having a spotter on the pier. There's the Chileans having a look, and they're like, oh, he didn't get that one. Elias Valencia having a look at that left. And with his paddling position, sitting down, kind of going one arm at a time, He prefers to stay on the left and surf into the rip so that he can just continue in that kind of circular motion, catching the left, using the current to go back out. Whereas we saw some of the higher scores maybe coming on the right because there's less water, so that wave able to apply a little bit more speed, as we saw from Mono Stewart. So maybe in this last minute, he might decide to move a little further to the south and maybe catch one of those rights.
But it's working as he's caught the most waves in this heat. It's something we talked about in the last heat. It's something that works, and it looks like he's about to go into another wave right here. That left that we've been talking about all day. Here he goes again. Watch this beautiful turn. Comes back to the whitewash. Came right back out. This time he's going to stay in that white ball a little bit longer and try and wait for it to reform. But again, it just kind of dies out there against the pylons. I think he's kind of maximized out his score there too. And it's been a wave that he's caught now about 15 times in his 2 heats and almost has done it on repeat. It looks like it's so perfect the way he carves up and down that face of the wave.
Yeah, it's repeat, but you know, if I'm a judge, I'm saying, oh, you know, that's the same thing you did on the previous wave. He's not closing out the waves. And although he's catching a lot of waves, the most waves in this heat, and that one does in fact come in as the best wave that he's surfed, I feel like there's more scoring potential on those rights that are coming in. And look at this beautiful wave. Everyone having a paddle.
Mono's got priority 1, so it's Mono's wave. Let's see what he does.
Drops in. I love that. Oh, side slip.
No, he was going for his 360, and he buried his rail.
I'm thinking that was accidental because he kind of took off sideways and the bottom just dropped out. And we'll have to see. Maybe Ben Way can ask him in the post-heat interview whether that was an on-purpose or an accidental side slip boogie off the takeoff. What an exciting heat. 9.17 dropping in for Mono Stewart. Kasuke Suri not able to build on his scores. Elias Valencia still in that bubble situation. 2 more heats to go in this round. Exciting action in the men's kneel and upright division. And you see these surfers having a smile and a chat as the next heat paddling out. And we'll come back with Rachel and Sam in the booth right after this short break.
Hello and welcome to Huntington Beach, California. I'm Kelly Miller, President and CEO of Visit Huntington Beach.
Known as Surf City, USA, Huntington Beach boasts 10 miles of coastline and the most consistent waves on the West Coast. Huntington Beach has it all, with endless summer weather, year-round events, outdoor activities, and oceanfront resorts and spas. So get ready to be inspired, be connected, and be here, Huntington Beach. Plan your visit at surfcityusa.com.
Parasurfing has the power to bring us together. Together, we push the limits, further the sport, and go for gold. You've crossed countries to get to the World Championships. Let Access Tracks simplify crossing the sand. Access Tracks, the official beach access pathway of the ISA World Parasurfing Championships.
Welcome back to the action as we continue our qualifying round 2 of the men's kneel. Heat number 4, we have Dariel Melendez from Costa Rica surfing against Josh Bogle from Hawaii, Munad Almaki from Saudi Arabia, and Roberto Salmeron from Mexico. I'm Sam Bleakley back in the booth with Rachel Tilley. Rachel, it's pretty dusty out there. I've got sand in my ears just from going and watching Sponge win his heat.
Yeah, sand in my ears, sand in my eyes. It's been, everything's, even in my mouth.
I tell you what though, someone who put on a great performance, Mark Mono Stewart there. Sponge was looking good and then Mono goes even higher on the scores with the 9.17, but I'm really looking forward to watching young Dariel Melendez Davia from Costa Rica, of course, funded and supported by High Fives, Roy Tuscany's program, and it sounds like he's also becoming a really, really good skier.
Yeah, that's incredible. You know, seeing a lot of these athletes be proficient or world class in multiple sports across the world.
Absolutely. As we look to kick things off for the first rides. 20 minutes as usual, 17 minutes remaining, little hustle and bustle. That tide now starting to drop. That Santa Ana wind has been blowing really strong all day, but it hasn't dampened the spirits of the competitors and the people who've come on down to support their teams. Of course, the managers, the water safety crew. It's a big effort down there and the vibes are high.
Yeah, it's been such an incredible day. You know, the conditions, although we do keep talking about the wind, it has enabled the surf to stay clean all day. And we have seen so many excellent scores drop today. And that's just because the surfers are really capitalizing on it.
Absolutely. Open face conditions, opportunity to lock into a few cover-ups. We've started to see a few little sneaky tube rides emerging as we can just see our Hawaiian surfer moving into position. Josh there in blue. These are surfers riding waves in the kneeling or upright position. It was great earlier on to have Dr. Mo Johnson come into the booth and talk more about the intricacies of classification and the collaboration between the International Paralympic Committee and her as the head classifier for parasurfing for the International Surfing Association. So if you missed that, you can go back on the YouTube replay there and watch the action as we can see Josh up and riding. Nice left-hander, holds that rail, just smooth into that first arcing turn. And then again, as this wave steepens up a little and he speeds up as well as Josh moves himself through to the rip current there by the pier. And that's going to be a great start for the Hawaiian.
And a great point out of the rip current, especially as this tide continues to go down. There is a rip current that funnels out from the beach back into the lineup. And you'll see the surfers, it's almost like a conveyor belt of sorts. And the surfers will surf towards that pier or even paddle towards that pier to use that to make the paddle out easier and get into the lineup quicker.
And it was nice hearing from Roy Tuscany yesterday that there's a new film coming out soon called Finding True North about Josh Bogle's story. So keep an eye on his social media at Josh Bogle to find out when that's going to be released, how you'll be able to watch that. And it sounds like it's going to be pretty good.
I can't wait to see it.
So the 47-year-old has got that first score coming through. It's a 4.0, so great start for Josh. Nice carving, arcing rail work on takeoff, and then just connected through to that middle part of the ride. So he'll be pleased with that, something to build on. Dariel for Costa Rica, Munard for South Africa, for Saudi Arabia, and Roberto for Mexico, all waiting to see out their first rides.
You know, we do see many different techniques used here. And from our surfer in blue, we saw him use that more sideways stance position and take his hands up off the rail. So a lot of different techniques that will be used based off preference, but also based off of their capabilities.
I love the biography I've read from Roberto Salmeron on your screen. You can read that on ISAsurfing. It says, I consider myself a happy, positive person who likes to advance my goals, and I always strive to improve. So great things to learn from our Mexican, as we can see live action with Josh Bogle up and riding on his second ride. So he's got a 4 to his name, and he's going to back that up, still going, still trimming, still attacking this section right through to the inside. Nice open face work on the right, turned it back, carved it back, hooked it back, going left, comes through to the inside. It's going to be a decent score for our Hawaiian. He's looking pretty good. He had a fantastic performance in the first heat, the first qualifying round, but already he may well have bettered those scores. And someone who bettered their scores, it's the mighty 3 times ISA world champion, Mark Mono Stewart. He just dropped to 917, and he's on the glass with Ben Way.
Thanks a lot, guys. Winner of the men's kneel round 2, heat number 3, Mark Mono Stewart, representing Australia. Congratulations, mate.
Yeah, thanks, Ben. Had a great time out there, brother. It's pumping. Love these Santa Ana winds, bro.
Yeah, well, I was mentioning earlier that as far as all the divisions, all the classifications, I would love to have a kneeboard out there in these conditions.
Yeah, mate. My plan was to go and find a tube, you know, with these winds, but I thought I'd get a few manoeuvres off my first wave, and I duck dived some really nice nice ones that, but I was just out of position a bit and a little bit hard to see with the sun this time of the afternoon, but still feel good, mate. Yeah, feel great.
So you've been really active in and out of competition. Just joined you down in Byron Bay where you brought a ton of these amazing individuals to your home point of the pass. How did that feel to gather people in your home spot?
Mate, since the ISA put this first event on in 2015, ever since then I've wanted to bring our family down to Australia, and with the help of my wife and a lot of good friends, we got to bring it down there and show it Australia to the rest of the world. And it was a pretty emotional time for me to see all my friends in my hometown and surfing my home break, and our local community just backed it 100%. And there was everyone said, yeah, the pass is yours, brother, go for it, and there was no hassles. It was unreal, mate. It was so nice to see everyone. And hopefully 23rd till the 30th of March next year, it's on again. So we'd love to see you all down there again for sure.
Sounds great. Well, you're one of the pioneers, you're one of the godfathers of the sport, along with Alcino Pirata since the beginning. And this whole parasurfing adaptive movement has so much to thank you both for. And how is it to see how much this baby that you guys have grown, and all these new athletes from different nations, and it's become this huge thing all of a sudden. And it hasn't been a stretch of that many years, but it's taken off and it's still growing.
Oh, mate, every year it's just amazing. You've got so many young guys too coming up, like young Kai Collis, man. He's going to be a future star of our sport, and it's really good to know. Like us older blokes who started this off back in the day, and I mean, competition started in 2015, but I started in 1977 when I first lost my leg. So I've been surfing nearly 50 years as an adaptive surfer, and yeah, I mean, I'm really proud of what I've achieved, and it's coming to these gigs, and seeing the family again, and to see all the new people and talk to them, and that it's sort of, realise they get on the internet and watch us older guys, and learn from that. And it's not until you sit and talk with these new athletes, about how much they want to, learn, and it's unreal, man. I'm stoked to be part of the original ones, and hopefully we've got a few years left in us.
Well, speaking of family, how about we say hi to Deb and the kids, Debbie, Stevie, Ray, John, all the boys down there in Byron, and give them a little shout out. I know they're sitting there watching you.
Yeah, no, I've heard there's a fair few up in Byron Bay watching, and yeah, love to Deb, I love you, doll, and my whole family, Takara, Finn, Zane, my dad, and Bev back home too, all supporting us, and a big thanks to AdvisorNet, who sponsored the Australian Kanji's team this year. Huge thanks to them, and our GoFundMe, all those people that donated to that, it was unreal. And Surfing Australia, really good supportive, and personally, I'd like to thank Roy from High Fives. He's been really looking after me this year, and without them guys, we really couldn't do much, so I'm stoked. And happy birthday to Ben. Annie's dad's his birthday today, so happy birthday, Benny.
Had a bit of his ice cream cake earlier.
I missed it. I was home getting ready for this. So.
Yeah, your slice mono.
Yeah, good, brother, yeah. And we hope to see you down there again next year, so, Benny.
Looking forward to it, brother. Well, I'm going to let you go and get out of the sand before you get blasted.
Thanks, bro.
Great. Back to the booth, guys.
Brilliant to hear from Mark Mono Stewart, of course. Age 15, he had osteosarcoma, bone cancer that caused the amputation above his knee, and he's now an absolute legend based in Byron Bay. And he was actually 53 when he won his inaugural 2015 ISA World Parasurfing Championship in La Jolla, just further down the coast. And great to hear his energy continues. He's an absolute icon, riding his David Parks four-fin boards and just radiating positivity, and talking about his trust in Kai Kolas being a rising star of adaptive sports.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, Kai's looking so dominant in his surfing, but, I really loved the fact that this is our 9th Para Surfing World Championships held by the ISA, and, Mono was saying how prior to that he'd been doing it for 53 years without competing or anything. He was just, this was his way to spend time in the water, and now there are opportunities for our young adaptive athletes to look up and have this pathway in this sport, and they're learning from these older guys, and guys like Mono are really happy to share their experience and knowledge and pass that down and welcome them into the community. I think community is something we've been really seeing as the main staple head of this event, and it's just really outstanding. If you are nearby in Huntington Beach or in Southern California, it is definitely worth coming down here. It's great watching here from the broadcast, and we love getting to talk to you guys, but it's something completely different actually being on the beach and feeling the energy of all the teams.
Absolutely, Rachel, and feeling the energy of this heat. It's gone quite quickly with limited rides. 7 minutes, 30 seconds remaining. Josh Bogle is doing well with that 4 and that 2.5. Dariel Melendez Davia is in second with a 1.2 and a 1. Munard Almaki is in third position there because he actually hasn't got a wave. So we're waiting for those surfers from Saudi Arabia and Mexico to get their first scores. But it looks like we've got a little bit of movement here. Sitting there in first priority, it's a Hawaiian, Josh Bogle, but he's going to be a little bit deep for this section. He might be able to go on the left. Dariel has a look, but Josh goes on the left and nosedive for Munard. Josh Bogle up and riding, looking to replace 2.5, so he will drop a score. Whether it will place that 2.5, we'll have to see, but it's been a slow one. This has been one of the slower heats for waves that we've seen all day, Rachel.
Yeah, I think it's sometimes one of those funky mid-tides as we see Green getting his opening ride, a quick in and out, but a ride nonetheless. So that'll open his account as we see. Who is this up and riding, Sam?
Dariel for Costa Rica, really top to bottom stuff, just banking off that third section, looking dynamic. So he's going to drop a significant score. Could be one of the biggest scores of the heat. That 4 from Josh Bogle has set the scale. Munard for Saudi Arabia just got that wave. I mean, an incredible achievement for Munard. Now only been surfing for 1 year and 7 months. So very new to wave riding from Riyadh, the capital of Saudi Arabia, here with some of the representatives from Surf Saudi Arabia, the governing federation there, as we can just see Dariel turning for a second wave. Here he is, up and riding. Late takeoff there. Just got some foam to deal with, so it's not going to be a significant score, but we are expecting something good to come through.
Yeah, I think so. That wave really started running. It was a shame he couldn't get that speed back up to finish off a couple more maneuvers at the end, but from our angle, the way it started to run down the beach on that right and offer him the maneuvers that he was able to get, you know, he's really looking to get something more substantial on the board. He only has a couple of 1s right now, so that is definitely more in line of what he was looking for. And with 5 minutes remaining, that can really switch the energy that he has in this heat now and get him kind of in this space where, all right, now we just have to build upon the score that we are still waiting to drop for our surfer in red.
Rachel, are you one of those competitors who really thrives on having a quick start, or do you have the patience to be able to win heats even in the last 5 minutes?
I love having a quick start if I can control it, but it's about learning. If you can't always control that, right? Because it's the ocean, and so I think it's more of a trained ability over the time of spending time in heats where you learn to stay calm and learn to win heats up until the very end.
Roberto Salmeron for Mexico representing Acapulco. He looks to get close to catching that wave. He's not going to get a score on the board for that one, but up and riding. Dariel in the barrel, comes out of the tube, right in the pocket, climbing and dropping, hits that foam, really snaps it back. Radical approach here, and then going onto rail and really getting a beautiful cut back through the midsection here, and there's still some scoring potential as he comes through to the inside. Off the top, doesn't ride out of that last turn, but the first 4 or 6 maneuvers were absolutely electric for the young Costa Rican.
Wow, I mean, talking about all the different techniques too, we've been seeing our surfer in blue, Josh, he stands on both of his legs there, but our surfer in red, he stands on his back foot and then uses his front arm as that front leg position to surf the wave, and really interesting different techniques, and everyone's surfing really well. But Sam, our score has dropped in for that surfer in red, shoots him to the lead, a 6.17.
Wow, great stuff. And that was actually that long right-hander we saw. So we're now due another score. I think it's going to be a really significant score to back things up. Of course, Dariel, aged 11. he was escaping from a robbery and he was hit by a train. So that's the background of his impairment.
Wow.
And he is absolutely on fire in this heat. He had a slow start, but now he backs things up with what I think is going to, I'm saying is going to be higher than the 617 because of the radicalness of those first few maneuvers.
I think so, and the complete nature of which that wave had. You know, thinking back to that 617, had really nice opportunity, and he got a large quantity of maneuvers, but that last one, I think, really improved upon his situation, and he had a lot more critical maneuvers with that one.
Well, I'm completely wrong because it comes in at a 483. So obviously that 617 was just deemed to be more outback, open face surfing there, but he's on the inside once again. And I think the difference, Rachel, was the 617 was a bigger set, longer, and yes, we loved what we saw on the 483, but it was a smaller inside wave. He's opted to just come inside, I think, because he had a slow start, but I think that's a wise decision. He's already got some strong scores from the first qualifying round, carrying a 6.5 and a 4.33. So that 617 would go into his top 2, and we're looking to see the top 8 surfers into the semi-finals. And those 8 surfers are coming from a pool of 17, Rachel. So we've still got one more heat to go with 4 surfers. So there's going to be a few people right on the cusp who are going to not know if they've made the top 8 until we finish that heat number 5.
And that's why improving upon those situations, having 2 strong scores you can take away with you. Let's have a look at this wave from blue.
Josh Bogle up and riding, nice cruisy smooth cutback, and then now accelerating out onto the face as things get sparkly as we move into the afternoon light. Flying diamonds really reflecting off the Pacific here as Josh moves right through to the inside. That's a good score. He's got a 4 and a 2.5. He could replace his 2.5.
I could see that going in that direction. I really liked his reading of the wave on the inside as that wave started going into the gutter and pushing that weight forward, using that weight onto his front arm to plane the board, flatten the board, and so it planes nicely into those kind of low energy sections.
Talking of energy, Dariel looking lively, looking hungry. He's just really keen to get an opportunity to express himself. You can see by his body language that he just desperately wants waves to shine and to show his skills. Very talented athlete, and somebody with as the years really start to pile up, I think the maturity will really start to benefit, you know, really starting to iron out his technique and maximize that technique to really draw out those turns. As we can see, Munard on the inside for Team Saudi Arabia. He's going to get a second score on the board, and he's going to be really proud of his performance here, representing his nation for the second time in a row here in Huntington at the World Parasurfing Championships, as Dariel wins with a 617 and a 483, and he's going to be super happy about that performance. He's certainly going to be carrying that 617 into his top 2, and I think we can expect more from him if he gets the opportunity to shine. It's looking likely that he's going to book himself a spot in the semi-finals. We've already seen some big names booking spots in the semi-finals. We've got Llewellyn, Sponge Williams, and Mark Mono Stewart really doing well, as we can see the whole contest set up there. Stay with us because we're going to be right back for heat number 5 of the qualifying round 2 of the men's. Neil live from day 3, Surf City, USA, for the ISA World Parasurfing Championship.
This message is for all surfers in the world. The oceans need us today more than ever. The Sands of the World ceremony is our way of uniting the world in peace through surfing.
Now let's begin the Sands of the World ceremony.
It's the ISA symbol, and you know, it symbolizes what we know, peace in the world through surfing. It's a meaningful ceremony in which you bring sand from your beach, you pour it there with your teammates. This ceremony stays with them for the rest of their life. When it came to Tahiti, Tahiti embraced the opening ceremony with the Sands of the World. And the beautiful box that we have today, it's staying in the hoop.
To be a surfer is not only to go surfing. It is also to take care of the oceans, to be good people inside and outside of the water.
Hello and welcome to Huntington Beach, California. I'm Kelly Miller, President and CEO of Visit Huntington Beach.
Known as Surf City, USA, Huntington Beach boasts 10 miles of coastline and the most consistent waves on the West Coast. Huntington Beach has it all, with endless summer weather, year-round events, outdoor activities, and oceanfront resorts and spas. So get ready to be inspired, be connected, and be here, Huntington Beach. Plan your visit at surfcityusa.com.
Thanks for having us, Kelly Miller and all the brilliant team at Visit Huntington Beach, as we share the 9th edition of the ISA World Parasurfing Championship with our Australian up and riding. It's Michael Foti, the 38-year-old from Nowra, South Coast, New South Wales. Grew up as a keen skateboarder, bodyboarder, snowboarder, broke his back in Canada in 2014 and is now representing Australia once again at the World Parasurfing Championship. And also his wife Laurie is competing as well. She's representing Team England, originally from Suffolk, an area north of London in England, and she's surfing in the prone, and they're traveling here with their daughter Veda. So I got the opportunity to see them in the CBS store yesterday. It was nice to catch up. But watch out, the Spaniard from Zarautz, North Spain, Ibon Origi, top to bottom, really aggressive, dynamic surfing. The 5th, the 6th maneuver into a nice sweeping roundhouse cutback. Rebounds off the foam there after a lot of good, busy work, and now accelerating right through to the inside with great technique into a good float. Doesn't ride out of that final maneuver, but an impressive run of rail-to-rail turns for Ibon, and I think it's going to be a pretty significant score to kick things off for the Spaniard.
Yeah, I think so. He was very intentional about using that right arm to push himself forward and maintain his speed throughout it, and he looked super zesty, I think, on that wave.
I like
and exciting.
That. Zesty.
Yeah.
Zesty as a fresh lemon. Lemon zest. Lemon zest with a bit of Spanish tortilla and some lemon zest. Orange juice as well. Here we go. Let's look at this on the replay, Rachel.
Yeah, as we have White's opening ride, that is a great drop, and you can see he's being really intentional about moving himself forward and backwards as that wave starts to back up, moving himself forward, really using that weight on his upper body, leaning into that inside rail, which brings him all the way to the beach. That was a nice long ride. Now looking at Red, having his knees more underneath his chest, roller coastering down and really using that right arm. I love that. Keeping it open, using his shoulders to direct and complete that roundhouse. And here, getting that speed to ideally hit this last section. Unfortunately goes out the back. You can kind of see that body language from him. He was frustrated with that little head whip, but I think that's going to see us, I think that's going to be the highest wave score that we'll see of that opening exchange from our surfer.
Yeah, I completely agree. Had he just ridden out that last turn, potentially borderline excellent range maybe for the score. He'll certainly set a high scale, but I think that certainly something in the 6-7 range, maybe well up into the 7s. Ibon Origi waiting for that score to come through. Michael Foti from Australia. He's got a 1.83 for his opening wave. Gerringong. Have you ever been to Gerringong? His local match?
Yes. Yeah, it's so beautiful down there.
15 minutes remaining. Scott Patterson waiting for his first wave, the Canadian. Regular at Tofino from Vancouver, but loves to travel out to Hawaii and surf the likes of Chun's. Started surfing in 2016, competed in 4 Paralympics in 3 different sports. He's a double leg amputee, injured in a work accident in 1982, and now competing with fellow surfers riding waves in a kneeling or upright position in men's kneel, representing Canada once again. And the fact that he competed in 4 events in track athletics is absolutely fantastic in the Paralympics. We'll talk more about that soon, but first of all, let's get down to the glass because our Costa Rican style master Dariel is with Ben Wade.
Thanks so much, guys. Here with men's Neil round 2, heat number 4 winner representing Costa Rica, Dario Melendez Davila. Congratulations, buddy.
Thank you, Ben. Thank you so much. Oh, it's so windy today.
Man, so we have these perfect offshore conditions, low tide. I was thinking, like, if anyone's going to get in the barrel, it's going to be you, living up to your name, Bariel. And so how did you feel out there with these conditions?
Woo! So happy to be in this beautiful water another day. And sorry, I'm too cold right now. Yeah, it's pretty windy out there. Honestly, it's hard. Once you're trying to make the drop, you got all the offshore right in your face, and I could barely breathe. I was like, just trying to get the wave. And yeah, I finally caught one, and yeah, I did it.
So you're one of our favorite characters. The whole community has always had you as their little brother. And one person I think who supported you a lot is Roy with High Fives. And tell us about the relationship and how much he's helped you to still be here with us.
Well, it's so cool with Roy. We became friends, more than a relationship, partnership, sponsorship. We're friends now, and yeah, it's just awesome, get to share life with some people like that. Then just show you another vision, another completely different vision of the world, and we get to, go to all those pretty cool things with High Five. You get to meet so much amazing people like Jose, like Jocelyn from Australia, well, from all over the places. And yeah, I'm blessed with High Five Foundation, and not just me, there's a lot of people. Then they are getting involved with High Five Foundation and getting back into sports thanks to High Five Foundation. So yeah, it's just such a bless and such a great thing that, people are looking into this adaptive, how can I say, this movement, the whole disabled movement, the whole, oh, sorry, I lost my, but yeah, just thanks to High Five and thanks to, organizations like ISA, because of that we can show the people, show the world, and we're here, and we can still making beautiful things and awesome things, and yeah, let's keep it doing.
Perfect. And finalmente, un mensaje a las ticas y los ticos que te están apoyando desde casa en Costa Rica.
Pura vida a todos, muchas gracias por ver el hit, por apoyarme. La verdad está muy bonito el torneo. Los invito a todos a que se conecten, a seguir apoyando a los ticos. Todavía seguimos, esto apenas comienza. Logramos pasar a cuartos de final. Ahora nos quedan semis. Y bueno, vamos con todo. Un saludo allá a la familia, a la casa. Bendiciones a todos y pura vida.
Pura vida más. Like to you guys.
Great vibes. What an absolute brilliant interview. That was my favorite posted interview of the day. Dariel, nicknamed Bariel, from Puerto Viejo on the Caribbean coast of Costa Rica, now based in Hermosa, but been spending a lot of time with Roy Tuscany and Elena Nichols in the States, getting into sit skiing and a variety of other activities such as jiu-jitsu. He is absolutely on fire. But Rachel, I was just bringing up some biography information on Scott Patterson, and this is incredible. Competing in four events in track athletics for the 1988 Paralympics in Seoul, South Korea, and he finished 5th then. And then in the 2022 Winter Paralympics in Salt Lake City, he competed in 3 alpine skiing events. He won a bronze in the men's giant slalom, and a little bit before that he competed in Torino in 2006 and London in 2012, but in London he competed as a swimmer in the 100 meters breaststroke. So 4 Paralympic appearances across 3 different sports. Incredible achievement there, and that is something to really celebrate. An absolute icon of para sports, and you can tell by the speed at which he moves around on his wheelchair that he is an adrenaline junkie.
Absolutely. Let's take another look at this. Wow! Almost barrel from our surfer in red. Wow, he had great reading of that right off the takeoff, pulled right in. It's that offshore wind, that strong offshore wind that we have right now, that's really allowing those waves to stay open and stay hollow. And so we've been seeing surfers try and have their go at a few barrels and reading the waves into that. We've seen a couple of maybe some head dips, but had he come out of that one, that would have been our cleanest one by far.
That was an absolute beauty and captured from the drone angle as well. Ibon Origi pulling in, not coming out, dropping a score though at 2.53. So he's got a 7.83 for that opening wave. If he had landed that final float, I think that would have certainly been a solid 8, if not higher. And I think great scoring from the judges, because really recognizing the pumping and the driving speed and the top to bottom approach for that opening line from Ibon Origi. He's out there in a good position. He scored a 4.57 and a 4.33 in his opening qualifying round. So that 7.83 goes into his top 2. The top 2 waves across your 2 qualifying rounds combine to determine the surfers in the semi-finals live action. Michael Foti up and riding, drops that rail, engages in that fin, and then just bottom turns, but recognizes that there's not much scoring potential. So he's going to kick out of that one. He's got a 1.83. He's got a backup score, and Foti in the first qualifying round got a 4.67 and a 3.40. So as it stands, he's right on the borderline as to whether he's going to get into the semi-finals. I really feel like he needs to improve on one of those 4s and get like a 6 or a 7 in the can.
Especially when you have surfers like Ibon that are really solidifying those spots by improving upon that situation in their round 1 heat. And it's been interesting hearing the different surfers' perspectives, the ones that are being super statistical about it, knowing exactly what they need, where they're sitting, and then others that are just going, you know, hey, I know my scores, I'm not really interested in knowing anyone else's, I just want to improve my situation and let it fall where it lies. And I think I love getting into the athletes' mindsets, and especially like a surfer like we were talking about before that is across from all sports, has had so much experience in multiple different disciplines, and the mental strategy that he would be able to pull from all those different experiences across those sports.
Yeah, and actually Michael as well has competitive experience as a sit skier, so I know that will be bringing him a lot of drive into his surfing here. But there's 6 minutes 25 seconds to go. It's going to be a lot of pressure though on Patterson, on Souza to get scores. They've got some low scores already waiting for their backup waves, but I'm really hoping that we get the opportunity for Michael Foti to get something, because he's got that 4.67, which is a significant score to carry, but I feel as if to book a spot in the semi-finals, he's going to need a 6. Difficult to do to do all of the maths as I start to add in all the numbers here, but I think he's just right on that cusp. It's only the top 8 who will go into the knockout semi-finals, and I hope he gives himself a chance to be there.
Yeah, to give the listeners an idea, or our viewers at home, Sam has a sheet right now of everyone's top 2 scores from their round 1, and he's been filling in, as we've been watching heat by heat, the top 2 if a surfer does replace it. So he's doing quick maths right there in front of him.
Well, look at that beautiful technique from Gunnar there of digging and building a sandcastle. Did you notice the way he just engaged that spade in a perpendicular angle and just pivoted it at the ultimate granular motion there to just ping off enough sound to pile into a perfect sandcastle? That was an excellent bit of sandcastle construction.
A 9.5, I give it.
Me too. Great stuff. Gunnar playing on the sand there. Of course, we have got some fantastic energy down here on the beach. 5 minutes remaining though. Ibon Origi, our Spaniard, out there in the lead with a 7.83, backed up by a tube ride. Didn't come out of that tube ride, Rachel, but certainly got some tunnel time. Probably one of the more kind of glamorous looking tubes that we've seen of the day. Didn't come out, but certainly got the photo shot, got the money shot.
I was just going to say that would be a great photo shot.
4 minutes, 30 seconds remaining, moving into the last couple of heats of the day. We've got to move through women's kneel, 3 qualifying heats. We've got Vera Carasema coming up against Maria de Sol Vasconcelos, she's going to be surfing for Brazil. That's going to be starting in about 5 minutes, but we've got live action right now. Paulo Souza for Brazil with a beautiful gliding angle, but in the prone technique, he needs to lift his body up to get scored. So I think he recognized that he probably wanted to pull up into the kneeling technique there, but it was quite a late drop. So it'll be interesting to see if the judges do drop a score for that ride, because he didn't actually go into the kneel or upright. It was all done on prone, so we may well see that no score is delivered, but it looks like Ibon Origi got that right-hander, Rachel, so it could be something significant for Ibon to replace that 2.53. You can see him paddling out. He comes from a fantastic area of North Spain. I'm sure you've been down in the San Sebastian area. Have you been around there?
I have not been to San Sebastian.
Okay, so had you been a previous generation of longboarders, you would have had the joy of big competitions in Biarritz and San Sebastian every year. That was they were core events.
That's what I grew up watching.
Yeah.
And all my heroes on our longboard tour were competing at those events.
Yeah, and some fantastic beach breaks and great food around San Sebastian as well. So he surfs a little bit Zerauts and a little bit Zarula Beach. And great community there, as we can see a late takeoff from Scott Patterson. Doesn't make the drop.
No, and I think something he was going for there, mid-drop, was trying to push himself up to get that chest up, but it was that weight pushing forward to get that chest up that kind of caused him to tumble over. Another look at our surfer in red's wave, gets maybe a little head tip there.
Yeah.
And a cut back down carve.
Nice.
Coming back around, really milking this to the inside, and the wave really peters out in energy on the inside. Now, a score was dropped for our surfer in white here, but it was only a 0.83, so I think it really doesn't get scored until towards the end there. And our surfer in blue taking a look at the replay, looking at his technique of switching hand to hand from rail to rail, really allowing himself to put that edge, engage that edge from rail to rail.
I think that's going to be a really important score for Michael there. He needs this representing Gerringong in New South Wales. He's chasing something for me. I think he's chasing something in the 5s, in the 6s. He drops a 5.33. This could be a real door opener for Michael. Could be a game changer, because he really needed something. He's carrying only a high score of a 4.67, so it's not confirmed. We're going to have to do some maths about this, but I got a feeling that could well just about scrape him in to one of the semi-finals. Ibon Origi gets a 6.17 for that last ride. I thought it was going to be the replay of the barrel that he pulled into, and then I was like,
super similar off the takeoff.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
And then I realized, no, it's not, because he's made that section.
Yeah.
He did get a little bit of a head dip as well.
Way.
So he gets a good score there, Rachel. He's in a good position with that backup wave of the 6.17. He's going to take the win. He's up and riding right now. Ibon Origi, beautiful big top turn, and then doesn't come out of that first maneuver, as we see Paulo Souza again opting for prone. So obviously one of the demands of this category is the need to really get at least one point of contact away from the prone position. So just lifting up either to one knee would be important. So we will see what the judges do for this scoring, but I don't think it's going to be significant enough, as Ibon Origi is back in action, Rachel, and looking really good.
Yeah, getting unstuck there, but that won't matter. He has that 7.83, the 6.17, so he has improved upon his situation and therefore more. So he would be feeling good. I'm sure he's aware of that in his head and in his situation. He'll be walking out of this heat quite happy.
Great stuff. Irakanji's there looking after some of the kids. That's actually Michael's youngster there, Vader, I think, was playing on the beach there. So that would have been a great moment. I've got a good feeling that Michael has just pulled it off. You know, if you're tuning in from Australia, you know, check online and do a little bit of math yourself, but I reckon he's done it.
Yeah, well, like I said, Sam does have all these handwritten notes of different maths that he's trying to put together, but we're trying really hard to stay up to date in this round robin format. It is really exciting stuff. Another heat to come, so stay tuned.
Yep, stay with us. We'll be right back. We're going to be moving into women's kneel round 2. 3 qualifying heats, our last three heats of the day. We'll be right back.
Hello and welcome to Huntington Beach, California. I'm Kelly Miller, President and CEO of Visit Huntington Beach.
Known as Surf City, USA, Huntington Beach boasts 10 miles of coastline and the most consistent waves on the West Coast. Huntington Beach has it all, with endless summer weather, year-round events, outdoor activities, and oceanfront resorts and spas. So get ready to be inspired, be connected, and be here, Huntington Beach. Plan your visit at surfcityusa.com.
Parasurfing has the power to bring us together. Together, we push the limits, further the sport, and go for gold. You've crossed countries to get to the World Championships. Let Access Tracks simplify crossing the sand. Access Tracks, the official beach access pathway of the ISA World Parasurfing Championships.
Welcome back to the action. We've just seen the Spaniard Ibon Origi absolutely on fire with a 7.83 and a 6.17. He has booked himself a spot in the semi-finals along with the likes of Llewellyn Sponge Williams and Mark Mono Stewart and Dario Melendez Davila. But right now it's our women's kneel round 2 heat 1 coming up. We have Vera Quaresma for Brazil. We have Maria do Sol Vasconcelos for Brazil as well, and we have Cynthia Gonzalez, the 47-year-old for France, born in Djibouti on the Horn of Africa, based in Cap Breton, all to play for, still waiting as well for that last tabulation of scores to come through for our male surfers in the kneel. I've actually got my app open here just trying to see if Michael did get into one of those semi-finals. So they're just doing a last bit of maths, just tabulating those scores, and then this new heat will kick off real soon, Rachel.
Yeah, so the surfers right now know that their heat hasn't started yet, so they're going to refrain from taking off on any waves, because if they do, that does affect their priority situation usually.
Absolutely. So there was probably just one last score to come through for some of those surfers. Did something come through? Well, were we just waiting for something? No, it looks like everything came through, and Ibon Origi took the win. Michael Foti took second. Scott Patterson for Canada came in third. Paulo Souza for Brazil came in second. As we move on to the women's kneel, 20-minute heats, all to play for, because this is the second qualifying round, and only 4 women will book a spot in those finals. And it's going to be pretty exciting to round things off for the last 3 heats of the day. And let's have a little look at these classifications. There's 9 different divisions that we have here. This is the women's kneel. We have the men's kneel, and we have, of course, the stand classifications, the prone classifications, and the sit. There they are. Stand 1, surfers riding waves in a standing position with an upper body impairment. Stand 2, surfers riding waves also in that standing position but with a lower body impairment below the knee, which is a contrast to stand 3 where the impairment in the lower body is above the knee. So obviously more significant impairment. And then the surfers in the kneel division that we have just seen, we're moving into the women's kneel. The parasurfing sit in the wave ski style, and then the 2 prone divisions, prone 1 and prone 2. Prone 2 surfers have assistance in contrast to prone 1 surfers, and then we have the 2 vision impairment classification. So you can read much more detail all about this at ISAsurf.org, and follow us on socials at ISAsurf, and you can really watch the highlights and the replays on engage in the photos and the bios of all the athletes across the last few days. But we've still got so much to come. We're coming into the last 3 heats of day 3, and we've still got 3 more days of action to go. Rachel, how are you doing? Falling asleep there, or are you all good?
No, absolutely not. The excitement has been so high all day, and I'm really excited to see this round 2 of the women. Here we have Red kicking our heat off.
Talk about excitement, Rachel. That was a really beautiful ride, wasn't it? Fast, controlled, and stylish.
That's a really good way of describing it. The fast but controlled. she was able to put her board on rail and really be intentional about the directions that she was going and show the judges moving rail to rail. And we have blue going for a paddle.
Maria for Brazil up and riding, locks onto that rail, great control, little direction change, just sliding back and forth. This is going to be a good ride for Maria. Through to the inside, we'll find out what the score is real soon, but our Basque man from North Spain, Ibon, absolutely electric, and he is on the sand with Ben Way.
Thanks a lot, guys. Winner of the men's kneel round 2 heat number 5, Ibon Oregi for Team Spain. Congratulations, brother.
Thank you very much.
So, really nice conditions, beautiful groomed conditions, but a little bit tricky with the wind. You were able to find some really, really good rides. How'd you feel in this one compared to the last heat?
Yeah, I feel so much better today than the other days. I like with offshore, the waves, I like this kind of waves. And with the first wave, with a good punctuation, with the score, I was so more peaceful, no, than when I start the heat. And I enjoy surfing today, really.
Able to relax and focus on the good waves?
Yeah, I was enjoying. And I want to take a lot of waves, and I like surfing like that, no? Than the competition. Sometimes it's difficult to compete it, choose the good wave, and I'm free surfer, I think, more than competition surfer, no? I love surfing, and this is my life. Yeah.
Well, there's a lot of competitors in the kneel division this time, and knowing you have to get those points to get into that top slot, was that a little bit of stress in the beginning when in your earlier rounds where it was harder to find the good waves?
Yeah, really. I know that I am inside in the semifinals after saw all the other heats, and I was thinking that I only need to surf, and with the first wave was good. It's easier. Everything is easier when you have good scores. Last night was more difficult than tonight, sure.
Well, let's talk about this board that you're using. It looks like you got some time on it. Interesting setup for a kneel board. Usually we see the quad fin, sometimes we see some twin fin designs. This one you have a kind of an interesting tri-fin setup.
Yeah, this is a board for nail boards. He's from Australia. He lives in the Basque Country in Baguio. And he's an old surfer that is retired, but he lives there. And he comes to Mundaka in 17th. And he's my shaper, really. He makes this board, and he say that, okay, try this one. And if you like it, it's for you, but if it's not, it's for me. And I tried that, and it's a magic board with a small waves.
Well,
it's really nice. It's really nice.
It's been working really well, and you're not an easy person to fit for a certain size of board. Much taller, probably a lot heavier than a lot of the people that we would make boards for, and so it looks like he hit it right on. ¿Quieres dar un mensaje a los de España que te están apoyando?
Bai, betiko moduan, mila esker benetan guztioi, Muchas gracias a los que estáis. Y bueno, lo vamos a dar todo, eta eurra. Eskerrik asko, mutilak.
Eskerrik asko.
Venga, mila esker.
Back to you guys.
Great stuff. Ibon Oregi, the man, he got silver last year in 2023 in the kneel. He got copper in 2022. He's got some good company. He's got the likes of Mark Mono Stewart, Llewellyn Sponge Williams, Juan Martin Martinez. He's got Dariel Menendez Davia to come up against, but he is looking really good and a super cool guy as well. Great energy, very natural, relaxed, but certainly focused. You can tell that he really analyzes what's happened and appreciates how to self-coach and build on the possibilities. As we can see, Vera having a look at this. She drops a 5.83. Great start, Rachel. We saw that opening ride just before the post-heat interview.
Yeah, it was a great start to her campaign. Having a look at this left, she's going to continue to paddle over and maintain that first priority, but it was the judges really rewarding her reading of the wave and her utilization of her rails and changing of direction on that right. So it's a great start. These surfers in round 2 now. Now it is, there's that freedom that you can surf with in round 1, knowing you have another shot in case it doesn't go your way in this first heat. Now it's down to the wire. Surfers are knowing what they need if they're choosing to be aware of that situation. Some are choosing not to be aware, but I found it interesting in that post-heat interview, he kind of actually talked about it in the opposite way, of that he was stressed for that round 1 heat because he wanted to perform. The conditions were a bit trickier, and he felt that pressure on him looking at scores dropped by his competitors, where this time he knew he was probably safe, and he said, I just got to go out and be free. And oftentimes when you have that feeling of I can just go and be free, that's when you surf your best. And he replaced both of his scores with that. And so the real challenge is, as a competitor, is looking at how to surf with that feeling of freedom when you're under pressure.
And it's a huge thing to nail as well, because you know if you think to some of your free surfs when you're quite tired and you don't expect much and you end up having quite a good surf because you're in the moment, but to recreate that in the moment feeling, of course, before competitions you're well slept, you're focused, but sometimes that brings with it tension and the art of being able to stay relaxed. In fact, I was talking to Zoe Smith actually, who is in one of our stand divisions, and she had a horrific car accident a number of years ago, and it caused a number of injuries. And one of the things that she says she suffers from is she gets muscle spasms when she gets nervous and tense, and she gets back issues. And she was saying that, you know, a huge element for her in competition is being able to stay relaxed enough so she doesn't get these spasms and doesn't get these back issues. And I really appreciated the journey that she's going on. And we're going to see her surf tomorrow, but up and riding right now. Vera, our Brazilian, our silver medalist last year here in the final, lost out to 5 times gold medalist, multiple ISA world champion in the Neil, Victoria Feige, the 39-year-old from Canada, of course, decided not to come back to go for her 6th world title. She would have equaled Bruno Hansen's record of 6. That's the most. But as far as the Guinness record of most Paralympic surf titles for the females, Victoria Feige is numero uno with 5, and she is the one who has dominated this division. But Vera Quaresma from Brazil, she got silver last year from Florianopolis. And of course, when the hot favorite is not here and you've been in 2nd, you've got to be licking your lips for that gold medal.
Absolutely. But we're still just in those earlier rounds, and so I think it's easy to have that confidence from past results in terms of when you do have a medal within your accomplishments, but you still, it is a heat by heat journey. And she still has to perform here. I mean, she is at the moment, she has 2 scores on the board already with 10 minutes remaining. Now can just continue to build upon that. So she is looking good for that advancing position, but it's sometimes it's easy to get ahead of yourself in that way. And I find myself in positions similar. I've had to go, okay, but there's still work to be done before I'm in that medal conversation yet, before I can talk about claiming that gold medal.
Absolutely, and Vera, there's so much more beyond her surfing. I follow her on social media, and she's very interested to Ayurvedic medicine and philosophy and Hindu astrology. So Ayurveda is a whole philosophy out of India, and there's a beautiful martial art called Kalari Payatu, which is very much linked to Ayurveda. Ayurveda is an Indian holistic medicine, but it's very much connected to bodily movement as well. So exercise is a huge part of it. And you know, if you follow her on social media, you see that she's got this deep interest in these Indian practices and philosophies. And based in Brazil, the 43-year-old has got to feel special to know that the favorite is not here, and she could up the ante on that silver and put a nice gold medal right next to the silver. Well, would you put the silver on the left and the gold on the right, or the gold on the left and the silver on the right? Or maybe you could put them on top of each other.
Oh, yeah, good question.
Or maybe you could hide the silver with the gold. Or just have the silver poking through the edge.
Yeah, like fanned out almost.
Well, what have you done with your 2 silvers?
My 2 silvers actually sit inside of my my cup of my WSL World title.
Oh, so the world title.
I have them all just
right.
It's like a cup with all of them there.
Live action, late takeoff for Vera there. Beautiful attack on that section, but it just ran away from her. But the Santa Ana winds have blown all day, Rachel, and it stayed so clean, such great conditions.
Yeah, we love to see it. We love Santa Ana winds. It has been particularly strong today, which has proven, although clean, really challenging for the surfers. And some of those challenges are paddling into the wave, even just getting that opportunity to get that ride. And then if you can find yourself, if you're getting too high on the wave, so if your board and your body is getting too close to the top, that upper lip of the wave, it can also push you out of the back of the wave too. So these surfers, although it looks clean, they are showing their fundamental skills and knowledge of the ocean by surfing these waves really well, because it's might look easy, but it is tricky.
Yeah, Maria there just looking to get her third score. She's got a 2.33 and a 0.5. Vera on the way out back, she's got a solid start with that 5.83. Backup score of a 2.57. I mean, look at those beautiful conditions. I mean, you didn't go for it. I thought we were going to have a heat yesterday, a body surf, or was that the day before? No, that was the day before. Yeah, I was out there waiting for you. It was the water start, and you weren't there. Because I thought we were going to have like a body surf surfboard heat. Well, I also had a surf yesterday, and you weren't there.
I went to go, we must have just missed each other. I went to go get my wetsuit.
Oh, you did have a surf yesterday?
No.
Oh, okay.
I went in the jacuzzi at the hotel.
Oh, you went for a jacuzzi instead. Well, will you have a surf this afternoon, Rachel?
You know what? I'd actually love to. It looks so beautiful out there. And these are those fall afternoons here in Southern California that just, especially for someone from here in Southern California, are just really special days and give you a really nice feeling and sense of home.
Well, if you want to borrow my invisible surfboard and go for a body surf, you're welcome to.
Ah, thank you.
No problem, anytime. 6 minutes, 35 seconds remaining. Vera out there in the lead. Cynthia Gonzalez, the 47-year-old from France. I've not seen her in the lineup, so a possibility that she was unable to paddle out for this second qualifying heat. As we can see live action, Maria up and riding right now, looking to replace that 0.5. Looking at some of the scores, there's 9 surfers and there's only 4 spots in the final. There's some really strong names. We've talked a lot about Vera, but Erin Koffel has been very good with some good scores, and Audrey Pascal, Emma Dieters as well. But sitting at the top of the best 2 wave scores from round 1, it is our surfer who's currently in the lead. And she's looking to have a go at this wave. She recognizes she can't catch that, but it's Vera Quaresma from Brazil out there in front. Plenty of time left to replace that 2.57, and those conditions look like that Santa Ana wind is just starting to drop away now, Rachel.
Yeah, it really peaked at around 10 o'clock, and then from there, which is usually opposite to how we'd see other wind. You know, normally wind, especially onshore, sideshore, continues to build and peaks in the afternoon. So we saw it peak this morning between 10 and 12, and then throughout the afternoon will continue to drop again, and I'm sure we'll see that evening glass off.
Very different to my experience of life in Northwest Europe. The wind normally starts on the 1st of October and it blows hard until about the 1st of May. So it's relentless. We have a lot of weather fronts that move across Northwest Europe, giving all different wind directions. So it's very changeable. So the fact here that you have that climatic condition, and daily weather changes a little bit more minute, but the Santa Ana wind's a really big feature of life here, and something you would have really grown up with surfing here in Southern California.
Yeah, absolutely. It really, and I keep going back to this, but it's that quintessential fall feeling. They really start around October, November, and they, you know, provide just a really nice beach day.
Yeah.
Yeah, I have great memories growing
romantic memories, yeah.
Yeah, great memories growing up with my family. So I have one in particular, this day down at Sano. The winds were blowing. We waited in line, got down to the beach, and just spent all day down there. And
didn't spend all day waiting in line.
No. But
Which
even Sano was
case.
having, even Sano was having little barrel sections out at Old Man. So for anyone who's familiar with that break of San Onofre, not known to have any barrel opportunities, and that's what the Santa Ana winds can do.
Absolutely. Vera just sitting out there, relaxed. Maria with a 2.33. It looks like Cynthia Gonzalez, representing France, has not paddled out for her second qualifying heat. Cynthia had a low score in the opening round, so it doesn't look like she will be able to book herself a spot in the final. So we've got 2 more heats coming up in this Neil Upright Women's. Each heat will have 3 surfers, and only 4 surfers of all of these rounds will qualify for the grand final to go for gold. Vera having a look at this decides not to go for it, was really darting at that left. As we can see Maria on the inside. Little short ride there, won't be too significant. She needs to go pretty big if she's going to book herself a spot in the final.
Well, Sam, one more fun fact about the Santa Ana winds. They're also, or originally called the Santana winds, and just inland of here in Huntington Beach is a city called Santa Ana, and so they often then just get called Santa Ana winds because they sound so similar. But I've just pulled up a quick history that says, although the winds are today commonly called Santa Ana winds, many argue the original name is Santana. The name Santana winds is said to be traced to Spanish California when the winds were called Caliente Aliento de Santanas, hot breath of Satan.
Your Spanish accent there was absolutely perfect, Rachel. Really interesting stuff. And look at this beautiful right-hander for our Brazilian, top to bottom, engaging that rail. Really exciting surfing. It's certainly going to replace that 2.57. Could be close to that 5.83. I felt like she needed to ride out of that final maneuver to better the 5.83. But I think it's going to be a super significant score for our Brazilian, just building in confidence, really putting a show on for the surfers coming up in heats number 2 and 3. Some of the big names like Erin Koffel for Team USA, Emma Dieters for Team Australia, they have got their work cut out for them because this woman on your screen looks to be the firm favorite to go for gold.
Sure, and you're absolutely looking at those things and watching the strategy of these women in their heat, and the women coming up would be crafting their strategy in their heats based on where to sit and what these surfers have been able to achieve in this heat.
And follow all the action online. Follow us on socials at ISAsurfing and Surf City USA on the gram, on YouTube, on Twitter, on TikTok, on Facebook. I call TikTok the talk to my daughter, but she says that the kids don't call it the talk, and she shouts at me about that. But definitely follow us on Instagram and follow surfers like Davi Teixeira, an absolute icon. This has been an incredible event, 24 countries, over 145 athletes. And as we move into the last couple of minutes of this heat, Vera is just moving round to that kind of corner right-hander there as those conditions look absolutely mouth-watering. With just 2 more heats to go, Rachel, I'm getting excited about my afternoon session.
Yeah, me as well. And
we didn't find out if you are actually going to come and have a surf or not. We didn't. Did we reach the conclusion of that conversation?
I need to find myself a board and then I'll meet you out there.
Okay.
But I have a feeling anyone who has a board down here will be utilizing it this afternoon, don't you think?
I think they will.
So it might be a tough quest.
Yep. Brilliant performance from Vera. Fantastic scores. That last wave, it goes into her top 2. So she's improved her situation. Congratulations, Maria. Will not qualify for the final, but you have done yourself proud. Great performance for Team Brazil with regards to Maria, but it's her Brazilian team surfer, Vera, who looks to be one of the firm favorites to go for gold. We've got 2 more heats to go. We've got Roy and Anthony coming back into the booth to bring up the atmosphere, and stay with us as we enjoy this 5.83 from Vera.
Welcome to day 1 of competition for the 2024 ISA World Parasurfing Championships, presented by Visit Huntington Beach.
Excellent scores, up and riding. Davi Teixeira, beautiful top turn, sweeping down off the bottom again, setting himself up in the mid part of this wave for another big, nice arcing cutback top turn into the foam, rebounding into a roundhouse again.
Pierrot from France, beautiful backhand carve right there. That was spicy, and another one back into the white water. Beautiful body work there in a 3rd turn.
But look at this, drives up, real vertical approach into that one.
First heat jitters, they're quite a thing. Until I got that first decent ride, I was literally panicking. I mean, I lie awake at night thinking that gold is mine, and every year I say that, and every year something happens, and yeah, it's got to be this year. It has to be.
Beautiful looking ride, so much speed from Jocelyn Newmuller from Australia. She's going to make the connection, hit the lip on the last part of the wing.
Team Spain, Sarah Almagro with a 6.17.
It's a big responsibility to be here. It's just a pleasure, and also it's a big effort that the federation did to bring us back here. So let's see if I can bring back the gold medal.
That wraps up day 1 of competition for the 2024 ISA World Parasurfing Championship.
And we're back with the last 2 heats of the day. Excited to wrap up this amazing day of competition. Beautiful shot there of the offshore winds that have been blowing all day. And we set up heat number 2 of the women's kneel, round number 2 in red from the United States, Erin Koffel, our surfer from France. In blue, Emmanuel Blanchet. And in green from Israel, Pascal Berkovich. And here's the first wave that clocked a 0.80. I'm not sure if it clocked in a 0.80. That would be a different sport, but it came in as a 0.80 or a 0.8. Contest director Eric Kramer coming in with the info for tomorrow.
Eric Kramer also got the call this morning to dress the best in the room, which he did. Fantastic work. Yep, fantastic, Eric. I'm glad we're seeking out the same atmosphere. Oh, look, tomorrow is a short day. We are opening right up with 2 rounds of wave ski right at 7 a.m. We got a shorter day tomorrow that's going to end by 12:40. And we still got a long day today as we still have 2 more heats in this incredible women's kneel division. This is round 2, heat 2. Erin Koffel yesterday using a longboard. You can see her out there in the red jersey. I was wondering if, she might change or if this is her one weapon of choice. But yesterday she was really just surfing in this kneeling, very peaceful looking longboard expression style. Probably watched Rachel surf a whole bunch of times when she's in the WSL and the ISA competitions around the world. But a really cool, different approach, as a lot of the kneel are on short boards, and I love the longboard style of Erin Koffel from Team USA here in the red jersey.
Lots of longboard history here at the Huntington Beach Pier. Not normally known as a longboarding wave, but one of the world's best nose riders, David Nuiva, used to perch on the nose for lengthy periods of time, as we saw on that replay, Emmanuel Blanchet from France. And here is Erin Koffel on that longer board, whitewater takeoff. She's into that kneeling position. And with that longer board, it's easier to catch the waves because with a longer board, you can paddle faster. But it's a little harder to make those turns, as Team USA watching and pointing and maybe giving some tips or talking about tomorrow's strategy.
Yeah, tomorrow being a shorter day, I think they're probably also just watching just to identify more waves that you can see as well. And, the more times you can put your eyes on the venue, the more knowledge you have. Here we go. This is one of those double ups that just isn't quite going to form for our surfer in blue from France here. But again, another competitor from France in a high position.
And while we look at this wave right here, and there's Erin Koffel side slipping down this wave, and she moves back on her board to get more onto that tail, and she's continuing with this wave all the way in and perches up top, spreading her arms. A little bit of a claim right there as she does it again. And right after this wave, we're going to send it down to Benway on the sand.
I'm sorry, the women's kneel, round 2, heat number 1 winner, Vera Quaresma for Brazil. Parabéns, congratulations.
Muito obrigada, fala galera.
So sends her vibes to the crew at home. So I'm going to ask her some questions in Spanish. If things go wrong, we've got our emergency translator here. But first I'm going to ask her about the conditions and also this sunlight of the afternoon. So we have tricky offshores, but with this sunlight, it's really hard to see the waves coming. I'm going to see how it was with that. Bueno, tuvimos mucho viento offshore. Se pone un poquito de dificultad en las olas, pero más con este ángulo del sol para encontrar las ondas. ¿Cómo fue para buscar las olas mejores?
Foi difícil enxergar mesmo e o vento batia no rosto, mas deu para encaixar em algumas ondas e estava divertido.
All right, she had a hard time with the sun and the lights and also, but she was able to find the waves and she did have fun. That's impossible.
Well, definitely fun. Also, I want to point out her board. She has a very, very interesting board. It's the brand Firehand by Rafinha. That's a very well-known shaper in stand-up surfing. And I want to ask her about how they worked on this board for her kneel performance. Rafinha está muy conocido para todo lo de surf, para lo de los surf normales y también para algunos adaptivos. ¿Y cómo fue el diseño este? ¿Cómo adivinaron este diseño para ti, para esa clasificación de Neil?
Essa prancha é do ano passado e eu fiquei com ela o ano inteiro. Eu competia com ela ano passado e aí ele viu o meu surf, ele viu vídeos e ele foi fazendo para eu ter mais estabilidade e aceleração na onda. Este ano a gente trabalhou com uma prancha menor, só que não conseguimos a tempo terminar.
So he was watching her videos and her riding. She used this in some other contests last year. They watched the turns, the speed, everything else, and they were trying to take all of that input and create a different board, but it wasn't ready in time for this contest. Bueno, finalmente, por favor, de un mensaje por todos no Brasil.
Gente, estou muito feliz que o parasurf brasileiro é forte. Vamos com tudo. É nóis.
Muito obrigado. Parabéns.
Obrigada.
Back to you guys.
And thanks, Ben Way. Always insightful. And I love him just bringing out all this great information from our athletes, and a variety of athletes getting a chance to speak their native tongue and talk to their family. Takes a lot of support to get all of these athletes here. And one supporter that I hear a number of athletes keep talking about is the High Fives Foundation. And Roy, I'm going to continue to ask you about this and talk about it because it's so important. The event takes sponsors to get the event to happen, for us to get here and to build all this infrastructure, but also the event wouldn't be anything without the athletes. And your foundation helps to get the athletes here and keep progressing the sport of parasurfing and other adaptive sports as well throughout the world. Can you just talk more to some of the specific athletes that are here that you're supporting and just what you guys plan to do in the future as well?
Yeah, High Fives is one of many that support the athletes that are here. Cannot forget Challenge Athletes Foundation out of San Diego, who supports this event, and a lot of travel grants for a lot of the countries. And High Fives is a little different. High Fives really focuses on, trying to develop community within the surfers by bringing them together for camps and trips around the world. We recently got back from Waco, Texas, where Prone 2 surfer Jose Martinez was there shredding waves. We last year took Dario Melendez, or long version, Dario Alberto Melendez de Villa, from surfing into skiing, and then this year helped to get him here. As it was a challenge for him to get from Costa Rica to here to represent his country, and so glad that we were able to help facilitate that. As he's won both of his heats and he's doing incredible. We have veterans programs, and we've been able to support surfers like Forrest Weinberger, who's absolutely just shredding in the above stand 2 division. And then on top of that, we supported directly Team USA, which has a team of 15 plus, and providing them with equipment, providing them with some sponsorship dollars for dinners, and also ensuring that the team had all the matching gear. But throughout the year, the foundation really looks at getting athletes to the AASP, getting athletes to the ISA, and next year, we hope to do even more to support this movement, this parasurf movement that my wife Elena Nichols is a big part of, and being able to support it from a foundational and support individuals is a really big thing. We're lucky that we have that opportunity to provide these fiscal support, community support, and also developing boards with Ben Way and other shapers to create the best type of surfboard possible for each and every one of these athletes. And we're lucky, and a big shout out to Dariel and Jose and other athletes that we're supporting here: Cassie Eckroth, Elena Nichols, Mark Mono Stewart, Josh Bogle. We've got a really fun High Five Surf Club, and we like to go surfing. We like to go surfing together, and we like to see each of these surfers doing a lot. There's my man right there, Gunner, building an absolute just beautiful city, using the spade of that shovel like a rail on a surfboard. Big shout out to Nikki there. Nikki's a huge supporter of the adaptive surf community, always volunteering, and today volunteering her time to take some energy of Gunners and transcend it into the sand, building what looks like a master plan city. So wondering what Gunner's building and what he's thinking of right there. But it's all about this, it's about enjoying this community. It's about enjoying those folks, and High Fives and other organizations like Challenge Athletes Foundation are doing that, as we see our surfer in blue here getting down and out and trying to get back to that open face after a late takeoff there.
Yep, what a amazing sandcastle skills. But Emmanuelle Blanchet is doing a great job in this heat so far. She has a 2.33 from the previous round, and so she's already bettered that. So her 2.47's going to go along with that. So she's going to up her potential to advance into the next round, which will be the final. So this is a 9-person division, and so there's 3 heats of 3. And they're going to go from 9 to 4 to move.
No, they're going to go 9 to 6, actually. They're going to have a semifinal tomorrow. Semifinal tomorrow will be at 9:40 in the morning for the women's kneel division. So they'll go from 9 down to 6 down to 4. It looks like they're expanding this a little bit, as there'll be a women kneel semis tomorrow from 9:40 to 10:20.
Okay, great move. So in the ISA, I was wondering with this, because typically it's a 50% advancement, and so obviously going from 9 to 4 is not 50%. And so the schedule, I think they caught maybe a mistake. So yeah, the semis will be tomorrow. So going from 9 to 6, so that definitely helps out Emmanuelle Blanchet, and we stand corrected. So we're going to be doing some math. We also brought in an expert mathematician, calculator, to help us. There's Blanchet on cue right there. This is a great looking wave. She's pumping, gaining speed off the bottom. Now the judges want to see a change of direction, so if she has an opportunity, that will help her score. And that wave just going straight the entire time. She was going fast. There was some flow. She was in the pocket, so that's a decent score, but the judges really want to see changing of direction.
Yeah, unfortunately, that wave never really gave a big maneuver. You had to stay out in front. It was closing behind. It wasn't really, a high-scoring potential. She surfed it to the best of the wave's potential, but unfortunately, it's just not one of those waves that said, hey, here's a face, surf it, and keep moving forward.
Yes, the 43-year-old likes to surf La Grande Plage in France, and then you can see her paddle out, using that push-up technique to push her up and let the whitewater pass between her and the board. That's Pascal Berkovich, actually in green from Israel. She's making her way back out and earning her score of a 1.07. So that's going to be Pascal's highest score so far. And although there were some great waves yesterday, it seems that in most of the rounds, with that offshore winds, it's helped the surfers to better all their scores from yesterday. I love all the stats, and I don't think we have this stat, but it would be great to see how many of the surfers bettered their scores from yesterday, the divisions that did surf yesterday and surf today as well. So we've got 4 minutes and 30 seconds to go in this one.
Does that report that we get every day that talks about the number of waves surfed, does it also talk about the number of excellent waves surfed, or does it only give an overall throughout the entire course of this event excellent waves surfed?
So it gives the overall for the event, but then I just do the breakdown kind of on my own because I love the stats so much. So we saw, as we see Erin Koffel up and riding, there's the change of direction that we were talking about, and a second change of direction there. So that's what the judges like to see, and she had some speed. So Emmanuel did get a 3.9 for that last wave, and I think because her positioning was so great, would have gone into maybe the 4 or 5 range had she done a turn, but earning that 3.9 with that beautiful, fast-looking wave, and the judges awarding her for that perfect positioning. But we had 11 total excellent waves. That's a score of 8 or higher. 8 of them were from the first day, and 3 of them were from the second day yesterday. There were 41 total waves the first 2 days in the good range. That's from a score of 6 to 7.99. 17 of those were from the first day, and we had 24 from the second day. So we'll break down the stats and talk about how many waves were in the excellent range. A number of those excellent waves were from a small sample of people because they were getting multiple excellent waves. Same thing for those in the good range. But typically, if you can get 2 6s, that's going to make it through most heats.
Yeah, I think when we go back to that excellent range and going back to today, I think that today is going to be the highest day so far of excellent rides. You know, the data, the stats that we'll look at tomorrow after getting these wonderful reports will really show that. I also think we had a lot of good waves ridden. You know, as you saw in the stats you just provided, day 1 had more excellent, where day 2 had more good. I think day 3, with that offshore wind, really consistent waves through every single heat. There wasn't many lulls today. You know, in the first 2 days we saw some lulls, some time eaten up in these division heats of 20 minutes. And really, you know, I think we're going to see the stats showing that day 3 had a high amount of excellent and good waves surfed. Here's Erin Koffel in red from the United States catching another one. The last wave, 2.17. I think this one's going to score closer to that 3.3 range like she had done. 2 minutes remaining. It looks like she's saying, hey, I've had a good time. I got to enjoy the surf. And, you know, let's see what that last wave's going to score for her.
Yes, and remember that 9.33 posted and that total heat score of 19.17. There was also another excellent score in that round as well. That was from the women's lay-down prone division 1, I believe.
Jocelyn Newmuller today. She had 2 actually excellent ridden waves as her total today totaled 19.17, the second highest total in ISA female competition history, only behind last year's 19.4 from Elena Nichols with a perfect 10 and a 9.4 in the women's sit. A minute 15 remaining in this heat. It looks like the last ride from Koffel is still to be scored. And upon that, we're really going to figure out and see who is going to take this home. Is it going to be Emmanuel from France? Once again, France bringing a strong team here as they are the defending gold medals lists in the team competition. And we're awaiting one score from Erin and maybe one more as there's 50 seconds in this Heat 2, Round 2 of the Women's Kneel Division. Now, tomorrow there will be a Women's Kneel Semis. It'll happen roughly around 9:40, 2 elimination heats where this field of 9 will be dwindling down to 6.
Pascala Berkovic smartly choosing to catch waves in that white water on the inside. Although that's not going to offer the highest scoring potential, each athlete progresses on their own in these competitions. So as she continues to improve her surfing, and that's how surfers begin to surf. First, you catch waves in the white water going straight, then you learn how to angle, and then you take that surfing to the outside and try to catch those waves before they break. This is what the judges are looking for. Emmanuelle Blanchet, she's going to win this heat with a 6.37. Erin Koffel from the United States in second in that heat. She's not going to better any of her waves from yesterday, but she's sitting pretty good currently in second place overall from yesterday. And we've got one more heat coming up, and our day is winding down. Look at those beautiful offshore waves, offshore winds, excuse me, on those waves. And thinking back last year to that 10 heard around the world from Elena Nichols, One thing I remember about that wave in particular was how the offshore made the rainbow come out as she was in the tube, and she was stoked. And we're stoked on all the action today. One more heat. Stay with us. We'll be right back.
Hello and welcome to Huntington Beach, California. I'm Kelly Miller, President and CEO of Visit Huntington Beach.
Known as Surf City, USA, Huntington Beach boasts 10 miles of coastline and the most consistent waves on the West Coast. Huntington Beach has it all, with endless summer weather, year-round events, outdoor activities, and oceanfront resorts and spas. So get ready to be inspired, be connected, and be here, Huntington Beach. Plan your visit at surfcityusa.com.
This message is for all surfers in the world. The oceans need us today more than ever. The Sands of the World ceremony is our way of uniting the world in peace through surfing.
Now let's begin the Sands of the World ceremony.
It's the ISA symbol, and it symbolizes what we know: peace in the world through surfing. It's a meaningful ceremony in which you bring sand from your beach, you pour it there with your teammates. This ceremony stays with them for the rest of their life. When it came to Tahiti, Tahiti embraced the opening ceremony with the Sands of the World. And the beautiful box that we have today, it's staying in the Hupo.
To be a surfer is not only to go surfing. It is also to take care of the oceans, to be good people inside and outside of the water.
Parasurfing has the power to bring us together. Together, we push the limits, further the sport, and go for gold. You've crossed countries to get to the World Championships. Let Access Tracks simplify crossing the sand. Access Tracks, the official beach access pathway of the ISA World Parasurfing Championships.
Welcome back. We are here at the beautiful Huntington Beach Pier on the south side, the home of many surf competitions in the world of surfing. Here, we're at the 2024 ISA World Para Surfing Championships. Anthony Vela here giving you the lineup for our final heat of the day. Women's kneel, round 2, heat 3, Audrey Pascal from Spain in red, Emma Dieters from Australia in blue, and Ayala Schuster from Israel in green. Here at Roy Tuscany, we're talking all things parasurfing, and beautiful takeoff. Audrey Pascal driving down the line, trying to engage that inside rail, but unfortunately the wave bumps her off and digs that outside rail. She goes over, gets back on her board. She's going to make her way back out into the lineup as we see lines just marching in. Looks like Emma Dieters duck diving that one. That's Ayala Schuster from Israel on the inside. And she is up. She is riding. And as we saw in the previous heat, Pascal Berkovich, also from Israel, riding the white water on the inside. And that's the progression of surfing, as we talked about. And it's important to progress at your own level in all sports. I think you think about skateboarding. You see somebody, ollie and jump down 20 stairs. Well, they started with 1 stair, and then they went to 2, and you learn how to fall, and you learn how to do it safely. And safety is the key thing in surfing, as the ocean is a dynamic environment, and we must respect the ocean. And the definition of this division, parasurfing, kneel and upright surfers who ride waves in a kneeling or upright position without any extra help from outside influence or paddles or anything of this nature.
And as we start to see this last division here, Audrey Pascal has been a competitor for some years now in this women's kneel division. Emma Dieters from Australia herself, and then Israel having 2 females in this kneel. Right now, we're going to jump from the competition, Anthony, and catch up with someone down on the beach. Who do we got?
Thank you, guys. Winner of the women's kneel, round 2, heat number 2, Emmanuelle Blanchet for Team France. Félicitations. Congratulations.
Thank you. Thank you.
I'm very happy to win this heat. It wasn't too easy because the sun, the weather, not very easy to see.
Yeah, it looked very difficult, especially this afternoons when the sun is down. You're looking for the waves and everything just disappears. Did you have to go on your instinct?
Yes, exactly. My instinct and my team help me. Yes, help me. So.
And let's hear about your board, your equipment. What kind of board are you using?
It's 511 with a rocker, great rocker. It's my favorite board. So I think it was the good board for this afternoon.
Well, you got 2 great waves, very nice rides, and some difficult conditions. And do we know the name of the shaper?
Yes, it's Will and the Squid surfboard. Will is my shaper, and the trad, yes, is a Squid surfboard from France.
Well, beautiful. I'm sure everybody's going to want Squid surfboards. If you would like to give a message to everyone in France in French.
Merci beaucoup. Vive la France. Hein, j'ai gagné ce hit maintenant en espérant que ça suffise pour passer en finale. Bisous, je vous aime tous.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Merci beaucoup. Back to you guys.
Thank you so much, Ben. Great to hear from the athletes as we have 13 minutes remaining in the final heat. And Ayala Schuster dropping a 1 there. She's the surfer from Israel, Haifa, Israel. Likes to surf La Jolla Shores and was actually Israel's first adaptive female competitor. So shout out to Ayala. It starts with 1, and then 1 turns into many.
Yeah, it creates that community. And, you know, here we go fighting the glare that is out there here in sunny Surf City, USA, Huntington. But surfer in neon green, this is our surfer from Israel, really getting up and then starting to get into that position in the white wire, looking very much as a balancing act and does a great job as she is continually progressing her surfing. And love having all of these competitors from all around the world. So day 3, the day's wrapping up. We got a little bit of a lull here. Anthony, talk about some of your highlights that you saw today. Or what was your top most exciting wave you saw throughout the day?
Wow, there's so many waves. It's hard to remember who did what with all the waves. But, you know, for me, the highlight was I love being in the booth with you guys. We have a great crew with Roy Tuscany and Ben Way and Sam Bleakley, Rachel Tilley. Amazing listening to all of you guys. But in the booth, we don't get a chance to feel the energy that's outside. And so on one hand, I want to stay in the booth and listen and see all the heat so we can follow the story of the event. But on the other hand, I really enjoy getting outside. And when someone gets a wave, you can really hear and feel the energy that's out there. I actually went down to listen to some of the beachside interviews and feel the energy from those interviews as well. But I think one of the highlights was perhaps that 9.33. You and I were calling that heat from Aleli from Puerto Rico. And, you know, she just made it look easy and had a fantastic heat. Benway had a great interview with her. That was one of the highlights. The 19.17 total heat total was amazing also. But just the competitive nature of all of the athletes, it's so inspiring. And that's a lot of highlights, actually. How about you, Roy? You got one highlight?
You know, I got to say, you know, Kirk Watson really started the day in Australia, just catching kind of 3 really well-ridden waves, specifically for that men's Vision 1 impairment. Here we go, surfer in blue, no stranger to catching great waves. Emma Dieters from Australia here, really getting out in front and staying and getting a little bit of cover up and then jumping off her board. But again, as we spoke, these waves are really just allowing you to go down them. Kind of hard to get those big maneuvers as the day is kind of pushed on that long draining out high to low tide. You know, as we start getting closer to 7 is starting to play a little bit here. But again, we've seen continuous waves. Now these waves are just kind of, you really got to rocket down them. And speaking of rocketing down them, Mark Mono Stewart, that 9.17 from Mark, just absolutely throwing buckets up. Great drone shot here of Emma, fellow country supporter, teammate, and everything from Australia alongside with Mono here. But a great wave there from our server from an Australian. From the beach view here, you can see her really getting out on that front knee and bending. And then even a small little in that tube for a second. Couple quick little turns here, but that wave has put her out in front. A first scoring wave of a 5.0. And we'll wait to see the next wave that she gets to add to this 5.
I love how she, sorry about that, I love how she drags that outside leg, and I'm not sure if this is her technique or specifically for this wave, but you see that in Australian surf lifesaving on the clubby boards, where when they just play around and surf on them, sometimes they use that leg and drag it to either slow them down or help them turn. So is that her style, or is that just particularly on that wave, do you know?
You know, I'd say that right there is a question that we'll see when she surfs the next wave.
Yes, yes.
But there he is, Mark Mono Stewart, holding that Australia sign up in his bright neon yellow. Mono is an absolute legend, a board painter, a board designer for MR, Mark Richards boards out of Australia. He is a surfing god in Byron Beach, and you know, this past year putting on an adaptive event, the Adaptive Australian Open, which was presented by Blackmores and brought numerous individuals to the Gold Coast to really get to experience Australia, Australian waves, and just the Australian culture and the massive amount of backing that Mono and this adaptive community has in the Australian area. Our surfer from Israel, up in that whitewash, getting to the kneeling position, looking to add to her 1.2 to further her score and see if she can end up in one of the top 6 positions as this heat's going to be dwindling down.
And she's actually angling on those waves, which is helping her score rather than going straight. But back to talking about Australia and the significance of Mono Stewart and what he was able to do at that contest in Byron Bay. You were there, Ben Way was there, and we heard him talk about it in the interview, how excited he was to have the community of Byron Bay just say, here you go, you guys can have the beach. And if you've never been to Byron Bay, you don't understand the significance of that statement. There are a lot of surfers there. There are a lot of travelers there, and everybody wants to get waves. It's a beautiful, long point break wave. It's a difficult wave to actually catch a wave when the surf is small because there are so many people. But for the community to just open up that break for this competition is a testament, like you said, to his kindness, his aloha, his energy, and his enthusiasm in surfing. And I mean, to open up Byron Bay, that's a huge statement of the type of person that he is, and also the support of the community for parasurfing.
The big thing, and I apologize for that yawn there, it's my bad so horribly, you caught me terribly, Anthony, was the fact that, you know, it was even on the practice days. The practice days also, the people were so welcoming to us. And it wasn't just competition, the days leading up to it, you know, getting to surf the pass and have open waves or people literally blocking for you being an adaptive surfer, they really love this movement that Mono and the whole Australian team has put together.
That is awesome, and it starts with the ISA, the International Surfing Association. Although it holds just the one annual World Championships, the community and the camaraderie and the communication that happens in this one event spreads and permeates throughout the world. So the ISA kind of leads this parasurfing world, and then everyone learns things here and there and takes it back to their home countries, as we see the ISA season of events, the World Surfing Games in Arecibo, Puerto Rico. We saw the Longboard World Championship at El Sunzay, El Salvador. The World Juniors also there at La Bocana and El Sunzay in El Salvador. Teahopu, Tahiti, we saw the Olympic Games. And the ISA World Sup and Paddleboard Championships most recently in Copenhagen, Denmark. The return to El Sunzay, El Salvador for the World Masters Surfing Championship. And here we are now, the final event for the ISA World Parasurfing Championship at Huntington Beach, California. And one of the things I really like in one of those pieces that we go to that talk about the ISA as we get to Audrey Pascal is when Fernando, the president of ISA, is talking about the opening ceremony and how the mixing of the sands comes together, sands of the world comes together, and how in Teahupo'o they wanted to keep the box of the sand from the Olympic Games, and I think that's a huge statement that is continuing on in Tahiti, the significance of this a ceremony. It's something that I think the athletes really loves as well. And also, I'd like to add, in El Salvador, they actually kept the box, one of the boxes there, and it's right at the airport. So as soon as you get there, boom, you see the box of sands from all over the world, and it truly is a special type of ceremony.
You know, the surfers of the world unite, and a way to do that by pouring of this, you know, local regionalized sands to make this, you know, conglomerate sands of the world. And for the communities of El Salvador and Tahiti to want to not only keep it and display it, it really shows the melting pot that exists among the different countries and the surfers that partake in these incredible events that the ISA puts on. Surf City USA, Surf City El Salvador, Denmark, Tahiti, the stops that they go to are world class, and they bring a world class environment to provide the highest level of competition. And it's you know, it speaks to the truths of the president, Fernando, and his mission, but then also the extension of all the people that represent it. And here comes our surfer in red. That wave came out of nowhere and said, nope, get off.
She looked right, she looked left, and the only way to go was straight. And it looks like Ayala Schuster has made her way out the back. She got a couple of waves to gain her confidence, and now she's paddled out the back as well. And just continuing the conversation of the sands of the world, it's also aesthetically pleasing when you see this clear glass with different colors of sand from all over the world. And I think is a symbol of the different colors of our skin, the different cultures, the different places that we come through, and that we all really can make a better world through surfing. Here you see the Australians, and they're cheering on Emma Dieters, waiting for her. And you can see they got the hat in front of them to try and not have the glare right in their eyes. And this is what I love to see. Nobody's gone home. It's been a long day since 7 a.m. the first heat started, and there you see the entire Australian team here until the end.
It's also been a windy day. I don't know how much you have spent outside the booth today talking about, you know, folks that are listening in here. But I'll tell you, every time I've gone out there, I've wanted to come right back in because my eyes, my ears, my teeth have been sandblasted, and it's been an absolute testament to how much we love watching adaptive surfing. That glare right there does not tell me who that was, but that person was catching a great wave. And the surfer in blue, Emma Dieters from Australia, it looks like the way I saw her coming in, that style we were talking about before, is the way that she surfs on this, very much with that lead leg. Surfer in green here from Israel, who continually keeps going out further and further as she gets more and more comfortable with this break and really starting to actually get on to the face of these waves and creating maneuvers on them. So the progression just in this heat alone from our surfer from Israel really shows how, you know, it really is about the comfort level, the timing, and the growth of this sport, not just happening over a period of time, but directly in these heats.
Yes, great job from Ayala Schuster. And that last green wave she paddled for, she wiped out, it pushed her in, so she decided to just catch another one right after that and up her wave count. Although she doesn't have the highest score, she has the most amount of waves caught. And that's the only way to learn how to surf, is to catch a lot of waves. So huge props to Ayala Schuster, and huge props also to Emma Dieters leading this heat. Audrey Pascal from Spain is currently in second as we're winding down. And you see Emma Dieters on one last wave. Great job from her. And also Audrey Pascal from Spain, from Madrid, Spain. The 20-year-old finishing up the day. And she's going to look to turn and catch one more in. And doesn't catch that wave, but she's going to advance into the semifinals, which we'll see tomorrow. So from here on out in this division, it's going to be all advancement. So 3 riders in each of the semifinals. 2 of them from each heat will go into a 4-person semifinal, and then we will crown medals: gold, silver, bronze, and copper. The coveted ISA World Parasurfing Championship medal. What do you do with your medal as we see the helpers getting out there and helping the athletes? And
Ty Colas going out for a free surf. And, you know, today hearing from a lot of great people around the world, Rich Julian, Felipe Kizalima, but, you know, there's never a compliment that you can ever get that is higher than this compliment. Bo Hodge checking in, and Bo Hodge just complimenting our day. And Anthony, we'll have you talk about this.
Yes, and before we get into our final post-heat interview of the day, we're going to watch some of the exciting action today. So check out this awesome highlight package from day 3 of competition. Action-packed day here at day 3 of the ISA World Parasurfing Championships. And Roy Tuscany, we've had a great day, but you just got a text. We were on a group text, and we want to give a shout out and send our appreciation to the legend, Bo Hodge. Bo has been commenting ISA events for many, many years. And Bo, we know you've been going through some health issues, and we just want to send our love here from the beach at Huntington Beach. You are a true legend in the industry, and we all love you, Bo. We're going to come back in just a moment. We're going to go down to Ben Way with the winner of that last heat.
Thank you, guys. Here with the winner of the women's Neo Round 2 heat number 3, representing Team Spain, Adri Pascual. Congratulations.
Muchas gracias.
So the first thing I'm going to ask is, she was sitting in second all the way until after the buzzer when her score came in and she jumped up on the top. I'm going to ask her how it was to hear that score come through, and had been some good news. Bueno, estuve todo preparado para hacer la entrevista de Emma y se terminó la manga. Y entró el final puntaje y tú brincaste, subiste hasta el primer posición. ¿Cómo sentiste cuando oíste como has oído el puntaje del último ola?
Pues la verdad que muy contenta, al final no me lo esperaba, llevaba toda la manga siendo segunda. Las condiciones son difíciles, cuesta entrar a la ola con el viento de cara, pero bueno, al final ha salido bien y en el último momento pues me he colocado primera.
So she was in second position. She said difficult conditions, a lot of wind blowing up in her face, and at that last second, after the last second of the heat. She was happy to have jumped up. And my next question is going to be that Team Spain has been doing really well. A few of her members have been up here on the glass. And how does it feel to be representing her country here? Bueno, tuvimos Ivonne, tenemos varios hoy que habían ganado su heat. Y como siempre, España está súper fuerte en este torneo. ¿Y cómo te sientes? ¿Cómo es el orgullo para estar compitiendo para tu país?
Pues súper bien, al final el esfuerzo que hacemos todos, la federación también, en traernos a todo el equipo. Este año somos menos, pero bueno, al final somos un equipo y se echa de menos a los que no han podido venir. Pero bueno, otro año más defendiendo España y bueno, un gran equipo.
So she's really happy to be representing Spain. She's had a little smaller team this year, but at the same time, they're still working as a team and working hard, and she's very happy to be here representing her country. Bueno, al final, que mandas un mensaje en español a toda la gente en España que te están apoyando.
Gracias a la Fundación también, al Mar Miquel y obviamente a toda la familia y a la gente que me está viendo desde casa. Un beso.
Muchísimas gracias. Mucha suerte en la próxima.
Muchas gracias.
Back to you guys.
All right, thank you very much, Benway. What an excited Audrey Pascal who got that buzzer beater right at the end of the day. What a great day 3. We got day 4 tomorrow. We're going to be starting at 7 a.m. tomorrow with our men's wave ski division, 2 rounds. By the end of the day, we'll see 17 heats within 7 different categories, some elimination rounds tomorrow. We'll see the completion of the Neil women's, which we just did right there from semis, and we'll wrap up tomorrow with men's and women's Prone 1, the unassisted division. So look forward to tomorrow, and what a great day today, Anthony.
Exciting action all day long. You can check out the replays and the highlights on ISAsurf.org. But come back tomorrow where we'll have more action. And on behalf of Roy and all of our teams, Sam, Rachel, Ben, and all the guys in the booth, thanks for an awesome day, and we will see you tomorrow.
Aloha, everybody.
Hello and welcome to Huntington Beach, California. I'm Kelly Miller, President and CEO of Visit Huntington Beach.
Known as Surf City, USA, Huntington Beach boasts 10 miles of coastline and the most consistent waves on the West Coast. Huntington Beach has it all, with endless summer weather, year-round events, outdoor activities, and oceanfront resorts and spas. So get ready to be inspired, be connected, and be here, Huntington Beach. Plan your visit at surfcityusa.com.
Parasurfing has the power to bring us together. Together, we push the limits, further the sport, and go for gold. You've crossed countries to get to the World Championships. Let Access Tracks simplify crossing the sand. Access Tracks, the official beach access pathway of the ISA World Parasurfing Championships.